If you want to expand your business across Africa, import within the continent, or simply learn more about the African Continental Free Trade Area, whatever the size of your business, tap into the Ecobank Single Market Trade Hub, designed to connect businesses and help you seize trade opportunities, leveraging Ecobank's trade and payment solutions. With 1.4 billion people in 54 countries ready for business now, it's time to sign up on tradehub.ecobank.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's going to be another fantastic Ecobank Fintech Challenge. And of course, we're just letting everybody, simmer down, sit down. The CEO is here. The CEO of ASCI, of course, the CEO of Ecobank is here. The CEO of ASCI is also here. Are you happy? Oh, I can't feel your happiness. Are you happy? Are you excited?
It's coming.
I don't know.
It's coming.
It's coming, huh?
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay, it's about to be showtime shortly, but how about we introduce ourselves?
Absolutely. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Soyez les bienvenus en cette merveilleuse journée tropicale ici à Lomé, au sein de Ecobank avec presque 26 degrés aujourd'hui. Nous voici partis pour célébrer tous ensemble l'innovation, célébrer l'Afrique. Je suis Ama Béatrice Alovor à votre service aujourd'hui. Mais je ne suis pas seule, bien sûr, mon frère et confrère. J'ai nommé Monsieur Benjamin Akapo.
But as you give that round of applause, you should be doing same for Ecobank, and I'll tell you why. Over the last 7 years, there have been over 7,000 applications. 5,500 of them have participated in this event, the Ecobank Fintech Challenge. Out of that, guess what? We have 60 fintech startups. They have 10 million plus customers in 19 African countries and beyond. And guess what? They've raised over $120 million. This has been the impact of the Ecobank Fintech Challenge. You want to put your hands together for Ecobank?
Depuis 2017, mesdames et messieurs, environ 7000 candidats, oui. Et aujourd'hui, très exactement 1550. Là, vous allez voir 12 candidats extraordinaires, n'est-ce pas, venus de partout d'Afrique. Ladies and gentlemen, c'est ici que ça se passe et c'est maintenant, Benjamin.
So here we are. This year we had over 1,550 applications. In fact, if you cast your eyes there, you would see some of the finalists getting in. They've been outside in the booths talking about their products. The group CEO has been there. Some of our special guests have been there observing what is happening. But right now, it's about to get, should I say, la concurrence s'échauffe, hein?
La concurrence sera plus que rude aujourd'hui, mesdames et messieurs. Benjamin, ce qui est sûr, c'est que nous vous promettons, mesdames et messieurs, une journée alors là, très vibrante et enrichissante.
So what can you expect today? We're going to have a fireside conversation. We're going to have last year's winner together with another previous runner-up have conversations. We're going to have 4 panel discussions. We're going to have our judges, and we'll be introducing them to you later. They are seated at the rear, and 5 of them are going to judge. But there's a special bit today.
Yes.
Guess what? There's going to be a public vote.
Cette année, mesdames et messieurs, il y a Benjamin. C'est le public, vous allez voter aussi. Et ceci est une première depuis le début de cette incroyable aventure, Benjamin.
And it's for everybody. It's not just for those in this auditorium. All of you online, we're going to announce to you shortly. The hashtag is Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024.
Bien sûr, mesdames et messieurs, Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024, nous sommes en live, donc vous pouvez voter bien sûr, mais aussi le monde entier nous regarde aujourd'hui.
And like I was saying about the public vote, after all 12 contenders, all 12 finalists have delivered their pitches, that is when it will be activated, and then everybody can vote. So that it is not just our judges, 5 of them, it is not just what they think, it is about you and whom you think should win this morning.
Alors, comment voter, mesdames et messieurs? C'est ce que vient de dire Benjamin. Alors, vous allez découvrir, bien sûr, 12 panélistes extraordinaires. Et c'est à la fin, justement, du dernier panéliste. Vous aurez plus ou moins, I think, 15 minutes pour voter. Vous aurez plus ou moins 15 minutes pour voter. Alors, tout simplement, allez là où vous vous êtes inscrit sur Ecobank Challenge 2024. Et alors, vous avez donc la façon de procéder et vous pouvez bien sûr voter.
Let me also let you know, and we're going live. In fact, we're live already. We're live on YouTube, Ecobank Group or Ecobank Fintech Challenge. These two, just connect wherever you are, Ecobank Group or Ecobank Fintech Challenge on YouTube. We're live.
Encourager l'innovation, responsabiliser les plus brillants esprits fintech de l'Afrique, tels sont entre autres les objectifs de cette brillante plateforme, mesdames et messieurs. Oui, nous avons parlé de 12 finalistes, alors du nord au sud, n'est-ce pas mon cher Benjamin? We have different countries today, Senegal, Cameroon, Rwanda,
Tanzania,
Congo,
South Africa,
RDC, bien
Kenya,
sûr, voilà.
Senegal, Nigeria,
Yo!
La Côte d'Ivoire.
Oui!
The Nigerian finalist, he was looking at me like, bro, duh, why aren't you mentioning Nigeria? Nigeria, stand up!
Nigeria, mesdames et messieurs! Applause pour Nigeria qui est dans la place aujourd'hui.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's do a bit of a roll call. Quick roll call. Tanzania, let's see you. Tanzania, stand up.
Tanzania, on applause pour Tanzania, mesdames et messieurs, un tonnerre d'applaudissements.
Rwanda. Oh yeah, there he is.
Rwanda.
La Côte d'Ivoire.
La Côte d'Ivoire est dans la place. Est-ce que vous êtes là?
Okay, that's him. Boom. La Côte d'Ivoire.
Oh,
okay.
voilà.
All of those who aren't here yet, I'm going to start subtracting my own marks. Thankfully, I'm not a judge. Thankfully. Kenya, stand up. Oh yeah, Kenya in the building.
Kenya, Jumbo.
Uhuru.
Jumbo, Uhuru.
Then, of course, Nigeria has already stood up. We also have, Togo in the building.
Togo in the house. Nous avons le Togo ici, mesdames et messieurs. Et mais bien sûr, le Togo est dans la place.
Let's go way down. And you know where we're going. South Africa.
Wow, Sabona.
So for Kenya, there are different contenders from Kenya. Same for Senegal. Have we mentioned Senegal yet? Senegal.
Nangadef Mangifirek.
And you know, when the Senegalese stand up, there's something that stands out. Their height. Did you see his height? Have you ever contemplated playing basketball?
Come on, Benjamin.
Yeah. And is there any country we've missed out on? The DRC! Congo in the building!
Congo Mbote, mon frère!
Okay, so at this juncture, I see we're all warming up. This is just the start. Yeah?
Guinée est dans la place.
Oh,
un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour Guinée, mesdames et messieurs, aujourd'hui. Mais bien sûr.
Mon frère Barry, Waimo. That's his application. And they'll be telling us all about it. My apologies. It wasn't intentional.
Alors, Benjamin, je pense qu'on n'a pas oublié Sénégal, Guinée, Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, Nigeria, Cameroun, Congo, RD, Rwanda, Kenya, Afrique du Sud, mesdames et messieurs. 12 candidats de 10 pays, n'est-ce pas, Benjamin?
Ça même, Ama. And so before we proceed from here, I would like all of you to connect with us virtually. In fact, for those of you in the auditorium, start sharing with your friends, yeah? Start sharing with your friends. Share the hashtag Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024. Share the YouTube links, Ecobank Group, Ecobank Fintech Challenge. Let them get on board and let us do this for Africa. Shortly, we'll be taking some ads and then we'll acknowledge our sponsors.
Mesdames et messieurs, bien sûr, partagez encore et encore. C'est hashtag Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024. Nous sommes partis. C'est parti.
All right, so guys, crew, if you're ready for us, let's do this. Let's celebrate those who have made this event possible, our sponsors.
The epitome of financial advancement in Africa is here. The Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024 has brought together the continent's brightest minds to redefine how we think about and manage finances. From the dynamic West Africa to the spirited Southern Africa, these finalists have dared to challenge the status quo. Emerging from over 1,500 submissions across 70 countries, the Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024 presents 12 exceptional finalists. Melanin Capital, Kenya, MiaPay, Togo, Soport Video Banking, Nigeria, Pesika, Cameroon, Daba Finance, Ivory Coast, Probutic, Senegal, Exus, Rwanda, Bupass, Kenya, Sparkly, Nigeria, VaultPay, Congo DRC, YMO Africa, Guinea, Easy Equities, South Africa. Who will emerge as a champion? Who will take home $50,000? Let's welcome our 12 finalists.
Well, thank you very much. We'd like to acknowledge all our sponsors for making this happen today. The three major sponsors. Judges, hello. Dr. Jamila and Valai and all of you, Ethel Kofi.
Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir, mesdames et messieurs, quand même les membres du jury? Non, mais c'est pas encore assez énergique.
They are going to help us decide. But at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear from a very, very special person. Someone who has come along, taken over at the helm of affairs, and he's steering us into the future of the Ecobank Fintech Challenge. Would you like to tell us about this person?
Mesdames et messieurs, Monsieur Awori est directeur général du groupe Ecobank. Il apporte avec lui plus de 25 ans d'expérience dans le secteur bancaire, dont près de 10 ans en tant que directeur général d'Absa Bank Kenya. Avant de rejoindre, bien sûr, Absa, mesdames et messieurs, il a occupé des postes de direction à Standard Chartered Bank au Moyen-Orient et en Afrique. Sa grande expertise et ses compétences et son savoir-faire dans le secteur font de lui un atout très précieux pour le groupe Ecobank. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, j'aimerais qu'on fasse un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour...
The man who's going to usher us into all of this, he is Group CEO, Ecobank. I'm talking about Jeremy Awori. Ladies and gentlemen.
Sous vos applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs.
Is it on? We can hear clearly. Your Excellency, the Ambassador to Benin and Togo, Ms. Robina Marks, CEO of ASCAI, my brother, Esaias Hailu, want to recognize him and ASCAI for sponsoring the event today. Representatives from Propaco and Huawei, who are also very instrumental in bringing this edition of the FinTech Challenge. We recognize you. Esteemed finalists, distinguished guests, innovators, partners, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour à tous. Bienvenue. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome you here to this 7th edition of the FinTech Challenge here in Lomé in Togo at our Pan-African Center. I'm always deeply honored to be standing before so many brilliant and creative minds that are transforming finance across the continent. Over the years, the Pan-African Center has become the stage for groundbreaking innovations taking place at our annual Ecobank Fintech Challenge. With over 1,550 applications this year from 70 countries across Africa and even into the diaspora, it is clear that this has become a major event on the annual FinTech calendar. We have many success stories of finalists in previous editions that have gone on to become big and successful companies, even unicorns in their own right, which is a celebration of Africa and Africa's potential. At Ecobank, we recognize the immense opportunities and solutions that emerge from the tech ecosystem on our continent and from our diaspora. And through our Pan-Africa Payments platform, we're providing seamless payment solutions for our diverse customers segments across the continent and globally. This unique capability sets us apart from all other players in a very competitive market on the continent. Recently, we launched a new business unit called the Remittances and Banking as a Service unit. And this unit primarily is to look at API-led businesses, using those APIs to connect fintechs and technology companies, telcos, among others, to our banking system and help them move across the continent. We're doing this to better serve the needs of Africa and Africans wherever they are. And to put this into context, we have Africans all over the world. They need to make payments. They need to send money. So whether you are somebody in the diaspora who needs to send money, say you're in France, you need to send money to Cote d'Ivoire or to Cameroon, we have solutions that will allow you to send money to an Ecobank account, and that Ecobank account should be able to enable you to make payments to your friends, to your relatives, to shops, and conduct your day-to-day banking business. And this is a business that we want to grow over time. Our collaboration with you, our visionary fintech disruptors, reflects our Pan-African vision to contributing to the economic growth and drive regional financial integration across the continent. With over 250 fintechs integrated into our Ecobank sandbox, we are helping fintechs like you scale and grow across the continent and beyond, leveraging our large presence of 33 countries on our beautiful continent using our borderless Africa Payments platform. Through initiatives such as the Ecobank Fintech Challenge, we want to expand the network of fintechs collaborating with us by providing them with not only financial support, but also with mentorship and opportunities to connect with the overall ecosystem. We're immensely proud to be chosen by African fintechs as one of their partners for growth, and we thank our past winners for writing their success stories with us. For instance, last year, we saw Magali Gosenga of Kori, the first female tech founder to take this title. She's making great progress in digitalizing cash-based payments by rewarding customers and bringing value to local brands and businesses in her country. And speaking of female entrepreneurs, the African tech ecosystem will thrive even more when there is gender parity. Though female-led startups face significant challenges, especially in accessing funding, given that only today 5% of African fintech startups funding goes to female-led businesses or entrepreneurs. This is something that has to be addressed and has to change. There's tremendous potential for growth and innovation when these gaps are addressed. And since the start of the FinTech Challenge, we have celebrated 4 incredible women finalists, and forged partnerships with 2 of them. This year, I'm thrilled to see 2 trailblazing women among our 12 finalists. There are benefits for women tech entrepreneurs to partner with us. They can take full advantage of financial and non-financial solutions through our women-focused initiative, which we call Elevate by Ecobank. Now, I'm sure some of you will be asking, will it be male or female winners of the Fintech Entrepreneur Award today? And that winner will walk away with $50,000 US, to help drive their business going forward. No matter what the outcome is, I want to emphasize that the 12 finalists present here today are all winners. They've come from 1,550 applicants to just 12. And that journey has been quite a journey. I would like to start by congratulating all of you for making it just to this point. You should be very proud of yourselves. And can we put our hands again together more for them today? Obviously, today we are hosting a hybrid event, so we're thankful for all of you who are joining us online to celebrate those who have made it this far. The 12 finalists here will all earn a place in the Ecobank Fintech Fellowship Program and join another 60 Fintech Fellows. Your creativity, commitment has brought you here, and we can't wait to see what we can achieve together in the future. Now, looking at our incredible finalists that we have today, it's clear that the judges sitting at the back of the room are going to have a really tough task ahead. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to you as esteemed judges for this responsibility. Your wisdom and expertise will guide the choice of our ultimate winner. To all the mentors who have decided and dedicated their time and expertise to our finalists, thank you. We appreciate this guidance, this support of this young talent that is changing the continent. To our valued partners who I wish to recognize, we have A-Sky, Huawei, Propaco, Tech Cabal, AfriLabs, Africa FinTech Network, Blue Space, MEST, Expand in Africa, Founders Factory, ALX Sand Technologies, Niger Startups, and Confidence. Your support and resources have been instrumental to the success of this FinTech Challenge. And finally, all of you here today with us in the room and online, thank you for joining us and thank you for supporting this program. It makes a significant difference to the lives of these entrepreneurs who we must support. They are the future of the continent. They are digital natives. They are changing the face of finance. And we really are humbled and proud and doing our level best as Ecobank to play our part to make the journey of an entrepreneur easier. We want to see more unicorns across the continent, because in doing so, they create jobs, they create opportunities, and in particular, they bring finance and financial inclusion to more Africans across the continent, enabling them to run their business more effectively going forward. So I want to just take this opportunity to thank you for listening, welcome you again to Lomé, Togo, our Pan-African Center, and looking forward to an exciting day ahead with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And that's our super cool. And you know why I say he's super cool? Group CEO, but he has the vibe. Check out his outfit and the sneakers and everything.
Mesdames et messieurs, est-ce qu'on peut applaudir encore très fort?
He has the Gen Z vibe.
Le CEO, Mr. Rory. Voilà.
Okay, so would you like to tell us in a bit of French what exactly he had to say?
Well, I'm going to try. Alors, imaginez-vous dans un monde où chaque Africain, où qu'il soit, peut accéder aux services des finances via un simple smartphone. C'est cette vision que notre directeur général partage. Ecobank Fintech, par exemple, Challenge joue un rôle central dans cette transformation en encourageant bien sûr l'innovation et en aidant à résoudre les défis financiers spécifiques du continent. Notre directeur vous remercie et est très fier de voir de plus en plus de femmes dans ce merveilleux secteur. Il dit merci à tous les directeurs, les sponsors, les partenaires, tout votre engagement, n'est-ce pas, et tout le temps que vous passez pour l'évolution donc de ce challenge jour après jour. Merci.
Thank you very much for that summary. Let me just let you know that shortly we're going to acknowledge some of the very special people who have made this event colorful already. But those of you with the tags, a lot of you have tags, right? And you were supposed to scan the QR code to get the brochure. We have an alternative. So shortly, when Vic and his team are ready, we'll put that, there it is. All you have to do, whip out your phone, scan this, you will have the brochure. If you don't have it already, just scan this wherever you are and you'll get the brochure. Then we go full steam ahead. Amma?
Absolutely. Mesdames et messieurs, tout à l'heure, comme vous le voyez sur l'écran, nous avons une alternative. Vous pouvez juste scanner le code sur l'écran afin de parvenir directement aux brochures qui vous ont proposées aujourd'hui. Benjamin.
And again, it can be accessed from the website. We'll be telling you where exactly you can go so that... Let me know, is this working? Is this working?
Ça fonctionne?
Great.
OK, parfait.
All right. So from there, Amma, we're going to our next stop, and we're actually going to have one of our sponsors interacting with us. But whom? Would you like to kickstart?
Alors, mesdames et messieurs, Benjamin, he's someone that I lived in Ethiopia for about 15 years. And
are you going to speak Amharic now?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try. General Director Salam. Ndaman Nachu, Salamta. That's the little Ethiopian that I know for today. So, Benjamin, please.
Let me just tell you a little bit about the CEO who is going to interact with us. With all the technologies across the world and everything happening, he is one of those on the forefront of leadership. And if you know anything about flights or air companies in Africa, you know that it's a rough terrain. This gentleman is at the forefront of one of the leading flight companies, and they are proud to be one of our sponsors. And we too are proud to have them join us today. I'm talking about none other than...
Mr. Isaias Hailu.
Mr. Isaias Waldemaria Hailu, please join us.
Bienvenue,
CEO
directeur général de Askai.
Excellency, the Ambassador of South Africa to Togo and Benin, Excellency Mr. Jeremy Oweri, the Group CEO of ETI, the finalist contestants, the media partners, the co-sponsors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Why are we here today? We are here today because of one cause which is attracting us together with a unity of purpose and direction. And our cause is Africa, our home continent. Africa is about 18% of humanity in terms of population, and 20% of land mass on the planet. But Africa is naturally endowed with all kinds of natural resources. It appears as if God has been in a very benevolent and happy mood when creating Africa, that he threw all the goodies on it. Just being 20% of the landmass of the planet, it contributes to 95% of the diamond and a lot of gold, uranium, copper, and agricultural commodities like cocoa, coffee, all the rest of it. So Africa really, really deserves our attention, and it is our cause to be here. And we are supposed to be serving it with all our specializations, be it banking, transport, logistics, finance, technology, and the rest of it. 60% of uncultivated arable land is in Africa. So if the future of humanity, one of the biggest questions will be food, Africa would be the right answer. And with 1.4 billion young population, Africa is like a very beautiful young lady that everyone wants to marry. So Africa has everything what it takes to take off, with all of us contributing our efforts together. And what is the role of ETI and ASCI in the outworking of all this? These two companies, if I tell you, they have a lot in common that you can imagine. First of all, both ETI and ASCI are founded by the founding father, Chief John Doe, who is the African Union Lifetime Achievement Award winner. So he is the one, in his infinite wisdom, he thought that Africa requires a Pan-African bank to facilitate economic transactions, and Africa should have a Pan-African airline to transport people and goods to facilitate the continental free trade. So we are here today, and the government of Togo has been very supportive in housing the headquarters of the two companies here in Lomé with an excellent support. According to our commercial tagline, both ETI and ASCI are the Pan-African Bank and the Pan-African Airline. This shows the founding father, who is a staunch Pan-African. So these are twin sister companies. For those of you who do not know the background, this is exactly it. And as we see now, there are a lot of things that we can compare the two companies with. Number one, both companies, ETI and ASCI, have a lot of branch offices and operations in so many countries in the continent of Africa. As Mr. Jeremy, the group CEO, said that he has more than 33 countries that he is operating in as a bank. He even has a full-fledged commercial office in Paris, and he has offices in London, Beijing, and Dubai, and growing. When it comes to ASCI, ASCI has 29 destinations on the continent of Africa. ASCI's wings are spreading from Praia, Capo Verde in the west, to Nairobi, Kenya in the east, Johannesburg, South Africa in the south, and just about anywhere in between, 29 destinations on the continent of Africa, and growing. The 30th destination, Nouakchott, Mauritania, is coming in a couple of months. So these are real Pan-African companies covering the continent, and ETI is facilitating economic and financial transactions within Africa so that Africans can sell and buy among themselves. We know that Africa is transacting a small single-digit percentage with each other, but it transacts with Europe and China and America and the rest in a large proportion. So this needs to stop. we have to be able to transact first with each other as neighbors and fellow members of the continent, and then after that, we need to transact with the rest of humanity because Africa is a global citizen. So, bank and transport logistics are there, very handy to do this, and the financial technologies of the African youths. Africa has a latecomer advantage. You know, when technology has been worked on, and African young men and women, they come as a latecomer advantage. They are not copying, they are inventing very good architecture of finance technologies and others. This is exactly what we are seeing. And the finalists today, I wish you all the best in your success. Those of you who are supposed to be winning and those of you who are supposed to be following, you'll be winning the next time. And by the next time, you'll bring different animal, different product. Then you continue to innovate on this continent. So the communalities between those two companies, as I said, are so many. They are geared in propelling the economic growth of the continent. So let us all contribute for our beautiful home continent, Africa, in any way that we are specializing in. In the end, I wish all the success to the contestants, and I wish all the best to our home continent, Africa. At the end of the event, ASCAI has surprises to the winner of the FinTech and to the winners of raffle with a very beautiful and memorable presents. Thank you for your attention.
Mesdames et messieurs, Monsieur Essayas Holdemariam Hailou, PDG d'ASCAI Airlines. Monsieur a mis en avant l'impact des nouvelles technologies et l'optimisation des opérations, tant pour les compagnies aériennes que pour les banques. En effet, il souligne le partenariat naturel entre ASCAI et Ecobank, et qui facilite bien sûr les réservations des achats en ligne, tout en offrant aux clients une expérience plus fluide des récompenses, notamment grâce à des primes de fidélité, etc. Il vous remercie et remercie encore toutes les personnes et les finalistes en nous annonçant qu'ils ont une surprise pour eux.
Samim, and there's something interesting he said. He said that at the end of this, the winners. Did you say winners or did you mean winner?
Winners.
Right. Exactly. So I just wanted to confirm. So he is saying, as far as you, the finalists, are concerned, well, there's going to be someone who's going to benefit in a special way. I was here last year. I don't know whether it's going to be the same thing, but I'm not telling you. And for the raffle, those of you who get to participate as well, one of you could be a lucky winner.
Absolument, mesdames et messieurs. Alors Benjamin, je pense que maintenant nous allons passer au, comment dirais-je, au panel, non?
The panel discussions. We'll get there shortly. I would like to invite you to help us bring the chairs here so that when we announce the panel discussions, it can be fluid. We can take it from there.
Est-ce qu'on peut, s'il vous plaît, nous emmener les chaises afin que ce soit plus fluide pour les panels, pour les installer? Est-ce qu'on peut nous emmener les chaises très rapidement, s'il vous plaît?
Let's quickly acknowledge some of our very special guests. Of course, we have Jeremy Awori, who is Group CEO, Ecobank Group CEO. We also have Mr. Hailu, who just interacted with us. He is CEO of ASCAI. But we also have here the ambassador of South Africa,
Un tonnerre d'applaudissements,
Togo
mesdames et messieurs.
and Benin. Ladies and gentlemen, Robina Marks, please. Let's put our hands together for her. Would you like to give us a wave? Thank you very much.
L'ambassadeur Robina Marks, qui est ambassadeur de l'Afrique du Sud auprès du Togo et du Bénin, parmi nous ce soir. Ce soir, oui, déjà.
Amma,
Yeah.
what do you think? Is this a good sign for the South African contingent, the fact that their ambassador is here? Is it a good sign for them, maybe?
I think so, yes.
You think?
Yeah.
The judges and the voting public will tell. We shall see. But while we await the seats to be here, has everyone connected? Do you all have the brochures now?
Est-ce que tout le monde
No?
a les brochures? Est-ce que tout le monde est connecté?
Who said
No.
no? You don't have the brochure. Were you here? Please, let's put the QR code on one more time for those who don't have it. And don't you forget, the hashtag is Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024. Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024. You can catch us live on YouTube. And I see this lovely cameraman. I hope he's not blocking the video from behind there. You can catch us on YouTube, Ecobank Group or Ecobank Fintech Challenge. That's how you can watch the live feed.
Ecobank Group Fintech Challenge, mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes en live, ne l'oubliez pas. Partagez, dites à vos amis de partager, de partager, de partager. C'est ici que ça se passe. 7e édition, c'est parti. Dans quelques instants, nous allons bien sûr avoir donc les différents panels avec nos modérateurs que nous allons appeler ici. Est-ce que les chaises sont prêtes, mesdames et messieurs? Benjamin, dans quelques instants.
Well, I'm sure aides know that without the seats, we can't call the panel members. So we're going to wait till they are here. But I have something interesting to share.
Right.
You know this is the 7th edition, right?
Yeah.
And since 2017, there have been over 7,000 applications, right?
7,000, absolutely.
Are you paying attention to 7?
Yeah.
7th Ecobank Fintech Challenge, over 7,000 applications since 2017. And guess what? You know what the number 7 means?
J'allais te demander.
Fullness, completion, perfection. This is number 7. And we're going to find out whether we're going to get a perfect winner.
Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir, s'il vous plaît, pour Benjamin? Aujourd'hui, mesdames et messieurs, en attendant bien sûr les chaises qui sont là, Benjamin, here are the chairs coming up. Voilà, nous allons demander à nos panélistes et à notre modérateur de s'apprêter tout doucement afin de monter et commencer ces échanges riches, n'est-ce pas, Benjamin, aujourd'hui?
Exactement. And now they're bringing the chairs, finalement. So here we go. Just bring them a bit closer to me. We're going to have 5 of them, 4 panel members, 1 moderator, and they're going to be delving into interesting topics. In fact, let me let you know before we proceed, before it's all said and done, we're going to be discussing, this panel is going to be discussing navigating the fintech frontier, the role of regulation in shaping Africa's financial technology landscape. I'll repeat it. Navigating the fintech frontier, the role of regulation in shaping Africa's financial technology landscape.
Mesdames et messieurs, panel numéro 1, Benjamin, naviguer sur les frontières de la FinTech, le rôle de la régulation dans la structuration du paysage technologique, financier en Afrique. C'est bien de ça qu'il s'agit et c'est tout de suite.
Let me just cross-check with a wave, if you're here, panel members, before we invite you. Do we have Kwame Opong here? Okay, I see your hand there, Kwame Opong. Carmel Kade. Carmel, merci beaucoup. Basiru Sisse. Basiru.
Il est là-bas. Here he is.
Right, thank
Voilà.
you very much. Ali Hussein. Oh, right here, very close to us. And then, I think for the moderator, we'll just hold on for now.
Okay, let's hold on.
We'll hold on.
Okay.
He'll be our special. Though I've already, but I can always still
Right.
hold on
Right.
and not mention his name again.
Absolute.
Yes. So, are we getting, I think this will be the final one?
Yes.
Yes, I believe that will be the final one. Don't we have already?
I think it's okay already, huh? Parce que,
We are good.
for God's sake.
We're good. Thank you very much. So if you could just, okay, it appears he's leaving already. Please, just take this away for us. And I'll just turn this way a bit so that the moderator can face the panel members. So very quickly, I'm going to invite the team forward. And then, last of all, we're going to have the moderator. Carmel Kade? is founder and CEO of Mtech. Carmel, s'il vous plaît.
Sous vos applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs. Merci.
And Basiru Sise, who is at the other end, he is head of compliance with Wave.
Alors,
Let's give him a wave. Let's give him a wave.
Voilà, beaucoup d'énergie jusqu'à ce qu'ils arrivent sur le podium, mesdames et messieurs. Encore plus fort. Voilà, on l'encourage. C'est parti.
Merci,
Dans
Carmel.
quelques instants, Benjamin.
And then we have Ali Hussein, CEO, AHK Corporation.
Monsieur Ali Hussein, mesdames et messieurs, voilà, fait son entrée sur le podium.
Now, I would like us to find out a bit about, well, our moderator.
Monsieur Ben Ando, mesdames et messieurs, sous vos applaudissements.
In fact, Kwame Opong, where are you? Yes, please.
Voilà. Monsieur Ben Ando, chef du groupe de contrôle interne. Ben a plus de 25 ans d'expérience dans le domaine de la conformité du risque et des réglementations. L'un des pionniers du secteur de la conformité, il a obtenu la maîtrise en réglementation financière et a une licence en droit à London School of Economy à la fin des années 1990. Il a travaillé dans de nombreux pays à travers le monde avec des institutions mondiales de premier plan, Citi et Barclays. Bien sûr, pour développer des programmes de conformité et historiquement fournir des conseils aux banques centrales sur le développement de la surveillance réglementaire. Plus récemment, Ben s'est concentré sur le contrôle interne et la culture, la conduite de l'éthique alors qu'il était à ETI. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, Monsieur Ben Ando, le modérateur d'aujourd'hui.
Just a quick word on our moderator. He is the group head of internal control. He is a global regulatory specialist pioneer after obtaining his master's in financial regulation all the way from 1998. Where was I then? Don't bother. He has built compliance systems and programs for global banks across the USA, Asia, Africa, and Europe. Our moderator for the first panel, ladies and gentlemen, Ben Ando. Please take it over.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Good morning all, bonjour à tous, and it's a pleasure to be moderating this session this morning. I think Ali, we had a conversation last year, and I look forward to having a conversation with Kwame, Kamal, Basiru, in terms of regulation. Regulation is always the hot topic when we talk about fintech and regulation. And actually, I want to continue the theme of the two previous CEOs around thinking about regulation and about creating Pan-African organizations. If we think about regulation, regulation can be enabling. Some people fear regulation, but I think regulation is something which can be embraced. So if we continue the theme around fintechs and startups and being able to cross borders and navigate the regulatory challenges to create Pan-African organizations, I think we can start with Kwame. Kwame works for the Central Bank of Ghana. He's a fintech specialist. Of course, he was not born a regulator and has worked at multiple private institutions, and he's been an advisor to many financial institutions in Ghana and more broadly. So Kwame, I think it's a good place to start with you in terms of that cross-border regulatory hurdles. And let's start the conversation there, please.
Thank you very much, Ben. And good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Bonjour is as far as I have in terms of French, so please forgive me. But pleasure to be here, and big congratulations to Ecobank for sustaining this effort. It is making a significant impact, and particularly being a Pan-African bank, I think you are uniquely positioned to help us all advance the cause that we're seeking to achieve here on the continent. This conversation about cross-border is actually important to all of us. Regulators, fintechs, banks, and individual consumers and SMEs alike. This is something that is important because the reality is that we exist as a family on this continent. Transact amongst ourselves, and that transaction includes financial transactions. Now, the question we have to ask ourselves is, today, the frameworks that are in place, rails for transacting financially is perhaps optimal for what goals are. And I think we all answer to that is. Let me just highlight the role of regulation when it comes to this particular issue. I think over the last perhaps 2 decades, the challenge has been that we have not been able to find the optimal balance between ensuring issues such as properly averting KYC concerns and all the other related risks that are associated with cross-border trade. But on the other, because it is natural that people will try to transact as well, especially when it comes to trade. And I've always mentioned when goods go in one direction, payments have to come in the other direction as well. Because we haven't been able to really find that balance, we're still operating in that difficult tension. Fortunately, there's a lesson that's been learned across different jurisdictions. And that lesson is one of collaboration. That the concerns that regulators have are legitimate. Often, I think in our enthusiasm to promote innovation, we do not recognize the larger implication of improper compliance, observation, and governance processes. The implications on that will come back to our businesses as fintechs, banks, or everyone else, including MSMEs and individuals as consumers of these services. On the other hand as well, there's a legitimate need. And so collaborative engagement between banks, fintechs, and all key stakeholders, particularly with regulators, is the key. And I should mention finally that this is something that has begun, thankfully, because that recognition, I think, all credit to the Secretary General of AFTA. He spoke very eloquently at the recent 3i Summit, highlighting the fact that the formation of the Organization of African Unity was not just about political independence, it was economic as well. The economic level is expected to continue. So now we have a coalition of the willing at a regulatory level across different countries that are actually coming together to see how we move the ball forward. My encouragement would be that we are constructive in collaborating, in finding that balance between the concerns around the risks, which are legitimate, and the opportunity that is before us in terms of our ability to trade and interact as an African population and as a continent overall. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you, Kwame. Very good insights. Let me just build upon that. Ali, I think you're a key member of the Africa FinTech Network. What role do you see your organization, well, the organization, helping fintechs navigate these cross-border challenges?
So first, let me just reiterate what my brother Kwame has said around financial services being a super sensitive area because you're dealing with people's money. Now, having said that, one of the key things that the Africa FinTech Network, which is a collaboration of around 40 plus national fintech associations across Africa, is to see how to bridge that gap between innovators who are mostly young Africans and the policy and regulatory landscape. One thing that we have come to appreciate and understand is that for sure, until very recently, most fintech entrepreneurs did not really have a clear understanding of what is required to be compliant. In a nutshell, we sort of forgot the fin in the fintech. We focused just on the tech. And we've come to appreciate that fin, which is financial services, is one of the most regulated industries in the world. And for good reason. Again, you're dealing with people's money. But how do we bridge this gap? How do we ensure there is a balance? Because Africa is facing a very interesting scenario. I think the CEO of the airline spoke about the blessings that Africa has today. Let me speak about the untapped energies that we have. We hear a lot about the youth dividend in Africa, but it's not a dividend yet if we've not worked towards it. It's just what we call the youth bulge today. How do we ensure that a lot of these young innovators who are going to be the large ecobanks of tomorrow don't feel too constrained by stuff that they don't understand? They don't understand. I mean, lots of tech entrepreneurs in Africa, they would love to get compliant, but too often that compliance and that regulation is just too expensive for tech entrepreneurs to be able to actually be compliant. So you have this imbalance of humongous untapped opportunity, and yet you have to be able to also say we must protect people's money. So organizations like the Africa Fintech Network is now extensively engaging with regulators across Africa and policymakers to ask ourselves, how do we bridge this gap? And one of the key areas is potentially looking at passporting of policy and regulatory frameworks across Africa. That conversation has already started through AFSA, as Kwame has talked about, but we need to move fast. Now, we hear a lot about the old adage where in technology we're always talking about we must move fast and break things. I think on a light note, my brother Kwame here will tell you that regulators neither move fast nor do they break things. So how do we come together? Rather, how do we meet in the middle? Because for a fact, I mean, I, as an entrepreneur, can tell you without fear of any contradiction is that we feel that some of these processes take too long. And yet, you can't push. There are many issues to deal with. So, sorry, Ben, I don't have the answers today. What I have is the start of a conversation. Because for us to be able to resolve these issues, will take a multi-stakeholder approach. And looking at how, for example, Ecobank is engaging with the tech ecosystem across Africa, not just fintechs, agri-techs. Looking at the fact that we have a senior regulator across Africa here with us today. We have entrepreneurs. I think the journey has started. How do we sort of move it faster without, I don't want to use the word antagonizing, but without making it like we want to move too fast? Back to you, Ben.
I think look, for those that are not familiar with Carmel's business, a leading female fintech entrepreneur, started a business, is it almost 10 years ago? And she builds infrastructure for central banks across Africa and probably beyond in the future. How have you found the journey in terms of taking your solution to the Central Bank of Ghana, bit to Sierra Leone, to Liberia? How have you found that in terms of that journey working across Africa?
Thank you for this question. I mean, the journey to... Hello? Thank you for the question. The conversation actually with central banks started with a very interesting use case, which I think highlights some of the points that Kwame mentioned, but also to give you a picture more broadly of what regulators have to reckon with, but also have to engage. When I started the company, it was really the idea of helping central banks drive financial inclusion. Central banks, and they are both regulators, but also providers of local currency. And I usually go back to that because I think it's really important for us innovators, us entrepreneurs, to understand that each stakeholder has a role to play in order to have a financial market that's not only inclusive, and I talk about driving financial inclusion and get everybody into financial market that's not resilient, that's not safe, is not what we're all working for here. I think the idea of financial inclusion is to make sure that once you drive at that financial inclusion is that the financial market is also resilient and safe for consumers. But when we started, was a Central Bank of Bahamas in this case, looking to leverage modern technology like blockchain to make cash instead of paper digital. For their citizens. They have many islands, the interoperability, climate change, hurricanes, and so on, makes it very difficult. Paper cash is no longer relevant to, or not relevant, but it's not fit for purpose when it comes to a digital economy. But what they realized is that having the ability to connect to consumers requires an infrastructure. And traditionally, banks have done that, but as consumer preferences change, fintechs are usually at the forefront and understanding that. So there lies where the innovation comes in, and the mandate for regulators have not changed, is how do we drive financial inclusion? How do we get more people to participate in a financial market, but without doing harm? And that collaboration, I think what you're saying, in case of Africa, the booming opportunity around fintech. I think there's research that shows 90% of transactions across Africa are still in cash. Although we have made great progress with mobile money, there's more to be done. And then there's the cost factor as well that continues to be a conversation. So when it comes to regulators working in the fintech era, I think what you're seeing is a realization that there's opportunity here, because how can we deliver on our mandate by leveraging the innovation, the technology, and what everybody's building, but at the same time, how do we drive resilience in financial market for the longer term for everybody to benefit? So I think that's what you're seeing right now, that realization that there is an opportunity, but that we have risk that we need to figure out and get new tools to understand and to mitigate.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you. Great insights. Now let me bring in Basiru. So Basiru is head of compliance for Wave, and also has a history of working across Africa in the compliance field. So you're in-house, you have a lot of startups now, and earlier on we talked about the cost of compliance. What's your advice to these startups around investing in compliance, right? It's often the conversation is around maybe investing in business development and sales and marketing, and in-house, maybe the compliance conversation is an afterthought. How have you found that challenge within your organization, and also building upon the conversation, what advice would you give to those that are watching and listening in the room and online around investing in the in-house compliance to drive regulatory adherence in country and as you expand?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben. That's a very good question. And actually, I would maybe go back to what Hussein just said, that we have a lot of fintechs that emphasize the tech aspect of it, but are maybe less conversant with the financial services aspect of it. And that's something understandable, because most of them are coming from the tech environment and they are building into the financial services, and that's totally fine and that's very good, actually. But yesterday we were talking in a session about interoperability, which is a project within the WAMI region that is about to get launched. And the discussion came across how do small fintechs build compliant platforms? How do they invest in in compliance? The expertise is not cheap. For small startups, it's nearly impossible to have those kind of talents. Build the systems that allow proper identification of customers, that allow proper monitoring of transactions, proper screening of operations is very costly. But I think that there is one thing we can think of, which is maybe a way forward, which is mutualization. And I think that there is opportunity into the tech world to create mutualized, let us say, platforms, when we would have accessible, legal, compliance advisors with great expertise, having shared platforms that can be, let us say, easily accessible and rolled out into small techs, etc. I think there is a way to explore something like that, because our history is different from other jurisdictions where maybe we might have access to more resources. Here we have to deal with very, very few and scarce resources. So I think it's very important to look that way on mutualizing. Now you have, on the other hand, maybe bigger fintechs with maybe access to more resources and obviously better talents, more tools, etc. I think that we are also having in those big corporates or fintechs challenges around moving fast and accommodating regulatory constraint, risk mitigation, etc., etc. And I think it's something that needs to be built together. And one of the key elements is to build a rapport relationship with the regulators. In some jurisdictions, I think that maybe that's the case. I think it's the case in Ghana with Kwame. We have really very diligent people and people who are willing to help and who are offering an ear where we can have a conversation and discuss about how do we mitigate things, how do we address new issues, etc., coming issues that maybe are not very known to central banks, or maybe central banks know about it, but we need to discuss how to mitigate it, how to make those work for the best interest of the community and for the best interest also for the entrepreneur of the enterprise. So I think that's a way to look at, which is creating that rapport, that relationship. And whenever you have small actors, I believe that getting into associations, into that group, maybe the ecosystem, and having them get that conversation with regulators, I think it's a good way forward to move things. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
No, thanks. And I think you've given some ideas to people that are watching to submit some tech solutions that address this problem for next year's challenge. So we look forward to maybe seeing a tech solution that really addresses the compliance regulatory field. Or maybe Carmel, you might add that. Expand the offering. So yeah, no, I look forward to seeing that develop further. I think in closing, just to hear from all of you briefly in terms of the future of, if you were to advise the various regulators, there are two roads that you could go down. You can go down the road of rules-based or outcomes-based. And the rate of innovation that we are seeing is very difficult for the rules to keep it up. Okay. Now, outcomes-based can be a good form of regulation, but then it may also not really address the full complexities that are being developed across our continent. Just to hear your thoughts on this as we wrap up. I'll start with Carmel.
Hello. Can we add a third option now?
Yes, of course. Add a third option.
Okay, so I think both options that you mentioned leave, of course, trade-offs, big trade-offs. One is probably too restrictive for the pace of innovation, and the second, you might have things that happen and it's too late to fix it. Usually regulators have been, especially in Africa, have been looking at risk-based regulation. And risk-based regulation essentially recognizes that not every financial service carries the same risk, or they carry different risks. And depending on the scope of work that you're doing, or the type of work, or the size of the entity, or the market share that you have, the risk of you doing harm to the broader financial market is probably not as big compared to a bank that has systemic risk if they default and if they go insolvent. I think that reflects more the nature of innovation and leaves room for people to get started somewhere and not be overburdened by the rules, but still having a framework on how to operate. Versus of course, if you're a large company, you're making, responsible for billions of transactions and trillions of dollars a month, a year. That level of compliance and that level of risk management is even greater in that sense. So for me, I think risk-based is something that we're seeing that is starting to settle in a bit more. And that also allows us, we started doing some work on compliance because we work with regulators, and the way we work, the way we build what we call modern central banking infrastructure is realizing that central banking starts with central banks, but it doesn't stop there. Central bank impacts the whole financial market, the financial ecosystem, the stakeholders. But how do you think about that in the context of fintech or even Web3 era? Is that the risks are different, but the approach is very much similar on you have an ecosystem, they're going to innovate. How can you take into consideration the startup versus the established guy that's going to start introducing new products that might have different risks? So I think that actually applies, and it's even potentially even future-proof, if you will. But as we help the central banks digitizing from the middle out, so taking what the regulator does and then streamlining it, making it easier and cheaper for the stakeholders to comply is something that I think has a lot of value. Okay.
Okay. I think in the interest of time, we'll probably just hear from Kwame.
Sorry, guys.
Sure.
No pressure as our regulator.
No, I think a lot has been said, but I think listening to all the panelists, a few things are clear. One, tech is neutral, fintech is regulated, and there's a reason for that. Society's decided on that over hundreds of years. So there's a reason for that. The second aspect also has to do with the fact that collaboration is important. Compliance is expensive. It doesn't matter how small or big you are, compliance is difficult. And so I think this is where there's an opportunity for you as innovators to start looking at how to offer services as, MTech is doing. Until, one of my frustrations initially when I set up the FinTech office, no one is coming to me to talk about central bank needs, right? Nobody was. Everybody's coming to you with a product for consumers and everyone else. But how are we to digitize our processes, digitize our back end? How can we be more effective? We're a legacy institution. Most regulators did not go to school and come and regulate fintechs. They came to regulate banks. And now suddenly the guys with T-shirts and tennis shoes came in and said, I have a great idea that's going to turn into $1 billion business, and now they want to do. Fortunately, as a society and as a central banking community, we've made enough progress, and now we're inching closer. But my big advice to all of us in the community, from a central banking perspective and a regulatory perspective, because I also recognize that not every country's central bank regulates these things. There are some other institutions involved here, is to lean in and lead some of these efforts. Test by yourself, experiment by yourself. So in our case, for instance, I was talking to Kamel about a workshop that we did in Ghana on digital assets. And by the way, even 3 years ago, if you came to talk about digital assets, cryptocurrency in Bank of Ghana, you and I were thrown out. But we had a workshop on digital assets. We put out a document that is really giving a sense of what our thoughts are and perhaps a roadmap to accommodating it in a framework, in our broader framework. But one thing we are already doing on our side is, I know you're familiar with something like an ERC 20 standard for smart contracts. You're familiar with the ERC 721 standard for non-fungible tokens. Well, guess what? At Bank of Ghana, we've already worked with our partners to develop something based on ERC 3525, which is semi-fungible tokens. So we've actually tokenized, identities and credentials, and it's verifiable at the international level. And this is now being adopted by UNDP and other institutions. We're just thinking of solving SME problems. And so this kind of effort allows us to understand the things that you're doing much better. And I think this is what I lean a bit more. So we can start looking at things like SupTech to enhance our processes internally. So we're running a system called Auras. We're using a supervisory intelligence platform that was built in-house. We're running MTech's Sandbox. And these have helped us standardize our processes. And what we also recognize is not every central bank is large enough or has a capacity. And so to what extent can we support? So almost every other month or every month, we have a couple of central banks coming through, sharing whatever knowledge, experience, bitter and good, with them. And I think as we continue to collaborate as an ecosystem, either as our subgroupings or together, we'll figure out what this balance is and make a bit more progress. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Kwame. And for those that don't know, I was just saying to Kwame before this session, I was looking up his profile on LinkedIn. He has like 11,000 followers. So I think there are a lot of people that are leaning in. And I think that's great to see. I think it's great to see that there is this connection, and I think it needs to be replicated in the different jurisdictions to really build together, right? And I think one of the key takeaways today is around partnership, building together. We heard from Ali in terms of really investing and using organizations such as the FinTech network. We heard from Basiru in terms of compliance and the importance of investing in compliance and for it not to be an afterthought. And last but not least, I think one of the things I took away when I was looking up MTech is the word resilience, and it was something which just struck me. And I think throughout your webpage you used the word resilience, and I think that's what we're all trying to build: a resilient system from a regulatory perspective, resilient fintechs that can operate in their home countries, but can also expand. So I think that's a great way to conclude the discussion for today. I know we're here to understand who are our panelists, who are our various competitors, and who's going to win the $50,000. So I think for the session today, thank you Kwame, thank you Ali, Basiru, Kamel. And we look forward to the discussions later on today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben Andor and the first panel who just handled this first discussion. Please, let's do better for the first panel members together with the moderator. Applaudissez, s'il vous plaît. Messieurs, dames, ils ont très bien fait.
Est-ce que les autres panélistes peuvent déjà venir au niveau de la régie, s'il vous plaît? Les autres panélistes peuvent déjà venir au niveau de la régie. Merci. On applaudit encore très très fort, mesdames et messieurs, quand même. En les raccompagnant, bien sûr, à leurs places respectives.
So moving on from here, and I think it's because Bernardo knew he was going to be moderator. I like your blazer, by the way. Let's quickly acknowledge some of those making this happening, our partners for this event, if we may just project that as well right here. Africa Fintech Network. We also have Expand in Africa, EXA, Niger Startups, Confidence, Blue Space, AfriLabs, Mest Africa Challenge. All of them helping us to bring you this wonderful event.
Absolument, mesdames et messieurs. Donc encore merci à nos sponsors et partenaires sans qui vraiment encore cette 7e édition de Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024 n'aurait pas vu le jour. Alors la journée continue. Est-ce que vous allez bien, mesdames et messieurs? Est-ce que ça va?
Ça va ou pas? On n'est pas content d'être ici? On n'est pas content? On est content? Ok, applaudissez pour Rama.
Applaudissez pour Benjamin, mesdames et messieurs. Aujourd'hui, on garde l'énergie, on garde le dynamisme, n'est-ce pas? Nous célébrons.
Our sponsors as well, Huawei, Askai, we have the CEO here, you know they're doing the tour as well, and Propaco Group. They are making all of this happen. Our partners and especially our sponsors.
Merci à Huawei, merci à nos sponsors, Proparco, Huawei, Askai. Merci du fond du cœur. Voilà, la journée continue, Benjamin. Nous sommes à notre deuxième panel, après le premier très riche, n'est-ce pas?
And the first panel was a very interesting discussion. But in this second panel, and maybe right before I get there, and as the work is done, doing the switcheroo with the chairs. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now. Yes. I'm helping with logistics
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, Benjamin, est-ce que can we applause pour quand même nos collègues qui, depuis des jours et des heures, font un travail extraordinaire? Est-ce qu'on peut les applaudir, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, quand même, hein?
Let's do it for them. So for those of you following the live feed, we'd like you to share. If you're here and you're following live as well on YouTube, please share. Il faut partager. Hein?
Oui.
Ecobank Group, Ecobank Fintech Challenge on YouTube. The hashtag is Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024. We want everybody to know about this, and we want in the coming years more people to come on board.
Definitely. Mesdames et messieurs, vous qui êtes ici, bien sûr, partagez, comme on dit, hein, tapotez, 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 c'est ça, non? Partagez, partagez encore et encore. Nous sommes ici, mais le monde, bien sûr, doit être au courant de ce qui se passe.
So let me ask you, I know a lot of you here are young people. I don't know whether you want to get into financial technology in the future, cybersecurity, other related matters, but how many of you here are very passionate and in the future would like to come up with innovations in financial technology? If you're here like that, let me see you by hand.
Alors, jeunes personnes, combien d'entre vous êtes passionnés et combien d'entre vous avez ce rêve, n'est-ce pas, pour plonger, bien sûr, dans ce bateau de l'innovation pour le futur? Combien? Combien? Combien?
La technologie financière. Ça y est. So there are quite a number of people interested in this, and who knows? maybe next year,
Absolutely.
these could be some of the people participating in the Ecobank Fintech
And I
Challenge
think I
2024.
saw some women, hein? Parce que more and more women, hein, Benjamin?
Very interesting. The CEO of the Ecobank Group, Jeremy Awori, was talking about it.
Absolutely.
And the CEO of Askai was also talking about it. But now let's get into the next panel discussion. And the topic is assessing the current state of startup investments in Africa, including key players, funding sources, and gaps in the ecosystem. I'm going to repeat that. Assessing the current state of startup investment in Africa. That's why we're here. Investment in financial technology startups, including key players, funding sources, and gaps in the ecosystem. This is a crucial discussion we're about to have.
Discussion panel cruciale, mesdames et messieurs, dans quelques instants. Évaluation de l'état actuel des investissements dans les startups dans notre continent, y compris les acteurs clés, les sources de financement et les lacunes dans l'écosystème. C'est tout de suite.
And if you read our brief, you would find out that in 2023, startup funding declined. It went down by about 43% to $3.5 billion. That means it is essential what Ecobank is doing today because it is helping those 12 to find their footing in the financial technology space and also ensuring that the gaps in financing are plugged.
Absolument, Benjamin. Alors, sans plus tarder, je propose que nous appelons nos panélistes. Qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
So we're going to start with, first off, and I'll just read a little bit about her. She is a senior investment officer at Propaco, focusing on venture capital investments, and she is based in Dakar. Before that, she worked for more than 2 years at PricewaterhouseCoopers Paris as a transaction services analyst, where she participated in numerous financial due diligence activities on the European market. I see her in the flanks. Ladies and gentlemen, Agnès Wang. Let's put our hands together for her.
Madame Agnès Wang, notre premier panéliste. Mesdames et messieurs, chargée d'investissement principal chez Proparco et se concentre sur les investissements en capital risque. Elle est basée à Dakar chez Proparco et elle est en charge du sourcing et de l'exécution d'opérations en fonds propres dans des startups basées et opérant en Afrique de l'Ouest. Sous vos applaudissements.
Our next panel member, and when I mention his name, you'll know exactly where he's from. Are you ready? Anyone ready to tell me? Tomiwa Aladekomo. Nigeria. Okay, Nigeria in the building. Now, Tomiwa is the Chief Executive Officer, Big Cabal Media, a leading African digital media company based out of Nigeria. At Big Cabal, Tomiwa leads the growth of Tech Cabal and Zikoko, two of the most prominent online platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Tomiwa.
Mesdames et messieurs, deuxième panéliste de cet après-midi, il nous vient du Nigeria, Monsieur Tomiwa Aladekomo, CEO of Big Cabal. Sous vos applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs, on l'accueille chaleureusement et généreusement.
Now, the very next one, would you like to take it up for starters?
Alors, un instant, Benjamin. Mesdames et messieurs, le troisième panéliste cet après-midi, Monsieur Christopher Ballier-Blaziri, Country Head Togo at EFC International Finance. Monsieur Christopher est un professionnel de l'investissement chevronné qui a plus de 15 ans d'expérience au sein d'instructions régionales et internationales de financement et de développement. Il est actuellement directeur national de la Société financière internationale SFI au Togo et à ce titre, il est responsable du développement d'une solide réserve d'opportunités d'investissement et de conseils. Sous vos applaudissements, Benjamin, mesdames et messieurs, voici pour vous, Monsieur Christopher Ballier-Blaziri.
A little bit about him in English. Christopher is a seasoned investment professional with 15 plus years experience working with regional and international development finance institutions. He is currently the current country manager of the International Finance Corporation in Togo. And there he is, monsieur. Merci beaucoup.
Soyez les bienvenus.
So let's get to our next panel member. And you know how we do it. We have 4 of them, and then we have the moderator. So the next on the list.
The next on the list est un cofondateur et directeur général de Jamo, la néobanque à la croissance la plus rapide en Afrique francophone. Mesdames et messieurs, dédié à la transformation de l'accès et des services financiers dans la région de l'UEMOA, Monsieur Jamo s'est imposé comme un précurseur dans l'offre des solutions bancaires numériques innovantes qui répondent aux besoins uniques des natifs du numérique sur le marché. Je nomme Monsieur Hassan Bourgui.
Hassan Bourgui is the co-founder and CEO of Jamo, the fastest growing neobank in Francophone Africa. It's dedicated to transforming financial access and services in the Waimu region, that is in West Africa, and Jamo has emerged as a frontrunner in offering innovative digital banking solutions that cater to the unique needs of natives in the market. Now that we have our 4 panel members, we're going to go to the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, she is a consultant, advisor, and a speaker. She is a Nigerian-British business leader, a global speaker who is committed to driving macroeconomic development through entrepreneurship and job creation. Job creation crucial in Africa, right? A lot of young people struggling to get jobs. This is an opportunity. She is passionate about Africa and all things development on the continent, and currently she serves as the global lead for jobs and entrepreneurship at the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program with the African Development Bank and the GCA. Also coming from Nigeria. Yeah.
Nigeria dans la
You want to give
place.
it for Nigeria in the building?
Ouais.
Abe.
Mesdames et messieurs, Madame Aramid Ade, consultante conseillère conférencière. Aramid est une chef d'entreprise nigério-britannique et une conférencière internationale qui s'est engagée à stimuler le développement macroéconomique. Soyez la bienvenue, Madame, par le biais de l'entrepreneuriat et de la création d'emplois. C'est parti.
Merci.
So, there we are, the topic, the moderator, and there you have it. Assessing the current state of startup investment in Africa, including key players, funding sources, and gaps in the ecosystem. Aramide, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderators. Bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with these very, very inspiring business leaders, and I look forward to engaging with you. As you know, the topic of this session, this panel, is really around the opportunities, challenges, and opportunities as to having startups and raising funding on the continent. So I'll just go straight into it with a slight prelude. Most traditional MSMEs in Africa struggle to raise funding because they're mostly regarded as high risk and unbankable. However, in recent years, African tech startups have defied the funding odds faced by traditional MSMEs on the continent. Funding flows to Africa's startup ecosystem have significantly come from VCs and private equity firms based outside the continent. This is evidenced by the fact that majority of investors in Africa's unicorns and financiers are based outside of Africa. The reason for the low level of African investment in tech startups could be attributed to many factors, which we'll hear from our speakers today. One of them might be the lack of capacity on the part of African investors to understand and conduct, good due diligence and more. So this panel will be discussing the challenges and the opportunities in that investment landscape. And I will be starting with Madame Agnes with the first question. How has the emergence of African unicorns influenced the overall investment landscape for startups in Africa from your perspective as a senior investment officer at Propaco?
So I would start with the positive outcome of having unicorns in Africa, but I think there's a small downside to it. So of course, I think the obvious answer to that is that the fact that there were unicorns in Africa put the focus on the continent, while it was clearly the least invested continent in the world. So a lot of investors outside of Africa came to the continent and invested, which was a good thing, and it also created a good dynamism in the ecosystem. So you see, typically in Nigeria, a lot of ex-employees of unicorns left and created their own ventures. A lot of others built funds, for example. So you have like the mafia of Paystack, the mafia of Jumia, things like that. So it really created a very good dynamism of VC ecosystem in the continent. But so that's the positive trend that was generated by that. And also a third point of that, in terms of positive trend, is that it created role models for Africans, and we all know the importance of that in having motivation and in creating ventures. I would say that the downside of it would be that it generated kind of a distortion of the African ecosystem. And when you look at the unicorns in Africa, actually, you see that in terms of geography, they are concentrated in Nigeria or Egypt, which markets are not comparable to others, like typically in West Africa. And also, it brought a lot of investors that were not specialists of the continent. And when there was a crisis in 2023, even starting 2022, they left. So when you look at the investment in 2023 in terms of fundings, actually 50% of the investors left because they were not specialized, and as soon as the macroeconomics were worse, they didn't want to remain on the continent. So of course the unicorns had tremendous impact in terms of dynamism and innovation and creation of startups. But I would say that the downside of it, and we have it now, is that we had maybe the wrong view of what was really the dynamism of this ecosystem.
Thanks so much for that, Agnes. In fact, and I like how you highlighted the opportunity, because it shows there's vast opportunity. But on the downside, the bubble actually did burst, to your point, 2 or so years ago. I don't know if Tomiwa has any thing to add to that.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, fully aligned in terms of both the positives and the negatives. I think one of the positives that maybe she didn't touch on is that it did also draw local investors into being interested in the African tech ecosystem. And so sort of one of the, historically, sort of like Africans have invested in real estate, in energy, and so the investors were very experienced with those asset classes and comfortable with those asset classes, but venture capital they weren't comfortable with. And I remember right after the first Paystack, after Paystack sold, a bunch of people were like, oh, there's actual money to be made in this space. And so you had a set of investors, sort of start to pay attention to it who haven't. And I think that even with Francophone Africa, sort of an underinvested region, and then wave happens. And so for investors, it's, oh, we should be paying attention to this space. There are opportunities in this space as well. And so I think that's definitely a positive. And I think what's interesting, venture capital was down last year, on the continent was down last year. It's down year on year, this year against 2023 as well. And so there is a sense in which we're rebuilding the ecosystem. We're rebuilding sort of the funding stacks. You have investors like the IFC, and you have sort of also a few other investors who haven't traditionally played in VC, starting to look at how do we support technology. And they might not all come in at seed stage, but they'll come in at growth stage and looking for opportunities. And so I think that with unicorns, what's happened, when I look at the ecosystem right now, there's a lot less of a focus on unicorns because some of the companies that we've marked unicorns, probably on their books are no longer unicorns as the reality funding market have changed. And so I think there's a much stronger focus on sustainability, realization that our markets will not grow the way the US grows, or, even Europe doesn't grow the way the US grows. China is, a monster unto itself and a different kind of market, and Asian, but the US is a very distinct market, and so attempting to replicate it is frequently not realistic. And so I think that there is a much bigger focus among the startups and among investors on the fact that these will be more steady growth paths and they will be longer than they initially kind of thought or hoped.
Thanks so much for that, Tomiwa. Mentioning the fact that it opens up that opportunity for local investment is so key. Both institutional, private. For example, we have the Ecobank Fintech Challenge now looking to invest in SMEs. So it's great. It almost feels like every problem presents an opportunity in itself. You mentioned Francophone Africa, which brings me to my next question. And I'll ask Christopher that as head of IFC Togo. Despite the overall decline in startup funding, Francophone Africa saw a rise in funding in 2023. What do you think are the reasons behind this regional shift? And do you expect this trend to continue? And I'll come to you after Hassan.
Hello. Okay. No, thank you. And I want to thank also the Ecobank group for organizing this FinTech challenge. I think it's a great opportunity also to motivate and other groups of financial institutions should emulate that. And I had the opportunity last year to be in your position, moderate one of the panels, and it was about investor confidence. And I think just want to add on what they mentioned, my colleagues mentioned in terms of the fact that investors leave the continent when their macroeconomics are not there. For me, the money goes where you have confidence, you have security. And when you have this kind of disturbance, you need resilient capital. So the money should be sourced locally or with international, let's say, development finance institution. So to answer your question specifically, I might be a bit, don't want to use negative, but I'm not sure Francophone Africa is driving the boat because you still have the big four in terms of Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt driving the market. We have a global decrease in funding, and Africa is not exempted. And you have, so if you take, for example, the first quarter, let's say first half of 2024, you had Africa was able to, startups in Africa raised a bit above $450 million. But if you compare that to the previous period, it's a 27%, it's a 47% decrease. And if you compare that to the quarter before, it's a 27% decrease. And still in this, in this context, you see that Anglophone Africa is still, the most dynamic business environment. But it doesn't mean that we will not get there. I think Francophone Africa is making strides. We are happy to have Jamo here, who is a good example of that. And I think what makes the difference is really that Francophone Africa understood the fact that regional integration was, let's say, a solution. So the fact that if I take, for example, the western part of, let's say, French-speaking countries, they share a common currency. People are able to travel with their ID. You can meet investor in Abidjan this morning and go to Accra meeting another person because of the ECOWAS integration, despite all of the political problems. So people can have suddenly had access to international capital. And I think this made the difference and also the fact that you had the emergence of some VC fund like Partech or like institution like Flat Six Labs that were able to provide capital, in the region that they were not really familiar with. But you see, and I want to finish, don't want to be too long, but I think also what makes the difference is the fact that these companies focused also on the industrial drivers of the economy, like agriculture, like financial inclusion for farmers, and also trying to solve payment problems. Yeah, so I think this made a difference. There's still a way to go because, in terms of mobilization of capital, Francophone Africa is still lagging behind, but I think we're getting there. Thank you.
So much. Thanks so much. I think it's very important to always paint the picture of the reality on ground, which you've just done, right? Yes, there's growth, but then there's still opportunity for improvement. I live in Francophone Africa as well, and so I see where the opportunities are. And I was just saying to Hassan that I came across his fintech yesterday when we were trying to make a payment, and then we had to resort to JAML because we couldn't pay. So definitely lots of opportunity. And so Hassan, in your view, like Christopher said, so yes, there is growth, but what do you think are the reasons behind this regional shift, and do you expect this trend to continue in Francophone Africa?
Thank you. So actually what's really, first of all, thanks for Ecobank for inviting us and building that hub for fintechs. I think this is the first time I see so many fintechs in one place. And I was talking maybe to 2 other founders today that never met before. So that's really great even for us as the ecosystem builders. What I would say, well, first of all, I think we're seeing some growth now because the starting point was actually very low for Francophone Africa. But I would say that comparing that to 2021, 2022, it's still much more challenging to raise right now than during those years because of, it's just, supply and demand. There isn't enough supply right now on the continent. So even if you are in a region where there are some good tailwinds, and I think the main reason we're seeing that shift is because of the currency stability. When I speak to investors, the first thing that they will tell us is that their portfolio companies, let's say Nigeria, is growing very well, but they lost three times the revenue because just of the currency devaluation. So we're benefiting from that kind of stability, which we thank our central bank for doing such a good job. But this is just only temporary. I think what we really need to build, and what I wanted to emphasize on, is this kind of unification that we need to build. So the main challenge that every Francophone Africa founder will have is the fragmentation of the market, because our markets are pretty small in the eyes of investors looking for, every investor is looking for 3 times, 5 times returns, and it's very difficult to achieve if you have just one single small market. And the more we unify regulation, accountancy, documents and everything, and the more we'll be able to attract not only VC investors, but all investors. So I think, the main effort that our regulators and governments need to do is to, and to become more and more attractive, is to kind of build that unification and sell our countries like a single country. And when you take it that way, we have 150 million people living in the Waimo region. So that makes it the second largest market after Nigeria, and it's even larger than Egypt. So when you put it that way, and with obviously some education that you need to do to convince investors about the fact that this is one single market, I think the story will be much easier to tell for every founder, I would say, in the subsequent generations. And the last thing I wanted to say is we need to really work on building that liquidity also for investors. So one of the challenges that we are seeing right now, given our stage, is how do you keep returning value to the investors at a later stage? And for that to happen, you need to start thinking about exit options, liquidity for them. And players like Ecobank, who have done very good job building such a huge company, I think they should do more in that space, and not only them, but all the big corporates in Africa should now learn how to invest in startups, how to maybe also acquire startups, because otherwise everything we're doing at the seed stage today won't work at a later stage. Yeah.
Thank you, Hassan. I almost hear entrepreneurship within the corporate settings would be one hack, for that, which is fantastic. I didn't even think of that. So thank you for painting that picture and also giving us perspective on the Francophone Africa region. I'm going to go back to Sylvia and maybe Tomiwa. Traditional MSMEs in Africa are seen as high risk and unbankable, yet tech startups have been successful at raising enormous amounts of capital. How has the tech startup ecosystem managed to overcome these perceptions?
I mean, for me, I think I understand the comparison, but it's not so comparable in the sense that when you look at the tech startups ecosystem, and it's changing, but the first biggest entrepreneurs, except for a few of them, they had kind of the same profile. So they were either expats, so coming from the US or coming from Europe, or repat, so people that have either grown in Europe or in the US or studied. And so at the end of the day, founders of startups were the same type as the investors. And I think it's very important when a startup is pitching and is looking for funding that they talk the same language as investors to get fundings. And I think that's the main reason why tech startups have managed to raise funding, is because their vision were aligned. When you talk about traditional MSMEs in Africa, you are talking about brick and mortars, shops, and this type of companies that often are informal. So I think it's not very comparable. And I would add one other point to that, is that startups are looking for equity. And with equity, you have a lot of other added value, support in governance, support in operations, support in finance, all these kind of things that will make the startups grow. On the other hand, when the traditional SMEs are more looking for debt financing, they will turn to banks. So first, the main constraint would be that banks don't know how to analyze this type of companies, and also there is no support when they get funding. It's only cash. So that would be for me the two main reasons why tech startups have managed to raise so much funding compared to traditional SMEs. But I think it's also important for equity investors like funds or even DFIs, precisely to help startups and SMEs to get debt funding. Because at the end of the day, we all see that even when we invest in equity, a lot of startups are looking for debt, and they don't, even at this stage, even if you got an investor that is well known, banks would not finance them in debt. So I think that's a big work we need to do as investors, is how to help bank analyze and strengthen their risk analysis for startups, but also for SMEs. I think we have a role to play there.
Thank you, Agnes. And I really love that. We can't necessarily compare like for like, but also there is a strong need for debt funding, and we're seeing that come more and more. So who's actually addressing that need? So that's something to take away. Thank you. Tomiwa, over to you.
I'm aligned with Agnes in that they're two very different businesses and two different models. And given the room that we're in, I always ask, I will make the point that it's critical to know which game you're playing. And so if you're a technology startup, the entire point is that you're going to grow fast. There's an exit opportunity. There's a market that is, I mean, it's hence the words unicorn. And you don't all have to be unicorns, but we're going to invest $2 million in you, and you're going to be worth $100 million in 5 to 6 years. And that's a game where tech startups are riskier than SMEs. They actually are a riskier business model. It's just that for investors, the risk is worth it because of the potential of an outsized return. And so it's critical as somebody starting a business to understand what's the business model that I'm building, what's possible with it, will it realistically grow large enough to be worth an investor taking that extreme amount of risk. For SMEs, they're playing in what is hopefully a much lower risk game. Still risky in this market. You don't have assets to sort of back debts, so there's no collateral. Our macroeconomics across the continent are tricky, to be polite. And so even starting what in any other economy or in any other areas might be relatively low risk businesses are higher risk here. That being said, if you're going to manage your capital and grow kind of one step in front of the other, you know, somebody puts in $50,000, they're not expecting to get $2 million back. You know, they'll take a decent return. So I think, yeah, definitely on the bank side, there's work to be done. And I think in the previous kind of panel, they talked about the macroeconomics. There's a lot of work that our central banks need to do. There's a lot of work that sort of at government level you need to do so that interest rates can come down to sort of manageable levels for SMEs. And I think that's where the work is. I think there's innovation on the bank side. What are non-collateral models to allow people, and I think I see some of that innovation happening. The fintechs have done a good job of building some of the rails for that, and you start to see banks sort of adopting some of those models. And so there's a lot more innovation in that to bring capital to SMEs. I think that on the tech startup side, we've got to continue to build up capital. So we need more local funds. We need more institutional funds, long-term institutional funds, but focused on tech and VC and focused on the continent. And so there's a lot of work in there. Just to one other point that was mentioned earlier, which is around the additional role that the banks play, which is we need to see more acquisitions. And so the FinTech Challenge is exciting. It's exciting to see banks sort of being thoughtful about how to partner with fintechs relatively early on. But I think that there is also, just from an exit path perspective, strategic acquisitions are really quite key. You want to see some of these technologies, some of these products that are being built, sort of being embedded into the banks. And you'll have pure play acquisitions. You will have what are called acqui-hires. And acqui-hires where we're just taking the talent and bringing the talent back into the bank and saying, that thing you were building, you can build it for us here. But I will say that there is a significant opportunity within banks. When I look at a bank like Ecobank with presence in 33 countries, and I look at the product offering, the bank does a lot, facilitates trade among a lot of countries, but there are a myriad of products, a myriad of opportunities in terms of intra-Africa trade that the bank still needs to facilitate. And I see a lot of people thinking about those opportunities within fintechs. And so in terms of creating long-term liquidity for the ecosystem, in terms of creating exit paths for fintechs, in terms of creating the kind of returns that make investors happy to go back to the beginning and start to invest in more early stage startups, I think that definitely a key and important role for the banks is acquisitions and sort of bringing that expertise in to grow their businesses and to grow their opportunities.
Amazing, thank you. And it's great to see Ecobank starting, that trend. We hope that more banks continue to do the same.
Absolutely.
Christopher, so in your perspective, institutional investment, some of the thoughts that Agnes raised about debt, do you have any thoughts or maybe any perspectives, observations in this region?
Hello. No, thank you. No, I think it's very valid what was shared by my predecessors. Maybe one thing I can add, and Hassan mentioned that, I think it's the ecosystem. You know, we need to build an entrepreneurial ecosystem where access to capital is clear at different stages. Because I think this is what is lacking today, and a lot of startups are turning to international investors. And as Agnes mentioned, you know, when they are not familiar with the macroeconomics, you know, you can, you know, if you live in California and somebody talks about Togo, I'm not sure you even can place it on a map. So it's normal if you hear about some political or economical disturbances that, you know, you want to pull out. It's normal, it's risks, and people appreciate it differently. So I think the fact that people locally, I think Africa is slowly but surely building capital. That's an accumulation of capital through sovereign wealth fund, through pension funds, through large corporates. But we need that integration and I really like the idea of commercial banks or banks, you know, acquiring startups in the in the tech space. But I want also to extend that even to industrial companies, because, you know, sometimes what you know, they find problems in collecting payments from their suppliers, in terms of even access, providing pre-financing, and startups are developing a lot of these solutions, and the way to go is always to turn to a VC or a DFI, but maybe on the corporate side you can have some kind of solutions. So I think these linkages we can find, and it can be through different forms. I'm not sure it should always be through debt or equity, but there's different forms of types of investment that can be made. Yeah, so that's really what I want to add on what was shared. Maybe just one last thing. I think what also made the difference, and especially in large markets like Nigeria, is the scalability. You know, is the capacity to demonstrate that you can grow and innovate. In, you know, for example, how do you leverage technology and innovation and, you know, scale with very low incremental costs? I think it's very key for every kind of investor, either you are a corporate or a VC company. What also I see that has made the difference is the capacity to make informed decision based on data, because, you know, you start a healthcare startup, you know, want to help, you know, your clients, and then at some point you face a problem about payment collection, and then you become a fintech, because, you know, so I think there's different things that is happening, and for that I think the collection of, you know, data-driven decision making, it really makes the difference. Yeah. Thank you.
Insightful. Really insightful. Thanks for that, Christopher. I know we're cut for time. Good thing is we've been able to synthesize the takeaways as we've gone along. So I'll ask my final question to Hassan. Of course, we talk about partnerships, linkages, entrepreneurship, acquisitions, multi-stakeholder approach. And so in your view, how can governments or policymakers in African countries better support the growth of the startup system? It will be really good to hear from you, being in Francophone Africa.
That's a very difficult question, because we never got any support from government, and we're still, you know, being able to make it. And this is the advice that I always tell all the founders, is to not count on that at all. This is something that will kind of build up, but slowly, but it shouldn't be the main factor for your success, and you shouldn't count on it. Now, that being said, I think what governments have to do is to build, I think there are two layers today that are missing in the ecosystem. The first one is for founders who lack network and who want their kind of pre-seed capital. That is today lacking in the market. Like if you have a good network, you have some track record, you are always able to kind of raise some funding to build your first product or first service. And Jamo, for example, we've benefited from the fact that I'm a second-time founder, so I was able to raise around $300,000 with only friends and family, just because of that network. But most of the entrepreneurs in Africa, and Agnès was mentioning repats and expats, but the rest of entrepreneurs don't have access to that network. So I think where governments need to work is first on that layer, giving subventions, a bit like what the Ecobank Challenge is doing. Organize this kind of competition, because you need to only reward the ones who have a clear commitment to build something in the tech sector. The second layer that is missing is the one that I mentioned earlier, and I'm not a finance guy. I will let the finance people find solutions about it, but like, how do you provide that kind of very late stage capital from local or regional investors? Is it through funds of governments? I don't know how it works, but I think in the UAE they are doing that, in Southeast Asia as well, with Singapore funds and everything. So we need to, I think, push the governments to work on these two layers, and policy will come. I think once they will understand the need of having tech building more efficiency in their economy, the policies will come naturally. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, Christopher, just have a quick point, 30 seconds.
Very quickly, to build on what Hassan said, I think what I want to add is governments, African governments have a lot of problems, and it's important. I think they know that building this ecosystem is necessary, but now you have threats in the northern part of most of the Sahel, so there's a scarcity of resources. So we need to think of different ways. What we do, for example, is that we leverage the World Bank to help government build that ecosystem through investment-backed accelerators. We have experience in Ghana, in Morocco, Georgia. We're trying to develop that solution in the region, but really to have a funding at the pre-seed and seed level to infuse that capital and then help them grow and connect them to international capital, as I mentioned. Just thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Governments need to create that platform to continue to enable, and there's so much opportunity. We've heard from all our speakers today. It almost sounds like the running theme is, yes, there are challenges, but within the challenges come opportunities, like they've mentioned. So I just want to say thank you, Agnès, Tomiwa, Christopher, Hassan. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
And thank you too. That is our second panel, and of course, the moderator just signing off. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do better for them. Let's put our hands together.
Mesdames et messieurs.
Panel number 2.
Voilà.
So, if you may, thank you very much. That was very insightful, by the way. Money, you could say money makes fintech go round. Yeah. And I was interested when you were talking about how you could use your network to access finance. Not everybody has that, which is why it's crucial for us to have some of these events, because for some of them, all they need is that little push, and then they can go far. Okay, so photo ops, and then we shall say goodbye to panel number 2.
Effectivement, mesdames et messieurs, nous arrivons à la fin du panel numéro 2. Voilà, la petite pause photo, très très important, pour immortaliser ce moment si important. Encore merci pour la modératrice et nos panélistes pour ce riche deuxième panel cet après-midi. Nous continuons, bien sûr.
So let's quickly acknowledge as well some partners, some sponsors, and then we shall take it from there. I would appreciate it if we could project some of our sponsors to start with, and partners as well. Let us just acknowledge them for how far they have helped us come as far as this event is concerned. And so if you take note of the partners. Okay, so let's start with the sponsors. It's fine. The sponsors, Huawei is in the house, Propaco Group, AFD, and Askai. They are all helping us bring you this event.
Absolument, Benjamin. Merci à nos sponsors, mesdames et messieurs, sont qui? À la 7e édition Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024 n'aurait pas eu lieu. Merci à Huawei, merci à Proparco, merci encore à Askai.
And then for our partners, if we can get the screen, our partners, Africa Fintech Network, Innovating Together, Advancing as One, Niger Startups, there's also Blue Space, and then Meshed Africa Challenge, there's EXA, then there's Confidence and Afri Labs, all of them also partnering us to bring you this event.
Nos partenaires, mesdames et messieurs, Africa Fintech, merci. Merci Network, merci Africa Labs, merci Blue Space, merci MEST, merci Niger Startups, Expand in Africa, merci, et bien sûr Confidence.
I have an interesting question. For those of you here, is there anything, listening to the panelists, listening to the CEOs, is there anything you've picked up, anything you've learned that you are taking away from this event? Anybody?
Alors, est-ce que quelqu'un peut nous dire, depuis ce matin, qu'est-ce que vous avez retenu, justement, de ces extraordinaires personnes exceptionnelles qui ont partagé avec nous ici? Est-ce que quelqu'un peut peut-être partager ce qu'il a retenu, ce qu'il a impacté?
Suivant la parole des CEO, les PDG,
Absolument.
Les panélistes, les modérateurs. Anybody? I want one person who speaks English, another person who speaks French.
Parfait. Quelqu'un qui parle anglais et l'autre qui parle français. Partage d'expérience, ce que vous pensez de tout ce que vous avez entendu depuis ce matin. I think vous avez faim, on le sait. Hein? Non, l'énergie est un peu basse, on le sait, mais bientôt, ladies and gentlemen, nous allons manger.
Voilà.
Mais voilà,
Okay.
ben voilà, nous avons
All right, so
a man
I'll take
and a
the
woman.
microphones to them.
Parfait.
I'll take the microphones to them. Hopefully, one will speak English, the other one will speak French.
I'm sure.
And then we shall take it from there. And after that, we'll have our first fireside chat. You tell us your name. If you're representing any organization, you let us know, and then you share your thoughts with us.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joshua Ovo. I'm student at Do Well Do Good.
Vous pouvez vous lever, s'il vous plaît, monsieur, si ça vous dérange pas, merci.
Okay. Sorry. My name is Joshua Ovo. I'm student at Do Well Do Good. I don't know if you know it. I noted something when Carmel was talking about regulation. And what I noted was 19% of transactions in Africa are cash transactions. But I wanted to ask her a question about regulation. In fact, that she is involved in entrepreneurship since long years. But don't you think that regulation is delaying African development, or development of technologies in Africa? And my second question is about how to deal with regulation right now in Francophone countries. Thank you.
Vous pouvez dire ça en français aussi?
Oui, naturellement.
Mais oui, vous êtes bilingue, j'en suis certaine.
Ok, en fait, je voulais savoir. Bon, d'abord, le premier aspect que j'ai noté, c'est que 90% des transactions en Afrique sont les transactions financières.
C'est ça.
Et ma question est relative à la régulation. Ne pensez-vous pas que la régulation peut freiner, peut être un outil contraignant au développement de l'entrepreneuriat en Afrique?
Merci beaucoup.
Donc la régulation, est-ce qu'un frein ou pas?
Hi everyone, I'm Christine Comlan, student at Lomé Business School. I'll continue in French, please. Aujourd'hui, j'ai quand même appris que nous devons, quelle que soit la personne que nous sommes, que ce soit des entreprises ou soit des personnes physiques, nous devons nous baser surtout sur des données avant de prendre nos décisions. Et j'ai appris cela lors de l'intervention du second panel. Okay, today I noticed that all of us should be able to, based on data, for make decisions. Thank you.
Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir
Thank you very much.
Très fort.
Je suis très fier de ces gens, hein.
Ah, mais
parlent
absolument.
anglais, français, fluidement comme ça.
C'est parfait. Alors, vos questions sont notées, chers amis. On reviendra sur ça tout à l'heure. Alors, en attendant rapidement, Benjamin, nous allons continuer avant le déjeuner, dans quelques instants, à travers leur passion, leur détermination et leur persévérance. Elles se sont imposées, Benjamin, comme des leaders incontestés, prouvant que l'innovation et l'excellence ne connaissent pas de genre. Et bien sûr, nous l'avons dit tout à l'heure, plus en plus de femmes, n'est-ce pas, dans ce secteur parfois trop masculin, et nous avons l'honneur vraiment de recevoir ici deux femmes extraordinaires, Benjamin.
So we've got to that point where we're going to have what we call a fireside chat. We're going to have two people who have stood here, like we're standing here, but not like us, because they were finalists. One of them is a winner from last year, and she's going to share her experience with us. We also have a runner-up from the year 2021.
Right.
Both of them coming here to share their thoughts with all of us about how they've attained these heights, what their products have been, and how they are faring in this space.
Alors, recevons, chers amis, sur ce podium, je nomme Madame Magali Goz Sanga, qui est la founder de Corée. Elle est la gagnante des Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2023. Sous vos applaudissements, on va l'accueillir ici.
Let's welcome Magali Goz Sanga, founder of Corée, and last year she was the ultimate winner. Let's do it better for her.
La gagnante de l'année passée,
Magali
mesdames et
Goz
messieurs.
Sanga.
La voici, suivie de la finaliste de Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2021. J'ai bien sûr nommé sous vos applaudissements Madame Andy Anwamnak, CEO et co-founder de Growth Factor. Sous vos applaudissements.
And our next speaker for this fireside chat, he was the first runner-up in 2021. His product, co-founder of Growth Factor, Andy Anwamnak. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for him.
Monsieur Andy Anwamnak, mesdames et messieurs, sous vos applaudissements, autant pour moi.
So here we are not members of this. We're going to walk away and allow them to have their chat. Enjoy. Please, let's check the microphones. Microphone check.
Mic check, okay, thank you.
Please, let's check in these mic.
Check.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Hi everyone, happy to be here. I'm Magali Goz Sanga, the founder of Corée, and I was able to win this challenge last year. And I'm here with Ndi, the co-founder of Factor Technology, who was one of the finalists of the edition of 2021. Very happy to be here. How does it feel to come back to Togo after all these years, Ndi?
Very great.
Right? Feels like home, right?
Yes.
All right. So I'm sure all the people that are here want to know our journey and what we've been able to do after participating to this fabulous challenge. So my first question here for you is, could you present yourself and present your startup for all the people here that don't really know what do you do?
Okay. My name is Indy Freka Wanakak. I'm the CEO of Growth Factor Technologies. At Growth Factor, we developed a solution in voice here. And the problem we are solving was that SMEs or businesses that
supplied goods and services to larger organizations spend over 45 or 90 days waiting for their payments. Now, what this means is that it lowered or slowed the growth of businesses in the economy. Now, what Invoicer enabled them to is to be able to submit invoices for unpaid transactions and receive payments the same day by helping fostering innovation and speed and efficiency through partnering with financial institutions to enable this process, shifting it from a 7-day process to a same-day process.
Okay, so you lower the time at which people get paid.
Yes.
Which is a great thing.
Very.
That's great. Okay, I'm going to present myself as well so that people know what we do. So I'm the founder of Kori. Kori is a fintech app that lets users receive cash back and spare change in a private wallet. So I'm sure people here are aware of this problem called y a pas monnaie, when they go to a supermarket trying to pay for something. And what we do is we create a loyalty card so that people can collect their spare change directly from the store. So we digitized the money, the transaction. And we also let people earn money whenever you do, whenever you make a payment at one of our partner stores, you receive part of the money that you just spent, meaning the merchant will reimburse you part of the money that you just spent. And that money is stored in a private wallet, and then you can come back in the same store and use your spare change or use your voucher, your cashback, to buy whatever you want in the same store. So essentially, we grow the purchasing power of African consumers, and we also enable the digitization of financial transactions, microtransactions. So we operate in Cameroon right now, and we also plan to launch in Ivory Coast in the following weeks. So Ndi, tell me, where were you before participating to the Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2021, and where are you now?
Okay, before participating in the Ecobank Fintech Challenge, we had a roadmap, right? Okay. And starting our product, we needed to understand the pain points that businesses went through. So developing Invoicer, we started with developing an in-house solution that enabled us discount these invoices in a controlled environment. Now, what this enabled us to do was understand the pain points from the finance perspective and also understand the pain points from businesses. And what we understood was that businesses needed their money as fast as possible. Yes. Now, partnering with Ecobank and winning the Ecobank Challenge, we are able to achieve the second milestone of our product roadmap, which was building an enterprise solution. And as a product manager, you can't be able to achieve that without speaking to the users, which are the banks, right? So those were the second partners. And we were able to achieve that winning the Ecobank Challenge. Now we are able to speak with different departments that handles the invoice counting processes for businesses. And we are able to get license to launch our product. We are able to get approval from BOG, which is the Bank of Ghana, to launch our product, and we have successfully piloted the product.
Congratulations. That's a lot of stuff. I think we can congratulate you. You guys did very well. We were also able to use the fund that we won from the prize to do lots of stuff. First of all, you have to hire resources. Yesterday, I remember during one of the panel, we mentioned the importance of IT resources, and I know here there are students that are studying IT as well, so this is something that we were able to get. We are also able, of course, to partner with Ecobank, which is a leading bank in the region. Yeah. And having a solid bank partner, as you mentioned, is something that is very crucial for fintechs. Sure. So I understand your point. Thank you very much, Dee, and congratulations again from everything that you've been able to do. What has your participation brought to your company as other than all the operational successes that you mentioned?
Okay, apart from that, there's one thing that in the society, like when we first started out, people wanted to trust the brand. Now, for the fintech, everybody needs to trust your brand. Now, partnering with Ecobank and having Ecobank by our side, brought that trust that we needed in the society.
I understand your point. Well, I would add that, yeah, having Ecobank as a partner adds credibility to your business.
Yes.
And then you can go and talk to bigger clients, bigger partners, and even more users, telling him, hey, I'm friends with Ecobank, so you can trust me, and let's do business together now.
And it also gives you an access to more clients, like you said, your user base.
Yeah, the trust is very important, especially in a business that is centered around money. So for us, winning the challenge brought us credibility, as you mentioned, but it also brought us a lot of stuff, such as the attention of investors. I don't know if that's the case for you.
Yes.
But yeah, once we won the challenge, we had the attention of many, many investors from Africa and abroad that had been following the challenge very, very closely, and now they wanted to talk to us. So that's also a very good, interesting thing that came up after, that was brought thanks to winning the challenge. And I would say also the exposure of just being, you know, a finalist of the challenge can also be beneficial to a startup. So I already congratulate all the startups that are finalists, even if they don't win. I think they will benefit from participating to this challenge. When it comes to expansion, tell us more about expansion and partnerships. What has been your journey so far with Ecobank?
So with regards to expansion, right? This is a controlled environment. Like earlier on, we have regulators. And before you expand from one region to another, you will need to understand the regulations in that region. Now, that's one thing Ecobank has been helping us with. Currently, we are looking into exploring the Francophone regions where they are, and partnering with them has made that also easy for us.
Great. So remind me, so you are currently operating in which country?
Ghana.
Ghana?
Yes.
Okay, great. When it comes to expansion, as you just mentioned, we are also benefiting from the broad footprint of Ecobank. The whole group being present in more than 30 countries. And when you're talking about the Francophone region, we are also aligned because we're also trying to expand to Ivory Coast in a few weeks, and of course Ecobank enabled that. So, and when it comes to integration, I would like to go a little bit more in depth on your technical aspects of the benefits that partnering with Ecobank has brought to you.
Okay, with regards to integration, you know, we're coming from a startup environment, and we do integrations differently, right, than working with an enterprise solution. Now, working with Ecobanks with respect to integration has helped us beef our security up, because we needed to set up a standard, getting the ISO certification, getting the Bank of Ghana approval, and so we needed to increase also things like penetration testing, user testing, to ensure that user data is safe.
That's great. That's great. Have you gone through the PCI DSS process?
For our application, we don't need PCI DSS.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
And so, how was it getting the license from the Bank of Ghana?
So funny enough, it was easy because we didn't have to do the interfacing. It was done through Ecobank.
That's great. That's another benefit from being part of this fellowship.
Yes.
Talking about fellowship, I know you went through the program.
Yes.
And you had to meet like experts from different horizons, I would say. Can you tell us more about the fellowship that Ecobank has to offer?
So the fellowship program, we were detailed on, because every business is unique, right? So we had to speak to fellows that had experience with our sector, which is invoice financing and also type of lending. So this helped us structure our processes differently and in the right manner.
That's great. I remember talking to experts through the fellowship as well. Okay. I was trying to get in touch with one expert in Fintech, which was based in Nigeria. I would go on LinkedIn and email him, asking him some slots for him to have a call with him. and he wouldn't answer to me. And funny enough, a couple of months later, during the fellowship, we were able to finally meet, and I was able to like ask him all the questions that I've been wanting to ask him. And so I think, this program, the fellowship, is also a good opportunity for entrepreneurs to meet with experts from the continent. And as entrepreneurs, we get to ask them the questions and advices that we need to move our business forward. So that's also very beneficial. For all the entrepreneurs that are looking at this and hesitating to participating to the Fintech Challenge, the Ecobank Fintech Challenge next year, what would you tell them?
I'll say, you will never know what happens, right? What's the worst case scenario is that you try and you will not succeed, but you put your effort there, and you will never know. You might be the top 5, right? So everyone should try. Though there are some gaps in the industry where people don't really know what they need to succeed, but you can never know without trying. So reach out to other finalists, speak to them, find out what the gaps are, what's your current situation, and what you need to do to be part of the finalists, how to tweak your problem statements to ensure that you are doing what's in line with the challenge.
Great. And when you were applying, what are the things you think that made your application stand out and got you to become a finalist from your business? Because I understand you pivoted, right? So from the initial state of your business, what it was that made, according to you, your application stand out and made you finalist to the challenge? Okay,
so for us, it's basically because our product is an essential part for a banking product. It's part of a bank. The banks do invoice financing, and we are automating this process for them to make their life easy. So like a department of the bank needs our service. Okay. So we are aligned with what the banks do. Okay. So if your product is aligned with helping the banks do things better, or helping their clients do things better, increasing their customer base, aligned with the fintech goals, then you should go ahead.
Really?
Yes.
So you think that's what's made your application stand out at the time?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, that's great. And have you been able to? You mentioned reaching out to other finalists. Is that something that you did before applying to the challenge?
Yes, currently.
Okay. And have you received some messages from people that applied for this session, for this edition?
No, I have not received any message from someone. But during our time, we had a finalist that was also close to us that we reached out to, and he also gave us advice.
Mentored.
Yes.
You. Okay, that's great. That's good. I also reached out to Michael, the winner from the year before mine,
yes.
To give me advices on how to go through this journey. So I think it's one of our, as entrepreneurs, one of our threat is to be able to go and find the right information from the right people, and you want to look at this opportunity and try to reach out to as many people as you can to understand better how the challenge can be beneficial to your company, and also how you can, as a company, be a service beneficial to the Ecobank group.
Yes.
That's amazing. Any question from the attendants? Yes, please. Can someone give him a mic, please? Do we have a mic?
Okay.
Yes. For this person? Or you can just stand up, and okay, it's coming. The mic is coming.
Thank you, Mr. Andy. I just want to know two things. You didn't win the first prize?
No.
Okay. And I want to know in which ways your your technology or your startup address the SDG goals? That's the first question. The second one is, what are the contribution, or what is the contribution you get really from Ecobank by participating to the Ecobank FinTech? My last question is for you, Magali.
Mm-hmm.
I want to congratulate you also. I want to know, what are the difficulties, the challenges that you get since you win the prize last year? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Okay, with regards to the SDG goals, with regards to business development, so when I started, I stated that businesses supply to larger companies, right? So if you're a small business and you supply to a large company, you're being paid in 30 days, right? So for our goal was to reduce the amount of time they are being paid, which is to a same-day process. Now, what this does is that increase the turnover for that business. So let's say they were able to do 12 transactions in a year. Now they will be able to do 15 or 24 because they have their money back and they can invest more into their business, thereby increasing the amount of the purchasing power of businesses in the economy. That's for the first question. Now, for the second question, was the support we get from Ecobank, right? Okay. For our product, right, we are building an enterprise solution, and there's no way you can build an enterprise solution in abstract. You need to speak to the user, and part of our users were Ecobank, right, and speaking to the different departments enabled us to build out this product efficiently, and which reduced the time process in approving invoices for businesses to same-day process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndi. As regard to your question, what were the challenges after winning the challenge, the Ecobank FinTech Challenge? One of the challenges is getting too much attention and staying focused on your business, because after winning, you have all the partners from different countries, you have many people that want to talk to you, and also you don't want to miss an opportunity, so you need to be very focused and be aware of who you need to talk to and who you need to just postpone the discussion with. That's one. So be very focused and not being drawn in the attention that people want from you. That's one. And two, and then you're trying to get growth, right? Because now everybody has eyes on you, so you need hyper growth. So that's also another challenge. And at the time of winning, we had closed our first round of funding. So we had raised our pre-seed round, which was a small round. And so we were very result-oriented. So yeah, the challenges were just staying focused and grow fast. Any other question from the attendants? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Dee, for your attention and your time.
You're welcome.
Until we meet maybe next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them. We can do better. We can do better. Let's clap.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous savons que l'énergie est un peu basse, mais nous avons besoin de vous. Encore un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour ces deux incroyables personnalités, bien sûr, reconnues pour leur talent et leur ingéniosité. Voilà.
Magali Gosanga, maybe photo ops, camera people, where are you? Let's get some quick photos and then we shall take it from there. Camera.
Nos photographes en place, nos caméramans, s'il vous plaît.
Should I get my camera? Should I get my camera?
Yes, please.
Maybe I should. Maybe I should grab my phone and start doing. Okay, I see some volunteers in the crowd as well. Cameras, please note that after such sessions, we'll be taking photos. So right when they are done, very quickly, we take the photographs.
Thank you. On peut accompagner ce moment avec des applaudissements. S'il vous plaît.
Thank you
Merci
so
infiniment.
much.
Thank you very much.
And
Madame,
of course,
Monsieur.
that is Magali Gosanga, founder of Kore, and she was the winner. of the 2023 installment of the Ecobank Fintech Challenge. And of course, Ndi Anwamnak, he was first runner-up in 2021.
Gagnante 2023 et premier finaliste 2021, mesdames et messieurs, Madame Magali Gozanga et Monsieur Ndi Anwamnak.
How many of you are itching to find out who the finalists are and what products they have?
Itching, Benjamin.
Itching.
Itching, you said.
Itching, eager, excited, anxious.
Combien d'entre vous, mesdames et messieurs, sont excités de connaître les 12 finalistes dont on vous a parlé depuis ce matin? Combien? Combien ici?
Si vous êtes excité, faites voir.
Yeah.
Faites voir. If you're excited, okay, we have quite a number. Look, this is what we're going to do. We'll be going for lunch in a bit. We'll have a bit of fun for about 1 hour. But when we return, ladies and gentlemen, we will give you these 12 finalists who will be pitching, struggling, striving to win that ultimate prize.
Attention, mesdames et messieurs, bien sûr, nous allons manger et reprendre des forces. Mais avant, nous allons vous présenter nos 12 finalistes. Cet après-midi, ça sera pas facile, hein? On aura besoin de vous, hein? Donc mangez bien. Les voici tout à l'heure. Ils seront là, ils sont déjà là. Mais en attendant que nos chères hôtesses, voilà, descendent les chaises, Benjamin, là maintenant et tout de suite.
And of course, we are talking of, and this time I'm starting from Guinea, else my Guinean friends will take care of me. So we have Guinea, we have South Africa, we have la Côte d'Ivoire, we have Togo.
Sénégal, Togo, bien sûr.
Nigeria.
Nigeria, Cameroun,
Tanzania.
Congo, RD.
Congo, yeah. Congo.
Kenya, bien sûr, oui. Quoi encore? J'en perds mon langage.
So, here we are getting ready.
Melanin capital, Kenya.
Well, looks like we're running out of melanin.
Support Video Banking, Nigeria. Pesika, Cameroon. Daba Finance, Ivory Coast. Probutic, Senegal. Exus, Rwanda. Bupass, Kenya. Sproutly, Nigeria. VaultPay, Congo DRC. YMO Africa, Guinea. Easy Equities, South Africa. Who will emerge as a champion? Who will take home $50,000? Let's welcome our 12 finalists. Melanin Capital.
My name is Sonia Cabra, co-founder of Bupass. What inspired me to create Bupass is my personal challenges with accessing transport, as well as the opportunity that it brought.
Hi, my name is Charles Savage. I'm the founder and CEO of Easy Equities. I was inspired by the simple fact that everyone I've ever asked, when asked whether they wanted to invest in equities, the answer was always yes, and yet nobody was. And the insight came from asking why. And the answer was simply that it was too complex, too sophisticated for them to invest. And so when given the proposition that if we made it easy, would they invest, the answer came just as strongly, yes they would.
My name is Tiano Saho. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Probotic. So when I decided to create Probotic, it's come from my experience. I was a banker. I have an experience in microfinance company also during the last 15 years, and I travel a lot in Africa and in Interland. So I see issue regarding the financial exclusion. I see from street table vendors, corner shop all over Africa, and I just wanted to build a fintech solution where we address the subject of the financial inclusion.
My name is Barry. I'm from Guinea-Conakry. Over the last 3 years, we spend time building what we call today the best financial services for African families and the diaspora. with a single account today, they can send and spend their money without cash everywhere they are in the world. This makes us the unique solution that offer this kind of product.
Hi, my name is Melanie.
My name is Ian.
And we are
Melanin
Capital. So actually we started this fintech in 2020. What inspired us is our own families, because we just started before COVID and our families were struggling to get access to a work and a living. So we were thinking of how we could empower them to get access to finance so that they could get their own business. And as we were trying to look at this journey, we realized that finance was very expensive. So the big problem that we wanted to solve was this cost of financing, and we realized that we could reduce it with carbon credits. And now we are building the first carbon neobank on the continent to provide access to finance to all SMEs in the market.
My name is Charles Olibo, and I am the founder and CEO of Support, and we are representing Nigeria. What led me to create a video banking solution was due to my frustration I had trying to open up a business account and a diaspora account. It took me weeks to be able to open up that account, so I became curious and I decided to build a video banking solution to help improve customer service, customer relationship, and customer retention.
I'm called Shema Steve. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Exus, our fintech based out of Rwanda. We created the app called Save as an app to digitize informal saving schemes, and we created that to ensure that unbanked smallholder farmers have an opportunity to access financial services from savings, credit, microinsurance, and even microinvestment.
So, my name is Roger. I am the founder and CEO of Basica, which is a digital microfinance bank for Central Africa. The reason why I start this journey is coming from a deep pain that experience 3 years ago when I was going in France to studying in computer science. I went to pay my school fees and I couldn't because I needed a card. And I couldn't get the card because I needed a school certificate, which I cannot get if I don't pay. So this vicious cycle actually leads me to the fact that we definitely need to build something that enable people to easily get a card from home, like Cameroon and globally the Central African region.
Hi, my name is Pierre Wonke, and I'm co-founder and CEO of Sparkly Inc. We're a financial service company for schools and family. What we do is simple. We simplify payment for all school types and give access to credit to every parent. So whether you be a farmer, a lawyer, a banker, you have access to credit. We're making sure that every child has the opportunity to go to school. They won't be sent home from school or have their education interrupted.
Let's go. Hi everyone, I'm Tab Denke. I'm the CEO of Miape. I was inspired by living in China. I was in China for more than a decade, and I saw how financial solutions like Alipay changed the market and how in India Paytm changed the market. And then so essentially we realized that with the amount of merchants, small merchants in Francophone Africa growing every year at 10%, we needed a solution like that. And since a lot of merchants have smartphones today, we've launched Miape to allow them to collect cash easily from mobile money or from Visa card and so on.
Hi, my name is Christel Ilaka. I am the CFO and co-founder of VaultPay. We are from DRC. What inspired us to found VaultPay is that 9 out of 10 Congolese don't have access to the financial system. They don't even have a bank account. And also, Congo is the country of 100 million populations, and less than 10% are in the financial system.
My name is Boom III Jr., and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Daba Finance. What inspired us to create Daba Finance was the lack of access, information, and the tools to invest safely, securely, and transparently across the African capital markets, which essentially robs millions of people from wealth building opportunities in Africa. And we built our company to change that.
And there you have it. 12 finalists.
From 10 different African countries, from north to south, Benjamin.
12 gagnants en fait. 12 winners, but there can only be one ultimate winner. Because, you know, all of them will actually go into the fellowship program, but there's only one person who will get $50,000. I want that to sink in.
$50,000.
I know some of you are imagining, oh wow, what I could do with $50,000.
Have you seen the smile of this lady over here? She was like, you are visualizing, you know, the...
Si vous avez $50,000, qu'est-ce que vous allez faire?
Mademoiselle, qu'est-ce que vous allez faire?
Beaucoup de choses, hein? Beaucoup de choses. I see you.
Monsieur. Bon, Benjamin, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire?
Temps?
Maintenant qu'on a les 12 finalistes, on va manger, bien sûr.
And when we return, we shall have the 12 pitches. But for now, we're about to go for lunch. Let me just say, for our speakers, moderators, panelists, judges, finalists,
Embassy representatives
of ambassadors, you will be eating on the two flanks. So through that door,
gauche et droite,
and then through this door. That is where you'll be going to eat.
Pour les finalistes, les conférenciers, les représentants des ambassades, les juges, les panélistes, bien sûr, mesdames et messieurs, vous avez une salle de votre droite et l'autre sur votre gauche. C'est là-bas que vous allez déjeuner, n'est-ce pas? Nous avons concocté pour vous des choses extraordinaires. Nos chefs, hein, Benjamin?
Ouais.
Ah ouais,
Ouais.
voilà.
I'm a chef. I prepared some delicious stuff for you people. So you can come and taste my culinary skills. But for the rest of us, we'll go to the first floor. In fact, the mezzanine has some entertainment for us. There's a recreational center there. But the first floor is where we'll be going for lunch. And mind you, lunch is for 1 hour, 1 heure.
Exactly. Alors, bien sûr, Benjamin, excuse me, is it the first or the second floor for lunch?
It's first floor?
The
second floor.
It's
okay.
Second
so
floor.
the mezzanine for recreation, and then the second floor is where we are having lunch. This very building. So we'll just go up.
Alors, pour le déjeuner, mesdames et messieurs, pour toutes les autres personnes, deuxième étage pour le déjeuner. Mais au premier étage, nous avons un coin de récréation, n'est-ce pas, avec des jeux virtuels, des espaces de quiz, etc. Donc, vous pouvez aussi vous relaxer après avoir mangé. Est-ce que c'est clair pour tout le monde? Nous vous souhaitons un tout bon appétit.
Is everyone okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's try to do everything within 1 hour. In 1 hour's time, we'll be back. Food is ready. Enjoy. Bon appétit.
Top chrono, on se voit ici dans 1 heure. Bon appétit.
Find out. I see some people still excitedly taking their seats. You know how in boxing, pugilism, they would go like, the ring announcer goes, and now, in the blue corner. And then in the red corner. I wonder who here is in the blue corner and who here is in the red corner.
Très bonne question.
But very soon we'll find out. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're full. I hope you're full.
I think they're very full.
Are you full?
Yeah.
Are you full?
Bien sûr.
I don't know about you, but I am full, and that makes me very energetic, which means I'm going to be up to a lot of mischief, especially as far as the finalists are concerned. And you see, I've noticed a change, Amma.
Yeah, which one?
I've noticed a change.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, they knew the spotlight wasn't on them. They were more smiley, more... Now they know the pressure is on. The time has come for their fate to be determined. And so now some are wearing poker faces because I said it, some are smiling, but like it or not, ready or not, here we come.
Ready or not, here we come, mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen. Nous voici partis pour la deuxième partie de cette merveilleuse journée. Pourquoi tu souris, Benjamin?
Pourquoi maintenant je ne veux pas sourire? C'est un crime maintenant?
Alors, nous voici partis. Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024, mesdames et messieurs. Deuxième partie, oui. Nous allons commencer, n'est-ce pas, cette deuxième partie avec énormément d'énergie. Après une première partie tellement réjouissante, Benjamin, aujourd'hui, nous avons vécu quelque chose d'extraordinaire ce matin.
And so it's been interesting up to this point. We'll be introducing our judges to you shortly, but let's celebrate our sponsors one more time. Huawei, Popaco Group, AFD, and Askai, helping us bring you this august event. It's the Ecobank Fintech Challenge. We're still live on YouTube, Ecobank Group or Ecobank Fintech Challenge. The hashtag Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024.
Mesdames et messieurs, il est temps d'accueillir bien sûr les personnes qui joueront un rôle clé. Aujourd'hui, vous l'aurez remarqué depuis ce matin, nos 12 finalistes se tiennent prêts à défendre leur projet avec passion. Mais ce sont ceux-là, oui, 5 experts, ils sont là, mesdames et messieurs, que nous apprêtons à recevoir. Et ils auront la très très lourde tâche aujourd'hui de sélectionner le meilleur parmi eux.
So after we introduce the judges to you, we're going to start with the pitches. We would encourage that when the speakers come, when the pitchers come, you maintain silence. We will need to hear, just as the judges will, what their products are, what they are pushing forward. You don't want to distract anybody. Before that, though, we'll have a brief interaction with them and find out what they would do if they won the ultimate prize, $50,000. What they would do with that.
Mesdames et messieurs, Benjamin, avec ta permission, je vais commencer avec le premier membre du jury aujourd'hui. J'ai nommé Madame Ethel Kofi, qui est une dirigeante africaine renommée dans le domaine de la technologie, une auteure et un membre de conseil d'administration. Est-ce qu'on peut déjà l'applaudir encore très très fort? Parce que là, on a besoin de sentir cette énergie cet après-midi, mesdames et messieurs.
I'm going to put Ethel on the spot. She just waved. Ethel, we want to see you. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank
et
you
on
very
applaudit
much.
très fort Madame Ethel.
So some brief information about Ethel Kofi. She's been named one of the top 5 women influencing technology across Africa. She's an entrepreneur, author, global speaker, and board chair. Let me just tease a little bit about her. As an entrepreneur, she founded and built a Pan-African consulting brand called Edel Technology Consulting, which primarily focuses on board and C-level businesses and digital transformation advisory. Let me just add as well that she is part of the investment committee of Old Mutual Ghana and is involved with the investment committee of a 120 million fund targeted at women. I don't know whether that's CDs or dollars. Is it CDs or dollars? Tell me. CDs. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Ethel Kofi, our first judge.
Suivi de notre deuxième membre du jury, mesdames et messieurs, j'ai nommé Monsieur Nvalai, qui est le directeur général du numérique de Ecobank. Auparavant, il avait occupé des fonctions numériques de premier plan chez Barclays Africa.
Let me tell you a bit about Mvalai Kuruma. He actually told me at the rear that, young man, please mention that my country remains the champion of Africa.
Et ça s'applaudit.
Il est de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et c'est pourquoi il dit ça.
À quoi bas, monsieur?
He leads digital and analytics for the group. That's the Ecobank group. He joined the bank in July 2019. And prior to joining Ecobank, Mvalai was Chief Digital Officer at Barclays Africa. He's a graduate of the Harvard Business School in the USA and École Supérieure de Commerce d'Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire. Mvalai Kuruma.
Sous vos applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs. Alors, notre prochain membre du jury, j'ai nommé monsieur. Je vais prendre mon temps, Benjamin. Monsieur.
Well, I think I'll go to Sabrine.
Okay.
And then come to the others.
D'accord.
Gender balance, right? Une femme, un homme. Une femme, un homme. Sabrine is a senior associate at Fintech Africa. I'm talking about Sabrine Charour. Did I get it right? Okay.
Perfect.
When you have a silent H in your name, it's tricky.
Right.
She's a senior associate at Fintech Africa, a $300 million venture capital fund agency, where she plays a key role in driving investments across the continent. After completing her studies in Paris, she gained valuable experience in M&A, both in Paris and London, before returning to Africa to join Fintech Africa in Dakar 5 years ago. She has a wealth of experience. She is our next judge.
Mesdames et messieurs, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour monsieur Ouem Makmam, est un pont entre les... C'est ça?
Une petite pause.
Oui, non?
Je savais bien qu'ici, she was going to face problems. C'est quoi? Ouem quoi?
Tu me cherches des problèmes. Hein? Alors, veuillez m'excuser, monsieur Ouem, c'est bien ça?
So he says it is Ouem Makmam. Did I get that right? Okay.
Monsieur Ouem Makmam. Merci. Alors, est un pont entre les fondateurs africains et leurs investisseurs. Il aide les entrepreneurs à trouver du financement et les investisseurs à trouver des transactions rentables. Il dirige aussi, mesdames et messieurs, les investissements chez Launch Africa VC et anime le podcast Grinders Table. C'est bien ça, monsieur? Merci.
You're doing so well. How you're teasing this. You're doing this so well. He is the bridge between founders and funders in Africa. You found, but who's funding? He provides strategic insights to entrepreneurs seeking funds and investors looking to maximize their returns in Africa. It goes without saying that he's involved in venture capitalism on the continent as well, and that is Ouem. Thank you so much, sir, for doing us the honors. Next on the list, also with Nigeria is heavily represented today.
Very.
Maybe not with the finalists, because there have been years where we've had multiple finalists who are Nigerian.
Yep.
But this year, with the one they have, then you look at judges representation, moderators, speakers, Big Brother Nigeria in the house.
Mesdames et messieurs, accueillons tous ensemble ici Madame Jamila, ai-je bien prononcé?
Sharif Ayedoun.
Une professionnelle internationale accomplie, forte de 3 ans d'expérience dans les domaines commercial, technique et de la gestion.
Now, Dr. Sharif Ayedoun is an international professional bringing multifaceted experience in business, technical, and people management. She's a thought leader with 30 years of experience in defining strategy. I heard someone say, wow, 30 years. Some people in this room are not 30 yet, but she already has
How
that
do you know?
vast experience. Oh, I can tell. I'm in the spirit.
Absolutely,
I can tell.
definitely.
I can tell. And of course, she's worked in different areas. She is co-founder of Credit Registry Corporation, a software technology company headquartered in Washington State in the USA. And let me just end with this. In 2014, she was appointed substantive MD or CEO of Credit Registry Nigeria, the country's pioneer and largest credit bureau operator. And she's been growing it for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sharif Ayedun. Let's put our hands together for her. And that's it for the judges, les juges. Mais qu'est-ce qu'on fait maintenant?
Ben, maintenant, je pense que sans plus tarder, on va passer aux 12 finalistes.
So, where's my phone? Ça me manque.
Yeah.
Let me grab my phone. And we shall... Where do you think we should start from, ladies and gentlemen? Where do we start? Which country?
Togo.
Togo?
Togo. Togo? Cameroon? Cameroon? Kenya? Nigeria? Senegal? Côte d'Ivoire? South Africa? Okay.
Okay, so how do you think we're going to do this? Do we stick to Togo or do we go according to how the Spirit moves us?
How the Spirit moves us.
How the Spirit moves us. What do you think? I get the feeling we should start with the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I'm talking about none other than show us something, show us something.
The first thing is go back to Congo, celebrate with the team, celebrate with Ecobank DRC, and celebrate with the ecosystem because it will be a growth for the ecosystem in DRC.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we hear from our finalists, please come. Don't be shy. Come closer. Come closer. We're going to do this for all the finalists. I'd like to find out from you.
Yes.
If you were to win the ultimate prize, $50,000,
Yes.
how would it aid your business? What would you do with the $50,000?
It will aid my business because it will be not a win just for VaultPay, but it will also be a win for the millions of Congolese who are not in the financial system, and it will be also a testament for the ecosystem of the fintech in DRC.
Fantastic, no? Ladies and gentlemen, VaultPay DRC, this is their moment. Over to you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Christel Ilaka, co-founder and CFO of VaultPay. At VaultPay, we are building the Revolut of Congo. 9 out of 10 Congolese don't have a bank account, meaning we have more than 90 million people left out of the financial system because Congo is a country of 100 million populations. And with that 100 million populations, we do have a major opportunity because we have 30 million people with a smartphone and internet access. And that's a huge market. So for us, with the situation where we realize it's only 10% of the population that is in the financial system, what can we do to solve the problem and bring in more people in the system? That's why we built the true digital bank platform. So what we give the opportunity to Congolese is the ability to open a bank account within the comfort of the house, to also move money seamlessly within the country by sending to friends and family. But we do this, the magic is by transforming local businesses into bank agents. Just imagine instead of going to the branch to open a bank account, to join the financial system, you just have to go to the next pharmacy next to your door, and you can do a cash in, cash out. You can do your your financial transactions. And we make money by cards issuing. We take a fee. We also take a small fee on the transactions that people make. But our model is simple. We have a freemium version where it's free for users to join in, but we also have a subscription version for people who want to morph, to do analytics, and so on and so forth. So far, we are the first and only startup out of DRC to make it to Y Combinator, as well as the digital, as well as Visa Financial Accelerator Program. We are on ongoing conversation with Ecobank. We have raised 1 million so far, and we are on our way to onboard our first 100,000 users. The digital banking space in Africa is really transforming countries, right? When you look at the top four, you have Kuda in Nigeria, Time Bank in South Africa, and so on. Our goal is to become the dominant player in one of the fast-growing markets in Africa. That's our main goal. VoltPay should be the dominant player in Congo. And we do have the team to do this, because our CEO is an engineer by trade. He studied software engineering at the University of Montreal. He spent his last 7 years at Airbnb. So if you have a chance to interact with Airbnb, you probably use a lot of the features he puts in place. I myself, I'm the CFO, a co-founder. I have 5 years of banking experience, and I spent my last 4 years at Google as an engineer. We have our team. We have Paul, who's in charge of operations. He has tremendous experience in operational experience. We have Mujinga, who's our head of compliance, who makes sure that we are in good side with regulator and partners. And then we have also our top developer, Maxime, who's expert in security, as he worked for the defense for US and Canada. We are here because of strategic partnership, and we want you to help us to become the digital financial backbone of DRC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't you go away. Don't you go away.
Okay.
Now, we're going to give our judges a minute, maximum 2 minutes. If you have any questions, any of the judges, you can pick the microphone and take it from there. Do you have a microphone here? Not yet. Okay, start with you.
Hello, Christelle.
Hello.
What you want to build ultimately is a neobank. So today, it's more features as a payment startup. So what do you want to build as features on top of what you have already today?
Okay, that's a good question. So the first step is to bring in all the people in the financial system. Then once they are in the system, we'll now have the data. We can create profile, and then from there, we can do analysis to give loans like credit. And not just credit, the banking sector has a lot of products that we would like to offer to Congolese and then build wealth. We have services like, I will say it in French, DAT, dépôt à terme, right? So you put money, you lock it, and then it's gain interest. You can also have access now to investment. You can have access to credit to grow your business and also start a business. That is only possible if you are in the system, and we have the data to do some analysis on how you transact.
Very clear, thanks.
Any others from the judges? Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together. Thank you. For our first contestant, VoltPay. Now from here, this time I want to stay at the bottom. Which is the country with the largest population in Africa? What's the population? Do you know?
Guess.
You're close. About 230 million. Let me find out from the Nigerian whether he agrees with me. What's your population in Nigeria if you don't tell us for here or more? Trouble don't come.
It's about 220. I just left, so maybe less than 220 now.
He's trying to play it safe. You're in Togo now. So we're heading to Nigeria now, and we're talking about, you know what? Sproutly. Let's give a round of applause.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous embarquons pour le Nigeria. Attendez un applaudissement pour le Nigeria.
So, which one do you think you're going to do with the pitch? Is it going to be Buga
sense for each and every one of them. And the third layer, to save for education future or to save to repay these credits. Now, so far, we started repayment, like I mentioned. We did this private beta, working on stealth, and we achieved 1,000 plus schools, 1,383 to be precise, and this accounts for about 250,000 student bodies. But we are actually targeting a market of 91,000 private schools. Fun fact, there are 171,000 schools, accredited schools. You still have like 40,000 of them that have not gone through accreditation. And then we have 14 million students belonging to these private schools. And that is what we're targeting. We want to make it easy for those in private schools to access education financing. And to do this, we're trying to make money, right? We're making 1% capped at $2 for online collection. And we also noticed that we don't want to take out the system that these schools collect money. So for unique cases, we let them collect fees offline at 50 cents for offline collection. And on the parents' end, we charge them $1 for credit application, 20 cents for every payment they make to the school, and a $2 credit monthly fee for repayments on the loans. And with an LTV of $1,200 for the schools and $20 per payments for parents per annum, we are poised to make close to $350 million in revenue by the time we capture this market. And we are capable to do it because I was once a school owner, so I'm not building out of lack of experience. My co-founder, Prince, is in charge of products, and Maxwell is engineering with an 11-year stint in the engineering field. Now, we are actually raising $1.2 million, although we've raised $340 from family and friends, and we've been working with that for the last 2.5 years. What we're trying to do with this money is replicate what we've done in Nigeria in 5 Francophone-speaking countries, with example like Togo, and one Anglophone, that is Ghana. And with this, you give us a 15-month runway, and we'll be able to focus on 14,000 schools across these 7 countries with a $20 million projected revenue. Now, we are a payments infrastructure company, but we're for schools alone. So we are building a system that allows the untouchables become touchable. So edtech players, fintech players, the banks can actually give access to credit to these individuals through our platform. Now, we are opportune to make it to the finals, which has played a crucial role in bringing us closer to our dreams. With your support, there are parents here, there are students here. We like to hear from you. We like to understand how best we can solve for you because we're building for you. We're trying to raise Africa from 66% literacy rate to at least 90% over the next 10 years by achieving SDG 4, access to quality education, and SDG 9, inclusive and innovative growth in the education industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sproutly from Nigeria. Judges?
Good job with the presentation.
Thank you very much.
As someone who's just had to pay school fees for twins, I totally get the product and the need for it. I have a question around, because one of the things is there are a number of players in this market, in the different markets that are trying to replicate this. I want to understand what you're doing differently, and is there anything you're doing around your ecosystem and partnerships that are bringing other sort of features and products into your products?
Thank you very much for that question. We recognize that there are so many people trying to actually do this. Like, I was here and I got emails from banks saying, oh, get access to education financing. But the truth is, how many people can actually get it? We can stand here proud today to say we can actually do it, and we know how to do it. But we're still learning. We're using the data we've collected from the behavioral payments to create a structure that already makes sense. So take you, for instance, you have twins. You might not have 100% to pay for both, but you might have 50% to cover. But we're making sure that you can send them to school without the fear that they'll be sent back home. And in terms of partnerships, we are not a finance house. The finance house are there. The other players in the learning management software system are there. We are just saying, hey, we want to be able to give access to every student in form of education financing. And the partners we currently have, gladly, we have Ecobank Nigeria, who has been with us now for a while in this particular journey, and some other banks who have been great partner in this particular aspect. So we are welcoming the microfinance bank, every other finance house to now come use the kind of data and decision-making engine to provide access to education financing to this market. Thank you very much.
Just a follow-up question quickly.
Yes.
You mentioned about your fundraising. You're raising about 1.2 million now.
Yes.
And the first use of this fund is expansion into 7 other countries.
Yes.
You're just starting in Nigeria.
No, we started 2.5 years ago.
Yeah, but you're talking about 220 million people.
Yeah.
And you're just scratching the surface in Nigeria.
Yeah.
What's the reason for expanding outside of Nigeria when you haven't really controlled the Nigerian market yet?
All right. So the reason why we're doing this is I'm going to be pragmatic. I'm a CEO for the parent company, but it doesn't mean that the solution we've been able to build can be rinsed and repeated. Now, for the rest of these 7 countries, they have similar structure to education markets. They share similar curriculums, they share similar school calendar years. So it's basically just tweak here and there. For us to be present here in Togo, we can actually launch here in 3 months. All we need is bank integration with Ecobank, and we're live in 24 hours. And that is what we want to focus on. We expand our team and be able to reach our solutions 10 times quicker.
I believe that's it from the judges. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Sproutly, all the way from Nigeria.
Un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour le Nigeria, mesdames et messieurs. Voilà, nous continuons notre programme très riche avec nos 12 finalistes. Donc là, je vous emmène, mesdames et messieurs, au pays des 1000 collines avec Access qui comble le fossé de l'inclusion financière avec une plateforme numérique qui fournit de la micro-épargne et d'autres services financiers aux communautés non bancarisées. En s'appuyant bien sûr sur une grande plateforme d'échange décentralisée, Access permet aux groupes d'épargne de gérer leurs finances plus efficacement, bien sûr, en favorisant ainsi la résilience et la stabilité financière. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, nous allons au Rwanda.
And so very briefly, Access
That's a nice choice.
Just a bit in English so we are familiar with the person about to present. Access addresses the financial inclusion gap with a digital platform. But the video will do us more of the honors, and then we'll take it from there. Straight after the video, straight to your pitch.
Sure.
In terms of growth, I feel like if and when I win, it's not an if.
Good afternoon. Come on, you can do better now. We just had lunch. Good afternoon. So I'm just going to tell you a story. We all have stories. So she's called Clementine, and we all have mothers, or some of us are mothers. When we visited her, she was just in the farm, and you could see her hands. And her story is very simple. She never believed in her life she would afford a $5 loan, because she thought it was too expensive. She was convinced by one of her friends to join a savings groups. She joined skeptically, but she joined. And then she started by saving $1 every single week. A few weeks later, she asked for a loan of $5. She got it, she paid it back. And by the time we visited her, she needed a $300 loan. The group couldn't afford it. She was telling me now I need to go to a bank. But then they issue the banks, they want history. And I've been doing this for 8 months in my savings groups. Should not suffice as history? So this is Clementine that made us do what we do today. And we created Save to build what we call Africa's largest marketplace for microloans, microinsurance product for unbanked smallholder farmers across Africa. We do that by digitizing micro savings, by also digitizing what we term as social credit score. These groups, they know each other, they live within the same community. So they build this trust amongst themselves. We give them microcredit. We are a licensed microcredit company. We also give them microinsurance, pretty much a suite of financial services, obviously using or leveraging the power of AI. This is our product. It's a smartphone app, but also accessible via USSD, because most of our users, they don't have money to afford smartphones, no access to internet. So they can just dial 777 and access our service seamlessly. We also rely heavily on agents that help us within the different communities to reach out to these people, to teach them about our product, and even tell them how the benefits of the product. We work also with organizations that can access our dashboard for live data visualization. Fintechs are fighting for a crowded segment. So people like you got a bank account or a smartphone, and it's just looking for convenience. We'll look at those people that have never had access to any of those. People that never thought they would afford a $5 loan that you spend by buying 1 cup of coffee every single morning. And those are the people that keep us at night. We make money in 3 ways: transaction fees, interest on microloans, and also commissions on microinsurance. We acquire customers mostly via NGOs, our agent, and word of mouth. We have over 220,000 users on our platform. Again, we have over 2,000 agents that are working with us on a daily basis. We are post-revenues. We intend to turn cash flow positive Q2 next year. And we are growing. We're in Rwanda, but we are expanding in Uganda and Zambia. We're currently raising 1.5 million to even grow further. 70% of that money is already committed to from the different investors, and we intend to close that round. We've already raised 1.1 million in our pre-seed round. We've got a team that has a combined experience of over 30 years, myself, my co-founder, Alpha, and my CFO, Ken, who's a CPA and previously worked for PwC. Remember Clementine that I showed you earlier? That's the story that keeps us at night, and we want you guys to join us in empowering millions of Clementines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Access from Rwanda. Judges.
Yes. Thank you, Steve. That was a good presentation.
Appreciate it.
What is one assumption that you had before starting Access that has changed or transformed over time?
Clementine. That's the story. Funny thing is, I was hired as a consultant to map out all these savings groups in Rwanda. And we went out to visit one of these groups. They usually meet any given afternoon under a tree somewhere in the village. And after the meeting, I got closer to Clementine and asked her about why she does what she does. And she told me that besides the monetary value, she told me as a woman, I gain value within my household. Because before, my husband looked at me as just a wife. But now I put bread on the table, I pay school fees for my kids. And that was in 2018. It stuck with me. And I was like, this is what I've got to be doing. All this to say that most of these women in rural Africa, they just need a push. And before, living in Kigali, urban city, I didn't think that was a thing that one can do, right? And when I visited these groups, I saw how impactful these groups are, how they change their lives in less than 12 months, mind you, from $5 to $300. And I was like, I've got to be a part of this. So that's the assumption that I had before, not thinking that these things exist or they have the impact that they have. And in Rwanda, they're doing 16 million USD every month. So besides the impact, it's got a huge business opportunity. And if you go in other African countries, it's even bigger.
Any other questions? I see there's some conferring going on. Are you good? Let's put our hands together. Access from Rwanda.
Alors, on peut l'applaudir encore, hein, mesdames et messieurs. Merci. Alors, maintenant, Benjamin, nous vous invitons à la maison. They're coming home.
Togo, are you ready?
Togo, est-ce que vous êtes là? On vous sent pas?
We can't feel the vibe enough. Togo, are you ready? I'm still not feeling it.
Togo, est-ce que vous êtes là? Est-ce que vous êtes là?
Now you're talking. Now you're talking. This one in Africa is called home support. And this is where the proper buga happens.
Ou bien, mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la maison. Nous vous emmenons bien sûr dans notre sublime pays, le Togo, avec MiaPay qui vous simplifie la vie, avec bien sûr les procédures de paiement pour les commerçants, tout simplement. Voilà.
Ladies and gentlemen, MiaPay.
Il faut juste follow. C'est pas normal. C'est pas normal.
Shall we? Look, this one is your music. You should come and do this. You should come and do this. Okay, some moves right there. Ladies and gentlemen, MiaPay, take it away.
By joining the challenge first, we wanted to meet mind-like people and exchange ideas. Then we were hoping to strengthen our strategic partnerships with partners like Ecobank and so on, and deploy new solutions to the market. And so by winning, I think it will give us an edge in our partnership. It will strengthen our partnership first of all, and then it will allow us also to increase our market share in countries. Also, we are looking into launching cross-border payment, and I think by joining the challenge and winning the challenge, it will facilitate that. Hello, everyone. I'm Tav Denke, CEO of MiaPay, and we help small merchants with cash collections. As we all know today, small merchants in Africa don't want to interact with banks. And that's mostly because half of them process microtransactions. When we are buying water, when we're taking a motorbike, when we are buying tomatoes, they're processing 5, 10 cents transactions. And so Francophone Africa as of today is home to 20 million small merchants and 400 million people transacting 900 billion per year. This is an average merchant processing $400 in cash per month, doesn't have a digital identity, no bank account, and therefore cannot access financial services, right? They will also never operate a POS because they don't know the know-how and what so on. So we've built MiaPay to help with this, right? We've realized that the good news is most of them are having access to smartphones. So last year we introduced 2 mobile apps, one for merchants and one for consumers. And this is how it works. Whenever you go into a store, you go to a merchant and you order a product, you have to scan the QR code of the merchant, enter the amount, input your PIN, pay, and then we give you a cashback. That cashback converts into an automatic coupon that you can spend over the next 30 days. The beauty of this is that for consumers, we've unified payment. So you can directly pay from your mobile money, pay from your Visa card, or from your MiaPay wallet, right? The merchant doesn't have to worry about where the payment is coming from, right? That you pay from Visa card or whatever. And the payment received by the merchant can be withdrawn to bank account, to whatever the merchant wants, Ecobank ATM or whatever. And so this year we've taken a step further by going to communities where women of 30, 50 in groups, farmers, are now saving money, right? The way they used to do it is that they used to put money together and one person would keep it in the room. With MiaPay now, it's possible to create an account managed by 3, 4, 5 people. And then so whenever there's a transaction, everyone in the group receives an SMS. It's also allow us to disperse loan to the community members. MiaPay is very gamified and very, very fun. As I've said, we have online stores and cashback, but some of our merchants have taken a step further by printing, cashback QR codes on cups, on products, and this allows users to redeem on physical and interact with physical products. So far, we've managed to onboard 2,000 merchants. 15,000 users, transacted over $600,000. And we are looking to 20x our number next year by deploying schools, hospitals, transportation system, and working with government, right? We've also raised $500,000 from some of the top investors in the ecosystem. We do believe that as of today, this market is at a very early stage, right? As you can see in this room, half of us are going for Francophone Africa, and we are building kind of vertical solutions that are addressing the same merchants. We do believe that whoever over the next 3 to 5 years acquire the most market will be essentially a winner and therefore an ecosystem builder. We do believe that we have the team to execute on this vision. Myself, I was in China for 10 years where I learned to build for a market of 1.5 billion person. And that's where I met my 2 co-founders that were investors in my previous venture before joining me on this ride. We've already built platforms that serve more than 100 million people, and we've been bringing tens of millions of dollars. As of today, we operate in cash collection, right? Which allows us now to bring digital footprint for this merchant, like selling tomatoes and whatever. We've introduced advanced payment for this merchant, which then will allow us to introduce more services and so on. Our goal here, by working with this merchant, is to bring to partners like Ecobank or other financial partners access to merchants that they will never usually go for. These are really small merchants, and we are prepping them to come and get financial services from these banks. So as a plan, we started in Togo because it's easier in terms of cost acquisition. It's my home country, and I understand how the market works. But we have a vision to expand into Benin and Burkina Faso over the next 18 months, where we already have a small base of merchants that have tried the app and love it. And then essentially, we'll raise money to expand into Ivory Coast and other markets. So if you are a financial partner, you are a bank, you know, we are here to partner with you. And so hopefully we can bring you merchants that you will never usually have access to, and we can prep them for you. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. Togo, well represented. Mia Payne. Judges.
Ooh, Togo, well done. Okay, so works. You've proven that your technology works with the use cases that you have.
Yep.
And I completely agree with you that it's everybody. I mean, there are many players currently going on a merchant hunts, and whoever can gather most merchants with most services will be winning. Today, from where you are,
yep.
If we just talking about Togo, what's your plan to dominate the Togo market? How can you make sure that every small merchant in Lomé is using Miape?
Okay, so I love to work in terms of partnerships. So one thing that I omitted from my presentation is that we are already working also with 2 microfinance banks that are using our platform to collect money, and they are collecting from merchants in market. Like one of the microfinance has about 1,000 merchants that are in market. We also have food soldiers that are going around and onboarding for us. Last year, about 1,000 of our merchants were brought to us by some of the consumers, the user on the platform, willingly. And some of them, we had to pay them about $2 because, again, the cost of acquisition is very low. We are also partnering with government entities, like to promote the platform out there. I hope that answers your question.
Sorry, I missed a bit on expansion.
Yes.
Yeah. What is the expansion plan? Sorry.
Okay, so over the next 18 months, we are already planning on like winning Togo and taking over Benin, just next door because it's very next door. And then after that, we are looking toward Burkina. Again, we have a strategy of going for market where user acquisition is lower for us, and then essentially we'll move to bigger markets.
Merci beaucoup aux membres du jury, mesdames et messieurs. On peut les applaudir très très fort. On peut les applaudir. Nous étions à la maison avec le Togo. On peut faire encore plus de bruit, s'il vous plaît. Attention. C'est chaud, ça c'est chaud en tout cas.
It's getting hotter and hotter in here.
Bon, Benjamin.
The temperature.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Parle-moi.
Je suis un peu fatiguée ces derniers temps, tu sais.
Pourquoi?
Trop de travail, évidemment. Et
qu'est-ce que tu veux faire?
j'ai besoin de vacances.
Ah,
Yeah.
où ça?
Mesdames et messieurs, où ça, à votre avis? Où est-ce que je peux aller en
Bora
vacances?
Bora, Saint-Tropez.
Oui,
où ça?
pourquoi pas. I don't know, dans les îles peut-être. Ouais, tu veux bien, je
Et
sais
qui
pas.
paie?
Toi, bien sûr, mesdames et messieurs. Qui d'autre que Benjamin
Moi?
va pour payer mes vacances? Oui.
Non, mais je ne vais pas payer, je vais utiliser Boupay, non?
Oh oui,
Boupass.
Boupass.
Ah!
Mesdames et messieurs,
Tu connais?
Boupass.
Where is... Okay, I'm liking these moves. Slow motion. Aha! Thank you very much. Let's get right into it.
The biggest plan after, if we win, is to first celebrate with my team. To be honest, Boupass is here because of the team of hardworking people we have who are based in Kenya, Uganda, and South Africa. And then also to look at what else can we do to create more impact in our ecosystem.
Yeah, no, you had a lot of support.
Hi, I'm Sonia Cabra, co-founder of Boupass, and I'm here to show you how intercity transport and fintech intersect. At Boupass, we are digitizing intercity transport for Africa. More than 70% of the continent uses intercity transport to move both people and goods. That's more than 3.9 billion annual intercity trips and more than 200 million transactions per day. But the problem is that this market is very fragmented, undigitized, and broken. On one hand, transport operators still use pen and paper to do their ticketing for passengers or parcel, causing cash leakages, poor business data, and a bad customer experience. And on the other hand, even in 2024, and even though there are more than 500 million mobile phone users in sub-Saharan Africa, people have to go all the way to the book office to book their ticket, making them waste time and money, and there's no method to compare different options. And Boupass is solving this by creating a seamless transportation ecosystem where we connect bus, train, flight, and intercity parcel operators to individuals, enterprises, and e-commerce players. And we do this by using the power of data, analytics, automation, and real-time APIs. So essentially, we take intercity transport supply and connect it to B2B and B2C demand. And we have different products for players in the transportation value chain. For the transport operator, let's say a bus or a train operator who traditionally uses pen and paper, we give them a SaaS solution and a point of sale that automates their back office so that 100% of their transactions are digitized. Then, for the consumer, we act as a travel and transport aggregator, where customers can come and book their bus, train, and flight tickets. And this is available via our website, USSD code, and other super apps. And then, most recently, we launched a corporate travel solution, where corporates like Ecobank can book for their employees instead of using travel agents, enforce travel policies, and manage travel budgets. And partnerships with banks, telcos, and other fintechs key. We have used banks and telcos to distribute our product. For example, in Kenya with M-Pesa and in South Africa with MTN and Ayoba, we are already live as the provider for bus, train, and flight bookings. We have also partnered with insurance players to provide embedded insurance and other fintechs to provide embedded credit on both B2B and B2C side. We since 2020, we have more than doubled our revenue, and this year we'll be closing at $2.3 million in net revenue. We make money by charging a commission per transaction. On average, we are transacting at around $5 million per month, and we have sold over 18 million kits. Early this year, we acquired a competitor called QuickBus, which opened up two of the biggest markets for us, South Africa and Nigeria. And because a lot of the bus transport happens between countries, with BooPass and QuickBus combined, we have access to routes in 15 different countries, essentially making us the biggest bus booking platform on the continent. And what BooPass is doing has been done already. In Asia and in Europe, we have seen players like Redbus in India, which got acquired by Naspers back in 2015 for $200 million. Ctrip, which is a massive travel booking platform in China, and Flixbus and Omeo, who are automating travel in Europe. But BooPass is using first principles, localization, as well as building a great team to capture market share and build value for the customer. And our team of 40 staff based in Kenya, Uganda, and South Africa bring in an experience of transportation, travel, fintech, and telcos. And we have advisors helping us with strategy, M&A, as well as have worked at massive OTAs like Expedia. We have been supported and recognized by investors like Google, Founders Factory Africa, Gullet, and early this year, we also got investment from a reputed Silicon Valley investor called Tim Draper, who has invested in unicorns like Expedia, Tesla, and Twitter. Currently, we are raising $2 million, 85% of it is committed, and the use of funds would be to expand our market share, double down in our key markets, and enhance our product further. And we are here to partner with Ecobank so that we can extend our impact further, so that we can create seamless movement of people and goods across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you too. Right on the cusp of time. Over to you, judges. Ethel, Kofi, I see you with the mic.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was a good presentation. What I would have loved to hear also is your North Star. What led you to this product? But also it'd be good to tell us a story of how did you acquire your first, your first transports company? How does that work? I want to hear the story, the North Star behind you and the company.
Okay, thank you for the question. So our North Star is twofold, because we have the transport supply and then we need to create demand. So the first thing we need to do is digitize the transport operators, to digitize the seats. So we look at how many bus companies have we acquired in a month, how many seats have we digitized, and then on the demand side, we look at how many sales are we bringing them online. In terms of acquiring our first transport company, I think we've gotten a lot of rejections because before we got our first company. And a lot of it was because I think transportation already is a great business. And and a lot of these bus companies are already making a lot of cash. But when we went to them, we told them that we would be bringing them more sales. But then we realized that the bigger problem was with their operations, that they were losing cash. And that's why we built our bus management system. And when we showed them that we would help you reduce cash leakages, digitize your transactions, and you can even use those transactions to apply for asset financing, for example, that's when we were able to start onboarding more bus companies. Our first client actually was a big bus company in Kenya called Easy Coach. And because of that, we were able to partner with Safaricom to provide our solution to Kenya Railways as well.
Sorry, I think I just want to come back to that because the question was really, what is driving you as a founder?
What's driving me as a founder? So I think it's, personal experience of not having a good experience taking bus transportation was first. And then also looking at other markets where places like my co-founder and I, we have lived in places like Hong Kong, Singapore, and we've seen that transportation is what is so seamless and it's what creates impact. It connects people to goods, to services, to economic opportunities. And we started this in college. I think we were these idealistic students who wanted to take up the problem of transportation and solve it using technology.
We have one more question for you. So you have just done an acquisition, and that's going to take you into a country like Nigeria. What are some of the, I guess, decisions around doing the acquisition to go into a country like that? And what are some of the challenges that you believe you might encounter, and how do you plan to solve those?
Thank you for the question. So we did the acquisition because it was aligning with our North Stars. The acquisition gave us contracts with quite a lot of bus companies in South Africa as well as in Nigeria, as well as partnerships with banks and telcos who can become our distribution channels. And we like the team who brought in an experience in this domain. So we made the acquisition early this year. One of the challenges that we have seen is localization of the product and adjusting to the local context. So I think we have the foundation of the product, but in each market we go to, there are certain unique problems that we need to solve for. For example, in Uganda, it's much more cash-based. In South Africa, there's no one big player, as opposed to Kenya, where there's M-Pesa, which is the dominant player. And in Nigeria, I think our challenge would be to onboard some of the bus companies as well. So we are building a local team to help us with that.
Thank you very much. That was a barrage of questions for Bupas.
On applaudit encore très très fort, mesdames et messieurs, pour accompagner le Kenya qui rentre tout doucement vers son siège. Ce qui est sûr, Benjamin, c'est qu'après la destination Kenya, moi je veux aller dans le sud de l'Afrique. Hein. Oui.
We're going to use Bupas all the way to South Africa. Yeah. I like the way she answered the question about her personal experience in a bus. So they say necessity is the mother of invention. But from Kenya, where do we go next? Who can guess? Where? Oh, you want South Africa? If you want South Africa, say Madiba. Oh, I can't hear it. They don't want South Africa.
Yeah,
they want a repetition of Togo, but there's only one contender from Togo. So, do you want South Africa?
Yes.
Well, we have easy equities. Imagine everybody being able to buy stock. Here we go.
Easy equities.
I want to see how this goes. Oh yeah, it's a boss man. It's a boss man. It's a boss man.
Our plan to win, when we win is really just to use this opportunity to partner across the continent. And so using the capital to find new partnerships and new destinations across Africa.
My name's Charles Savage, and I'm the founder and CEO of Easy Equities. In the history of the world, nobody ever washed a rented car. It's my favorite quote and inspiration for this business, because it talks to what might be if we solve this problem. That is that across the continent, less than 1% of our people invest for a better future. And it's a big and good problem to solve, not just for the economic rewards that will line the pockets of those that do, but more importantly, for the financial transformation that it will have on the financial fabric of this wonderful continent we all call home. But how do we go about driving this change when many have come before us? Stockbrokers, investment platforms have been around for decades. So how do we, and how have we, gone about driving this change in South Africa? The first rule is Einstein's rule of insanity, which is if you repeat things over and over and you get the same result, then you shouldn't do them again. And so the first rule is to abandon all of the platform strategies and approaches that brought us here today. Think Amazon, Uber, Facebook, and X. Think about eliminating the friction that has stopped our children my children from investing in stocks for the very first time. Think about things like fractional shares that allow someone to buy a portion of a stock as they save towards owning a whole one. Think about eliminating all of the minimums that stack up the income statements of these investment platforms. By abandoning these minimums, we open up the market opportunity by 95%, because most Africans can only pitch up and invest when they can afford to. Think about the user interfaces and how they have to engage, excite, entertain, and reward users. How they need to provide easy access not just to global opportunities, but to local opportunities, their local stock market, the local bond market, local venture capital, property, and everything in between. Think about how you can use technology to make investing easy, leveraging AI to create personalized portfolios and experiences and help simplify complex choices using great technology. Think about how you can reach your audience where they are. In this respect, we partner with telcos and banks and put our applications directly in their applications so that our cost of acquisition trends to zero and everyone can afford to get access. Think about how you take asset management and enable it for the entire continent. No minimums. $1 buys you access to the best fund managers in the world. Think about how you need to empower people. With 2 operational centers, one in South Africa with about 150 staff with over 1,000 years of fintech experience, and another in the Philippines, one of the fastest growing digital economies in the world, with 100 engineers. We have the ability to service our customers 24 hours a day and the experience and knowledge to do this. Think about how you drive profit through purpose, how you empower people to be brave enough so they can fail in order that they might succeed. Place culture over strategy, creates an environment that uplifts communities and drives collaboration. But is it working? It's my dream that one day, perhaps 100 years from now, that someone asks the simple question, how is it that Africans became so wealthy? And it's my purpose that when the answer comes, it goes something like this. It's because Easy Equities made it its mission, along with its partners, to make it so. And so with over 2 million registrations in South Africa and almost 1 million active accounts, we have quadrupled the size of the retail investment market in South Africa in just under a decade. 58% of our customers are male, 42% female, radically turning the demographics of investors on their head, where traditionally 80% are old men. Our average age is 34. We've saved them $170 million in transaction fees alone when compared to our nearest competitor. We've executed 58 million trades, and our customers are looking after $3.3 billion of their hard-earned money. At the same time, our customers are building community as they donate to charities directly on the platform. With every transaction, you have the ability to donate to a charity of your choice, and they're doing it every day, uplifting communities as they rise. Thrive, our loyalty program, was built and designed to drive good investor behavior. Under a year old, it already has 36,000 active students every single month, completing courses around financial literacy. It saved those users 4 million rand in the period, and it has driven up 2 core indicators for us. One is deposits have increased from these customers by 50% in the period, and 2, positive investor behavior across all behavior types has increased by 30% in just a short period of time. And so the ask is, let's partner. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, let's go together. And so join us and our powerful bench of ever-growing partners, carry our products to their customers, and let's be the change that gets Africa.
Merci. On va prendre une question des membres du jury, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, thanks a lot for the pitch. So you're talking about South Africa, Philippines. What about the rest of Africa? What would be your strategy in West Africa, for instance?
Yeah, so I'll start with East Africa because we're launching imminently. We've spent 5 years working with the regulated access to that market, and we should be live in the next couple of months. And Kenya is our target or entry point to the rest of East Africa, so we'll build a base there. The reason we've participated in this competition is to understand the best entry point in West Africa. And so what we're learning from everyone that is here is to understand what that might be. And whilst being here, to also understand the best partners that share our purpose and want to drive this outcome. And so for us, West Africa is in the research project. We're still trying to understand exactly where we should start, and once we do, who we should partner, and then how do we get into the what regulatory frameworks, what changes do we need to make to our platform, etc.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, judges. Easy equities. So you would have noticed by now that we're through the first batch of 6.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous venons donc de voir les 6 finalistes se présenter ici sur ce podium. Le super projet. Avant de passer aux 6 autres Benjamin, nous avons bien sûr, nous vous l'avons dit dès le début, cette année, à la 7e édition, c'est la première fois donc que le public, vous allez voter. Bien sûr, comme on le dit depuis le début aussi, mesdames et messieurs, on va d'abord finir avec les 12 finalistes avant que vous ne puissiez retourner là où vous êtes enregistrés. Vous avez une case vote, vous rentrez dedans et là, vous pouvez seulement voter, mais après le dernier finaliste. C'est bien ça, Benjamin?
Ça exactement. So what we're doing is, we're just reminding you, we're going to let you know where you can go. It's an Ecobank platform, and at the end, when all of them have rendered their pitches, you can then go online and vote, and your vote will count. So share as well. If you want La Côte d'Ivoire to win, you know what to do. Share with your Ivorian friends. But you must vote based on what you really know is the best app. Don't vote just because, oh, il est ivoirien.
Non, mais pourquoi pas?
Oh, il est togolais. Il est mon frère.
Oh, il est sénégalais, oh, il est de la Guinée, du Congo, pourquoi pas
Vote
Cameroun?
based on your conscience, right? So 6 down, 6 to go. Where do we go next?
Prochainement, nous vous emmenons, mesdames et messieurs, nous retournons, je vais dire, au Nigeria, bien sûr, avec une plateforme innovante qui permet aux clients d'entrer en contact avec des représentants de la banque via des appels vidéo.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's do support from Nigeria. Is it Okabo or no? No. Okay. Is this a winning dance? Winning dance. Hello. Support from Nigeria.
When I win this Fintech challenge, the goal is to hire more resources so we can improve on AI and also improve on security. So that's the ultimate goal, just hire more resources and try to improve the product.
Can we go? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charles Olibo, and I'm the founder and CEO of Support. The Support Video Banking is the digital transformation of the physical branch into a virtual branch to enable financial institutions adopt a customer-centric banking model and a people-focused customer experience. You see, like Mr. Jeremy said earlier, the financial institutions in Africa have done a great job adopting payment solutions for money movement in the continent. But one area they have failed to address is customer service and customer relationship, which are both key to customer retention. You see, I found out the hard way when I tried to open up a business account and a diaspora account with a bank in Nigeria. I mean, it took me weeks to be able to open up this account. So I became curious. I started asking myself, what other challenges are financial institutions in Africa trying to experience? And I spoke to a couple of them, And the top issues that they talk about were increase in dormant account and operational costs, increase in financial fraud, and the last one was limited access to diaspora customers. To further my research, I decided to talk to the customers, which is the local and the diaspora customers. And the top issues they complained about were poor customer relationship, financial fraud, and limited access to physical branch or digital communication method. You see, with these findings, I came together with my team. We all believe in one ideology. An African has to solve Africa's problem. So we came together, we decided to build the first video banking solution in Africa, which is the digital transformation of the physical branch, like I said earlier. So what we have done, we have taken the physical branch and put it at the fingertip of the customers. So whether you're home, on the go, or in the diaspora, customers can now engage their financial institutions through face-to-face video calls, sign documents electronically, do their KYC, schedule virtual meetings, share screen, and many more. While on the other hand, the financial institutions can onboard more customers, engage their customers, increase customer satisfaction, as well as grow and retain existing customers. They say, this is pretty easy. By now you might be asking, how does this work? Well, this is how it works. We integrate our widget with the online banking and mobile banking of the financial institutions for their existing customers. So for their potential, which is their existing customers, we will integrate it on their website as a way to bank. In the case of Ecobank, Ecobank has Ecobank Assist. So what we do, we integrate with Ecobank Assist, which is Rafiki. Rafiki answers the simple question. Then any question that requires human intervention, the customer gets upgraded to a video call. So what you're looking at right now is the widget we integrate. So we have customized this for Ecobank for you to see how it works. Within the hours of operation, the video banking is online. Now the customer initiates the chat. The customer can see who's ahead of them and what is the wait time. And the customer can also see any advertisement or product services Ecobank is currently advertising. Once the customer is now upgraded to a video call, the video is being recorded for quality assurance and for security reasons. And when the bank is outside the hours of operation, the video banking is offline. And that's where the customer requests a callback, leaving a voice note. You see, the video banking market is pretty big. It is projected to be a $250 billion market by 2031. And that's why we have come to focus on our serviceable obtainable market, which is Africa and the Caribbean island. Once we have penetrated this market, we're going to then scale into our serviceable available market where we're looking at North America, LATAM, and EMEA. Over time, we've gained some traction, but I want to highlight one of the traction, which is Africa Diaspora Network. We just recently joined their cohort, and we partner with them. We believe this is going to give us a competitive advantage. Why so? Because it's going to help us assist African financial institutions with their diaspora customer acquisition. Behind every vision is a great team. My team and I, we've been working to bring this vision and idea to life, and we have done that. My name is Charles Olibo once again. I've spent 10 years in the fintech industry, born and raised in Nigeria, so I understand the local market. I also live in the diaspora, so I understand the diaspora market. You might have seen the billboard outside that has a different face. Actually, that's my CTO. Can everyone say hi to Sadiq? He's in the room with us. He's been managing the fintech side of things, the technology department, and we have brought this product to life, and this is where we are at this point. My ask is pretty simple. We believe we align with Ecobank's team, a better way to serve you. And I think a partnership with Ecobank is going to help us accelerate in 33 countries, as well as accelerate financial inclusion and improve customer experience for diaspora customers and local customers of Ecobank and other financial institutions. This, I believe, is going to be a Pan-African success story. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, I represent Nigeria, and this is the future of digital banking. Thank you very much.
Merci, thank you. Une question du jury.
Well done on your pitch. How do you plan on addressing the connectivity issues that typical traditional banking users experience while using their mobile app or using social media?
First of all, we've tested, the major problem that we had to address was the video call on a weak internet signal, right? We did test in Burundi, which has the weakest signal, and we tested in Nigeria and South Africa and other places, and we were able to pass. The minimum speed of our video call you require internet is 400 kbps. So right now, what we have built, we believe is going to work in any country in Africa, and by integrating with the online and mobile banking platform, you don't have to go to a standalone. You can just log into your platform if you're a customer, and you can actually engage a video call with the agent of the bank. I hope that answers the question.
So just a follow-up, is there any test that you've run?
Oh yeah, not just a test. We actually have Switch Sterling Bank actually adopted the product. We are actually working with Fidelity Bank Nigeria as well. We're on the third phase. Once we launch that, they start their beta testing. And when I'm done with here, I'm going to Ghana to sit down with CBG, which is another bank we are talking to who has shown interest in this. So like I said, it's the first time anyone in Africa has built a video banking solution, and we pride ourselves on being the first to do that.
Thank you very much. That will be it for the jury. That will be it for the judges.
Second finaliste, mesdames et messieurs, cet après-midi qui nous vient du Nigeria. Après le Nigeria, nous partons pour le numéro 8 aujourd'hui, Benjamin. Nous vous emmenons, mesdames et messieurs, en... Devinez où? Où ça? En Guinée! Faites du bruit, mesdames et messieurs, pour la Guinée qui est dans la place ce soir. Oui, Benjamin, la Guinée est là. Est-ce que tu sens la Guinée?
You know, about 2 days ago, I was in my hotel and I stumbled on these people, you know, deliberating, talking excitedly about, you know, what their plan was, their you know, application and the Ecobank Fintech Challenge. And I went to them and I said, "Are you participating?" And they were like, "Yeah." I found out his name was Barry. And today, he's here to present Waibo Africa.
Plan if we win, well, I can say that first we will focus on integrating with Rapid Transfer, Ecobank Express, and Express Point that will allow us immediately to replicate what we are currently doing in one market to 5 markets instantly.
Much. Can you hear me? Perfect. So my name is Barry. I'm from Guinea-Conakry, West Africa, and I'm the founder and CEO of Waymo. We are addressing a very well-known problem, a very known challenge. Sending 150 billion a year to unbanked African families. Even in the age of internet, this is still a big challenge for many families, especially in West Africa and French-speaking countries. Don't ask me why. Well, we are here today to say at Waymo, we have definitely addressed this challenge. With a single account, one single account, Africans can now send and spend their money wherever they are in the world. This is unique. With one single account, imagine, I came from France to Togo. With my Waymo account, I don't have to deal with foreign exchange. I don't have to deal with cash. I'm able directly to pay my hotel or my food outside. And this is not only a dream, not a wish. It is a reality for 1 million customers in only 3 years in one market. It is a reality for them. We have definitely changed their life in only 3 years. Today we can say that Waymo offers what we call the best user experience in terms of money transfer and money payment across West Africa. We have definitely built that missing bridge with a single account, that missing bridge between African banks and African families wherever they are in the world, not only in Africa, but in America and Europe. So now you may ask, why are you here? We believe that 10 million is not enough. We want to scale from 100 million a year to 2.5 million within the next 36 months and help and change the life of million families in West Africa. And to do that, we have an amazing team. You can see some of them here today, led by myself with 15 years of experience building tech platforms for banks, telco, media in Europe. I'm not alone, of course. You have with me Abdul Karim, one of the smartest guys I have never met during the last 5 years. He never went to school, but he's been dealing with the informal market and foreign exchange for over the last 16 years. We are also supported by investors who has invested $3 million in the company. But this is not enough because we are going to take the 50K today with us in Guinea. So what we're looking for today is to show how we can leverage, how we can bring together the power of fintechs, African fintechs, and African banks to have a massive impact on people's lives, especially in West Africa. You all know Rapid Transfer, Express Account, and Express Point. With Waymo, we can literally, in only 36 months, change the life of the whole West African French-speaking countries. And now I have one question to you, my fellows, my young fellows African. Who do you believe will build the Africa we want? Who? Us. We have to do it. So it is not about Waymo. It is not about business. It is about our own life. We need to use our own money to change our own life. So if you believe that we can change and build the Africa we want, say with me, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can do it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Waymo Africa, Barry making the presentation. I was just about to wave when he ended, so he finished right on time. One question.
Yeah, Showman. How are you addressing the problem of last mile cash distribution? And this is a two-pronged question. And you know, you talked about scaling, and you have to scale. You've done well in Guinea. With scale comes a lot of complexities. How are you solving that?
The mic, okay, I got it. Two questions, how we deal with cash. My first answer will be to say we want to reduce the usage of cash. This is the first question. But how we do today, as you know, African didn't wait for banks or fintechs to move money between them. We have millions of shops across the country, across Guinea, doing business with cash. So we are collecting their cash and allowing them to exchange this cash with our electronic money today, everywhere in the country. We have 10,000 agents across the country in only 3 years. We have also a partnership with something I showed here, Express Point, which is a product of Ecobank. They have distribution networks that we can leverage, that we are leveraging today to distribute cash. So this is my first question. And the second one was how we can expand to other countries, right? So we have today 3 million people in Guinea and in Senegal, 2 million in Ivory Coast. They all exchange money between them, from Guinea to Senegal, from Senegal to Guinea. We also have a big diaspora of Senegalese in France and in Europe. By integrating Rapid Transfer, by integrating Waymo and Express Account, we can, within a few months, expand everywhere in Africa we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jury. Thank you, Barry. Waymo, Africa.
La solution, mesdames et messieurs, le showman en personne, la Guinée est dans la place.
Thank you.
Alors, Benjamin, après, bien sûr, la Guinée, mesdames et messieurs, nous vous emmenons, si je vous dis le pays de l'hospitalité, vous me répondez?
Moi, je dis le pays des géants.
Si je vous dis le pays de la teranga, vous me dites? Hein? Sénégal, rec! Mesdames et
Lions of
messieurs,
Teranga are here, but will they roar? Pro Boutique is our next stop. Let's do this.
c'est parti.
lu ma wax yéen a fu ma jëm yéen a ñi ma bëgg ñan la ñi ma mel yéen a ko waral daal ci Sénégal mooy sunu gaal dëggal ma bës yi bëgg naa leen.
So, when all is said and done, if you win today, wall of rice on you. Wall of rice on you. Let's do it.
So actually, it's a secure partnership, secure our next round of raising, and just be able to double down, first of all, in Francophone Africa, and after in English-speaking country in Africa, by partnering with banks, telco, bank like Ecobank. Thank you.
Bonjour. Okay. Bonjour. Je suis Tierno Sakho, le CEO et cofondateur Proboutique. Imaginez-vous un seul instant. Jaina 5 litres d'eau à Modou Pouy, Qu'est-ce que je viens de faire? Abdoulaye Faye, qui est un commerçant boutiquier à Dakar, vient d'enregistrer une opération de vente à crédit à une famille sénégalaise, Modou Pouy, de l'huile 5 litres que Modou Pouy devra payer demain. On a tous vécu ça. Le crédit entre les familles et les marchands. Et c'est ce que ProBoutique essaie d'adresser. Nous avons développé une Fintech pour essayer d'adresser et d'accompagner à la modernisation et à la digitalisation des 100 millions de informal micro-business all over Africa. On parle bien de 100 millions. Et je vais vous donner quelques chiffres qui vont vous faire un peu peur. On a plus de 90% des entreprises africaines qui sont des micro-business informels. On a encore, pire encore, 50% de la population africaine en âge de travailler qui ne sont pas alphabétisés. Donc, ils ne savent ni lire ni écrire. Ce qui veut dire qu'on a longtemps développé des solutions digitales où, naturellement, on exclut les 50% de personnes qui ne savent ni lire, ni lire, ni écrire. Et c'est là où nous avons développé ProBoutique. Et je vous donne une dernière information. De toutes les entreprises africaines, surtout les micro-business, on n'a que 3% qui utilisent une comptabilité minimale. Sinon, on a 12% qui utilisent un cahier et 85% qui n'ont aucune comptabilité. Comment est-ce qu'on peut inclure toute cette masse critique dans le monde du crédit et de l'inclusion financière? Ce n'est pas possible. Seule manière de le faire, à travers la voix. Et on comprend très bien, aucune visibilité sur les transactions, aucune visibilité sur leur activité à temps réel. Et donc, c'est normal qu'il se crée une relation de non-confiance entre les buyers et les sellers, entre les banques et les micro-business. Et c'est là où nous nous sommes positionnés, ProBoutique. On a développé la première solution mobile first avec cette ambition d'inclure la voix dans le parcours utilisateur. Qu'est-ce que ça permet? Ça permet d'enregistrer les opérations de day-to-day du commerçant, de la femme tablier, du petit producteur agricole, dans sa langue locale, ou en français, ou en anglais, ou de l'écrire, ou par la voix, ou juste par une prise d'image. Avec toutes ces données-là, on a été capable de développer une solution d'alternative scoring
qui permet maintenant de les préparer vers de l'inclusion financière et de l'accès au financement. Et mieux encore, on inclut des liens de paiement pour leur permettre de capturer les transactions. Et nous sommes heureux d'annoncer que dès ce mois-ci, nous allons déployer notre Conversational AI Agent, Safi AI, qui sera capable de reconnaître du speech to text, Wolof français, français to français. Déjà, ça libère toute cette masse de micro-business qui n'avaient pas accès à un minimum d'informations et donc aux services financiers. Et donc, avec cette solution, we are building a hyperscaling solution. Why? Because we offer a seamless experience for those informal micro-business. We will build a personalized experience, and it will help to transform informal micro-business into formalized enterprise. And we'll be able to unlock the $1.5 trillion in B2B payment and addressing the $400 billion financing gap. Our business model is very simple. $1.5 a month as a subscription model for all those informal micro-business, plus combined with a commission base and a commission on lending or the scoring. But actually, what is very interesting, we are partnering with strategic partners to be able to scale. So, for example, Orange, actually in Senegal, we already built our own app as a white label solution, and we hope to launch Pro Boutique as a white label solution with Orange this month coming. So definitely, we are solving the illiteracy problem. It's a huge problem. We have to find a way to address it. We have a strong expertise in microfinance, in informal economy, and retail sectors. And our capacity to deploy fastly is very amazing because we have a pipeline of partnership with microfinance, with bank, and with telco. What we have as a progress since the inception, we already secured $600K from strategic investor. One of them are a telco company called Telecel Group. We launch activities in Senegal, in Côte d'Ivoire, in Tunisia, and we do pilot in DRC. And actually on the pipeline, we have this strategic partnership with Orange Senegal, with microfinance company also. So Senegal is the third telecom company in Senegal. Visa, with USA Senegal, we did a pilot also, with City of Boaké in Côte d'Ivoire, and with Group Action actually also. And we are looking for partnership also with banks. We already reached 10 million transactions, and we have 70,000 registered using our app. Our team have a very long experience in what we are trying. I have 15 years experience in microfinance, in bank, investment banking, and entrepreneurship. And my team with Abdoulaye, who has an experience in Fintech, and Malik Pai, who was the former data of Sodexo and L'Oréal. That's why we want Ecobank to be part with us to be able to open a new big opportunity, what I call a frontier market of this informal business with you. Thank you.
Merci Pro Boutique. Alors, une question, mesdames et messieurs. Membres du jury, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, if you can please help me translate my question to him, all right? Okay, he's fine, he can understand.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Very well. Thank you for the presentation, and my question is really more around your technology. So with so many diverse languages and even dialects across Africa, is this a French-only voice recognition application? And if it isn't, how do you ensure the accuracy of the technology with other dialects? Thank you.
Thank you. So for the beginning, we are focusing on English, French, and Wolof. Wolof is the most spoken language in Senegal. But actually, there is other startup in Africa. There is one called Lelapa AI. They already built a language for Swahili, and we will just plug and use their solution to double down and to eventually, if we launch in South Africa or in center of Africa. For the other language like Pearl, like Bambara, we are not on Wolof,
and after to address this other language. So it takes time also to train the model. We also use OpenAI solution, Gemini solution, plus all the language. Actually, our team also and other startups, we try to collect a maximum of data, let's say in Wolof, to understand the nuance. Because, for example, French, we have French nuance. In Senegal, depending on the French, we have in Cote d'Ivoire or in Tunisia. But it's a lot of training, but we have the team of AI and data specialists just focused now.
Okay, just a quick follow-up. So this is your proprietary software application, or are you utilizing others?
It is what we call now a fine-tuning solution. So now we plug from OpenAI, from all tools, and we do what we call fine-tuning or RAG. So we exhaust all this data to fine-tune, and this solution will be specialized on vocabulary of financial services on this language. So we are focusing on the financial services language on this language.
Satisfied? All right. Let's give it up for
Pro Boutique, mesdames et messieurs, le Sénégal, cet après-midi.
Do you like football?
Scusi?
Do you love football?
Well, I do. I mean, I try. You know, girls with football, you know how it is. I mean, like.
The country we're headed to next has a great footballing history. Think Roger Milla. Think Samuel Eto'o. Think, because I'm a fan of Manchester United, no comments. Think Andre Onana. He will catch 2 and let 4 go into the net.
Mesdames et messieurs,
we're heading to
les pays
Cameroon.
Des lions indomptables, le Cameroun, mesdames et messieurs.
Peisika.
Du Cameroun. On y va.
I think so far our biggest plan out of this is, to use this opportunity to go in other markets, closing a deal that can help us in fast-tracking that. It also obviously help us, to cover some part of our operations by hiring some other individuals, and most importantly, leverage the mostly trust that we can give so that we close more deals.
So, please, can you raise your hand if you have been already in a situation where you have to pay abroad from Africa using a card, for example? Okay, interesting. So I'm Roger. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Paysika. We the first digital microfinance bank for Cameroon and Central Africa. Basically, we enable our users to easily get a Visa card, easily load it from the comfort of their home. And then they can use it now to pay abroad with ease. To give you an example, let us suppose, for example, you have a hard day, you go at home, and you just see, just remember that you had to pay the immigration fees of your brother somewhere that he need to travel. So instead of, and you don't have a card, they are asking you to pay that with your card. So instead of, of waiting for tomorrow, go at the bank where you need to leave your work, spend some time there, queue there also, you can just right away download the Paysika app, perform the KYC, yourself right completely without moving from your home. And then from there, once you are done that, you can instantly get your card. The money that you have, your mobile money, you load it there, and you are good to go. So I think you get it now. With Paysika, you get a Visa card, whether virtual or physical. You can use it to pay. You pay also, and you receive a cashback. You have implemented in-house the possibility to get it both for online payment and also in-store payment. You can also pay abroad and get delivered at home thanks to the partnership we have with some cheapest partner. On top of that, obviously, you can do other stuff like bill payments, transfer money, and very soon savings. And the funny part of this is that users actually love what we are doing, as you can see from our numbers. We recently relaunched in February 24, and we were able to grow our monthly revenue from $11,000 up to $101,000 of monthly revenue. And this represents a 40% average revenue growth rate. More importantly, we are growing really sustainably, meaning that's why actually we are already net margin positive. We are still constantly growing. We have been able to process, since February, $7 million of third-party of processing payment. We have an average revenue per user of $4. We mostly charge users on transactions. We have a freemium model so far. On transactions that they are doing, we're receiving also from Visa, and we have a bunch of the FX that is coming. We are also introducing premium soon. More importantly as well, our users, all these things that we have been able to do is completely organically. The 23K card that we are able to issue so far, only virtual, by the way. We are on our way to launch the physical card, to relaunch the physical card. Out of these, 50% are coming only from referrals. And the other one are coming from web search, etc. We don't want to stop here. When we just consider the mobile money ecosystem market into the Central African region, with 80 million wallets, just considering the average revenue that we are doing so far, we are addressing a $4 billion market. And we have the team actually to be able to execute on this. Me, myself, we are solving problems that we experience it on our hat. Our co-founder, he has 11 years of experience building software around in the US. He has completely rewrite the MTN Momo API, for example, in Cameroon. My co-founder is the best seller I know, Season, who was able to close deal. He's able to close deal extremely fast. I am in computer science from my background. So far, we're able to raise already $1.1 million from some top investors around, like Loftinch. We have satisfied partnership with Visa, and we are also working with Ecobank into that. Unlike what is being done so far, we have introduced something unique also in Cameroon right now, which is the fact that you can get cashback on online payment as well, not only on in-store payment. We have introduced, actually, thanks to our shipping partners, the possibility for you to pay and get delivered home, and we take a certain commission on that. In CEMAC region, when you have to travel, there is a bunch of stuff that you have to do. So we are able to completely digitalize this into our applications, which actually we are the only provider of card which is doing that. So we are Paysika. We are the first digital microfinance bank in Cameroon. We look forward to partner with Ecobank actually to, instead of having, to go in each country, we want to have one partnership that can enable to fast track in those regions. And we are currently raising our seats. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Paysika. Alors, une question, s'il vous plaît, les membres du jury.
Okay, great presentation, and well done for the traction. I think it's great what you're doing in Cameroon, in the Central African region. But you know how difficult the compliance questions is for Central African Republic, right? For Central Africa, especially for Cameroon. Can you please expand a bit on two things? How are you managing the KYC? Okay. From a compliance point of view, and how are you handling the international payment with the constraints that exist in terms of forex and transfers outside of the CEMAC zone?
Okay. So if I summarize, so your first question is on the KYC, right? Simply, we have digitalized all the KYC process. There are some requirements that has been set by the regulators and also by our banking partners, which is Ecobank in this case. We take the ID card of the users completely from the app. He take a selfie, a video selfie of himself, and then from there we have the localization plan as well, all those elements. From there we have also agents behind the scenes that are validating it manually. Coupled with a rating, we have also an integration with the third party that rates actually the score rate of the card, of the ID card that is being delivered to us. So based on the rating and also the manual verification, we are able to verify the users. So this is the part on the KYC. Okay, I think your second question was on how we manage the international stuff. Again, the regulator has been, one of the things at least on which he's clear is how we need to manage that. There's we have a maximum of 1 million francs CFA that users can do per month, right, as international payment. So far, actually, as we want to, to control our growth, we have capped it at 500,000 francs CFA, but we have already integrated the possibility for the users, he can increase that limit. And also the regulator has put in place, in which case the users can increase it, and the document that we need to request. All of these, the users can just come into our application. He requests to increase his limit, like his monthly limit. He provides a proof of what he wants to pay, and then from there, we are able to approve the increase of limit. But so far, since our launch, we have not yet, at least just for testing purpose, but we have not yet leveraged that a lot. Okay.
Thank you, jury. Thank you, judges. Thank you, pay seeker. Let's do better for our Cameroonian brother. Let's put our hands together for him. So it's the tussle of the footballing nations. And the last time, La Côte d'Ivoire came up tops. They whipped all of Africa, including my beloved Ghana. We hope for better times. But if you're thinking Kolo Touré, Yaya Touré,
Si.
or Didier
Ou bien Drogba. Mesdames et messieurs, l'orange, le blanc, le vert, nous allons chez les éléphants organisateurs de la CAN et champions d'Afrique. La Côte d'Ivoire est dans la place aujourd'hui. Faites du bruit, mesdames et messieurs, pour Daba Finance.
Daba Finance in the building. Are you going to give us some Freddie Mayway or something else?
Mike, I am. Jour de fête. C'est quoi?
Oh yeah, I like this one. Very macho.
When we win, the plan is to continue building what we have started and bring our technology and our solutions to millions of people across the continent.
Hello, my name is Jr., and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Daba Finance. We can all agree, investing is the driver of wealth. But imagine sitting on $2.2 trillion of investable opportunity and not being able to act. Investing in Africa is completely broken. Whether you're an individual business, an individual, or an investment firm, you either lack access, knowledge, or the right tools to tap into this opportunity. Here comes Daba Finance, Africa's unified investment platform, helping individuals invest across Africa's private, public, and digital capital markets. We are redefining what it means to invest in Africa by building an integrated investing operating system that gives our customers access to a universe of investing products such as savings, stocks, bonds, ETFs, and soon to add retirement plans, real estate, and commodities, all within one singular infrastructure. For retail investors, we give them access to a simple, intuitive retail investment app with top-tier investment intelligence and Africa's first AI-driven investment co-pilot with wealth management solutions at the fraction of the cost of what they would get on the market. For B2B customers, we help them turn their platform, their websites into investment gateways by giving them APIs. The difference is that we offer low minimums, we allow our customers to invest with multiple currencies, multiple forms of payments, including mobile money, and we are available through APIs. Our business model is quite simple. We charge a commission on every single transaction and the assets under management on our platform, subscription fees for users that want an enhanced investment experience, and interest on our users' deposits. In the last 18 months, what we've done has been quite impressive. $10 million in inbound asset under management interest. We've opened 25,000 investment accounts across 11 African countries, US and Europe, and have invested $1.5 million across 3 asset classes, stocks, bonds, and venture capital, all in one platform. The first platform to offer all of that. And we did this with no marketing spend. The market is quite enormous. Just take the US African diaspora, 2.3 million adults spending $45 billion across Africa, wanting to invest but being underserved. 4 million in Europe, 160 million Africans of investing capability, not being able to access the right investment products. And the market for B2B is 5 times as large. We have the right team for this. 75 years of combined experience across finance, AI, marketing, and operations, and I personally built this type of investment solutions at NASDAQ, the largest stock exchange in market cap in the world, for 5 years. We've raised $1.5 million to date, and we've been backed by an incredible suite of investors. We've partnered with notable investment firms and fund managers across Africa already that trust us to power their investment solutions, and we've been recognized by major brands. Today, there is an opportunity for a strategic partnership with Ecobank, leveraging their payment rails over our investment infrastructure that will allow to include millions of Africans and allow them, for the first time, to start building wealth. If you don't remember anything from my presentation, I'd like you to remember this. We all agree that investing is the biggest wealth building opportunity. Now the BRVM, is Africa's 5th largest stock exchange. 30 billion market cap, represents 16% of Francophone West Africans' GDP, and is home to 150 million people. Now, over 27 years since it exists, they've opened 100,000 accounts. And the minimum to invest is $1,500. I don't know many people across Africa that have that money. Well, in just 10 months, we've opened 25,000 accounts, have brought down the minimum to $10, and by the end of this year, we will achieve what the BRVM did in 27 years in 1 year. It's not just about investing. It's empowering one dream at a time. We have 25,000 users, and we have some amazing stories. Whether it is the cab driver trying to earn earnings on their excess cash, whether it is the single mother trying to save for her daughter to go to school, whether it is the student trying to make ends meet, or whether it is a diaspora in US or in Europe wanting to invest back home without falling to scams, we have the tool for them. So together, we're not just changing how the world invests in Africa, but we are investing in Africa's change. Join us in this mission. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, Daba Finance de la Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you very much. I see the jury nodding this way, that way. I don't know what it's going to be. Question?
Yes, thank you so much for that very, I'm going to say, impactful presentation. And in this particular space, yes, there's tremendous competition, and you're taking on the big dog, right? The one that's been around forever. And it looks like you're going after being, you know, the dominant player in Africa, maybe even the next unicorn. I'm just going to put it out there. You guys seem to have it all. But with the volatile nature of the market itself, and talking about developing and investing in Africa, there are concerns that come up in regards to fraud, potential losses, scams. How are you positioning your company to be able to address those particular risks that people would think of? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So we are a very open and transparent company. Actually, if you go to our website and type Daba Finance /trust-compliance and security, you'd see all our licenses, all our partners, all our verifications available to you. And that builds an enormous amount of trust. We get hundreds of messages through our customer service. How can I make sure that you're a trusted company? All we do is send them that link. Next thing, the user is making their first investment. So that's one. Second, with respect to the market tendencies, the volatility, investments is a cyclical thing. And today, we are at a particular time whereby we can ride the next 10 years of growth, because we just came out of a period where the US and Europe had super high interest rate, made them super attractive, and now those are coming down. When those come down, more emerging markets tend to rise, and our technology is perfectly positioned to rise that wave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, jury, as well. Please, let's put our hands together. Daba Finance.
Un tonnerre d'applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs, pour la Côte d'Ivoire ce soir. Benjamin, ils sont 12 finalistes, 10 pays d'Afrique. Oui, nous avons eu le Kenya tout à l'heure. Nous allons encore avoir un deuxième finaliste, Mélanine Capital, qui nous vient du Kenya. Benjamin, mesdames et messieurs, ce soir, notre dernier, je pense.
The 12th and final one. Usually when you think of melanin, you think of skin pigmentation. But surprise, surprise, Kenya, over here with Melanin Capital. We're going to find out what they're going to do. I wanna be famous. I wanna have lots of money. I see some combination attire. I wanna be free. Kenyan colors. Oh yeah. It's a dual thing.
C'est le Kenya qui est dans la place ce soir.
I think President Ruto will have something to say about that dance when they get back to Kenya.
Benjamin.
Over to you.
When we win, our biggest plan is to now scale our carbon solution across the Ecobank subsidiaries and to start thinking of many more verticals to be able to offer to our clients savings beyond the green loans and the carbon credits that we give them, credit cards, and be able to become this Pan-African neobank that we aspire to be.
Good afternoon, bonjour à tous au Togo. My name is Melanie, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Melanin Capital. We are building the carbon neobank of the continent that can power the future of African finance. Because for us, the future of African finance is green. With my co-founder, we spent a combined 20 years in the field of climate finance, development finance, and sustainability engineering. And we saw firsthand how the world is looking to find solutions to fight against climate change, how urgent it is for the world to find businesses that can absorb the carbon that industrialization has created over the past centuries. And today, it is ready to pay for it. What used to be a niche market only for green companies is now becoming a $1 trillion funding opportunity, where corporates and governments across the world are looking for businesses that can absorb the CO2 and finance them through carbon credits. And Africa is the best position to give the solutions that the world is looking for, with abundance of natural resources, unlimited potential of clean energy. What if this $1 trillion opportunity was financing our businesses, especially the ones that have been left out, the small farmers planting the cocoa tree, the small shops using the solar panel? What if carbon credits was their chance, our chance as Africans, to get access to cheap capital? So how do we make this possible? We saw an opportunity to innovate, and we built an online platform, carbon financing solution, that is mixing carbon credits with for-profit loans to finance those small businesses that we know, the farmers, the retailers, the small taxi drivers, and help them going green through tree planting, solar panels, and electric vehicles. What we needed to do is to be able to track the CO2 through our platform to show it to the corporates that are polluting and looking to buy carbon credits. So we integrated digital carbon verification system using satellite technology and IoT devices so that we could track this real time, take the photos of the trees, get the solar production, and provide it to those carbon buyers. Because the carbon credit is not looking for an interest, we were able to provide loans at lower rates, coming from 50% per annum, sometimes in Kenya, as low as 5%. And we're still making a profit because we're taking 20% of transaction fee of those carbon credits, which makes this whole model financially sustainable. With this solution, we can solve the problem of the 33 million small businesses in Africa that are too small or too risky for the banks to get lending. And through our carbon financing solution, we can build for them a track record when they get access to our green lending and carbon credit solution fully online on our mobile app. With our solution, everyone wins: the small business, the planet, and our pocket. But our biggest win remains Elizabeth. Elizabeth is an avocado farmer in Kenya that didn't manage to get access to any loan so far. But through our solution, we managed to support her and her group of farmers to plant 2.5 million trees and access $5 million of carbon credits by the end of the year. This has been made possible thanks to our mobile app, which we have made sure that there was complete compliance from end to end. Our wallet is integrating with Ecobank accounts APIs to be compliant with central bank regulations. Our carbon verification is being certified by the United Nations UNFCCC and gold standards. And our carbon trading license is being approved by the Capital Market Authority so that we are able to trade in Africa and across the world. We've built an A team with deep experience in fintech, carbon credits, and sustainable finance. And together, we have been trusted by Ecobank Kenya already, development finance institutions across the world, and top-tier investors who provided us with $1.5 million to build this product and scale across Africa. We've started and proved our model in Kenya and are now expanding in Nigeria, Uganda, and Rwanda. We've made our first $1 million in revenue this year to become cash positive for the first time since 2020. And now we're ready to expand and looking to partner with Ecobank across its market to now fulfill this Pan-African dream and build the future of finance. The future where driving electric will drive the cost down of your electric bike. Where cooking clean will double your dough with cashbacks on your account. Where recycling trash will turn your plastic into cash in your wallet. And where cash will grow on the tree you plant. Let's join forces so that together we can build a continent where we are the leaders of the green economy. We can build a better way to see African shine. We can build today the Africa we want tomorrow, one entrepreneur at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanin Capital. You know, especially being from Kenya, when she said, let's join forces, took a step back. You know what I mean? But that's just on a lighter note. Judges?
Fantastic. What you do is actually gets very sexy, right? It's taking what we have naturally, something even better. Hello? Yes. So considering, this is not working. Okay, yes. Considering the increasing interest in just a climate type of investments and overall, I'm curious, given the current hurricane, Helene, that's going on right now, and the potential devastation that is also bringing to the African coast, are there any particular investments or projects that you have supported that have been around climate-related disasters? And what have you seen as a result of that in helping more African countries in future events?
Thank you very much for that question. I talk a lot about the opportunity of climate for Africa. I talk very little in that pitch about the threats, but it's a real threat that's a lot, even just in Kenya back home, we have like already droughts that we have seen, tremendous floods, so we absolutely need to be able to work on those solutions. So we actually, for now, anything like climate disaster, we are not yet in that space. This is something that we are trying to tap in with a new project with the UN through climate insurance. So we're trying to embed in our loans some climate insurance that will actually help us to cope with those disasters. There is some interest now also in coastal areas, like in Tanzania, Zanzibar, asking us to come in with our solutions, especially for solar and tree planting to adverse the effect of climate change. But it's still early stage, but exactly this will be a big opportunity, especially for the insurance space. Thank you.
Just a follow-up question on that.
Yeah.
Can you talk a bit about the certification process for being green?
Yes.
And how do you see the marketplace evolving, and which role do you see playing into that?
Absolutely. So there are two big certifiers for carbon in the market that are recognized. The one of the UN that I mentioned, UNFCCC and Gold Standards, and then Vera. And essentially Vera at the moment has a little bit of reputational problems, so we are not using the certifications. And through the Gold Standards certification, this is actually quite a lengthy process where we have to show our methodology, the equipment we use, the data we collect, to show that we are reliably collecting CO2 and saving CO2. Once the methodology has been approved on their side, auditors are coming to check that we are actually doing the work, and then this is how we get certified. So as you can hear, it is very difficult for a small farmer to go through that whole process. And this is why the fact that we are doing it with our resources and redistributing the carbon credits to thousands of farmers, it really gives inclusion for the small businesses to access the carbon credits, which is normally not accessible.
Thank you very much, jury. Please, let's put our hands together for all 12 finalists of the Ecobank.
Un tonnerre d'applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs, pour les 12 finalistes ce soir. Oui, absolument, c'était la 12e. Hein? Voilà. Donc les choses deviennent de plus en plus corsées, Benjamin. Hein?
And let's also put our hands together for the jury.
Un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour les membres du jury qui ont fait un travail extraordinaire. Et maintenant, bien sûr, dans quelques instants, ils vont passer à la délibération. Hein. Enfin, je veux dire, ils vont d'abord nous laisser quelques instants réfléchir à qui, il ou elle.
So there you see our jury members stepping out. They're going to deliberate. But in the meantime, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have our panel discussions. But first, the public vote. Do you remember? Public vote. And oh, we have an interesting dynamic. The one or the finalist that wins the public vote will get a special prize from
Askai, remember?
So there's the possibility that someone who places first to third could get it and still win the ultimate prize, or still win second runner-up or first runner-up, or the ultimate prize of 50K, or this person could not be in the top 3, but will still win a prize. You see how we're thinking about you guys?
C'est juste
See how we're thinking
extraordinaire
about
hein, ce qui est en train de se passer ce soir, hein, vraiment, avec ce prix du vote du public, un ticket à Sky, donc c'est juste extraordinaire. En fait, finalement, n'importe qui peut gagner. Hein.
And to vote, all you have to do, I see the WIMO people all getting ready to scam. I see y'all, I see y'all. This is how you get to vote. You scan, and then you vote. So
Vous
share with your people.
Et
Let them start voting.
À partir de maintenant, vous pouvez, mesdames et messieurs, le public peut voter. Vous avez à peu près 15 à 20 minutes. Donc allez-y, partagez, votez, votez, votez.
Vote based on conscience, but I know you all aren't going to do that. You're going to be voting based on country.
Attendez, excusez-moi, vous allez nous aider s'il vous plaît avec, non, pas les chaises, on va les retirer d'abord. On va les retirer d'abord, attention, on va les retirer d'abord.
Please, we need to have the space.
On va pousser juste pour avoir l'espace pour que, voilà, nos chers amis puissent pousser les chaises, s'il vous plaît, voilà.
Okay, this one, let's go here a bit. Okay, please scan to vote.
Merci.
You know what? While this is going on, just give us a little music before we announce the panel members. A little music, and then we scan to vote. Let's give ourselves a few minutes. Scan, share, vote, decide for yourselves who wins. And the person who comes up tops will win a prize from Askai.
Sans modération, mesdames et messieurs, votez, partagez. C'est là, scannez, c'est parti. On va animer avec un tout petit peu de musique pendant que vous faites cet exercice. En attendant, donc...
Amma, est-ce que tu vas voter? Qu'en pensez-vous?
Oui.
Qu'on vote?
Oui, pourquoi pas. On peut?
What do you think? Should we vote? You know what? I think we should remain neutral. Let's remain neutral. Else they will say, the MCs are voting. They have favorites. So I'm going to remain neutral. Hey, Omo, the way you did type for the down there. Oh, aren't we going to get a little music? Or do you want me to sing?
Benjamin, vous avez 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Only 5 minutes left. 5 minutes, mesdames et messieurs. Votez. Mais alors là, acharnez-vous, quoi. Concentration.
TikTok, 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 TikTok,
voilà.
TikTok. Time is ticking.
Non, il faut pas... Oui, attention, merci.
It's ticking away.
C'est ça.
Vote quickly.
Encore 4 minutes.
Or forever hold your peace. The time to vote is now. Il faut voter maintenant même.
C'est bon, vous pouvez y aller. Très bien. Benjamin,
Agnès,
I think tout le monde a scanné, hein? Donc tout doucement, on peut s'apprêter pour le 3e panel pendant que nos chers membres du jury sont en train, voilà, d'écrire.
Amma, I just found out.
Yeah.
Some of those, it's a good thing I came back. Please, I think we should increase the time a little. Some of those here say when they try scanning the QR code, they can't. Please. If you can't get it, come forward a little and scan. We want everybody to vote.
Alors, pour les personnes qui sont à l'arrière, s'il vous plaît, si jamais vous avez des petits soucis pour scanner, avancez-vous un tout petit peu. Parce qu'il faut vraiment que tout le monde, le maximum, puisse scanner et voter ce soir. Nos jurys sont en train de délibérer et vont inscrire dans l'histoire Fintech pour cette 7e édition 2024, mesdames et messieurs. Les heureux gagnants, de toute façon, les 12 finalistes sont tous des gagnants extraordinaires, exceptionnels. Voyage. Voilà.
I'm still leading, kill anything. I know fitness. You know, go fit in my shoes. High fashion, give me shoes. Wanna sip something and choose for more. Go make you try that. She do that.
few minutes to go. Let's make the most of it. Scan, vote. Your vote counts.
Encore 1 minute et demie, mesdames et messieurs, avant la fin du vote du public. Alors, sans modération, profitez encore des derniers instants, des dernières secondes.
You still have a little time. Scan and vote. And unlike some African elections, this will count. This will be free, fair, transparent. Everything will be open. Unlike some African, elections.
Benjamin.
I said it.
Champagne for my pain. I stay in my lane. Every day is my birthday. Champagne for my pain. I stay in my lane. Every day is my birthday.
Alors, mesdames et messieurs, nous voici embarqués pour le 3e et dernier panel de cette journée. Empowering Futures, Role of Technology. Mesdames et messieurs, nous aurons bien sûr le modérateur et 3 panélistes. Dans quelques instants, Benjamin, j'appelle sur ce podium Monsieur Samuel Lee. Sous vos applaudissements quand même, mesdames et messieurs, nous allons l'accueillir comme il se doit ici. Il est responsable des produits chez Huawei.
Welcome Samuel Lee, Senior Product Manager at Huawei. Samuel Lee, if you're here with us, please join us. I saw Mr. Lee a short while ago.
Here he is.
Ah, there he is.
Sous vos applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs, Monsieur Samuel Lee, premier panéliste de cet après-midi. Enfin, non, redis-moi ça.
We also have joining the conversation
Monsieur Romaric Agbagla.
Romaric
Agbagla.
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 Aujourd'hui, hein?
Aujourd'hui,
on va voir.
Mesdames et messieurs, sous vos applaudissements, nous accueillons Monsieur Romaric Agbagla, an electric
He's an electrical
and marine engineer.
And marine engineer. Where do we go next?
Alors, next, nous arrivons à Monsieur Folly Orimoloye. Est-ce que j'ai bien prononcé? Sous vos applaudissements, Group Chief Technology Officer at Ecobank Transnational Incorporate. Mesdames et messieurs.
Okay, so if there's going to be any beating, we don't want both of us to get beaten. So, Orimoloye Foloronsho. How did we do? Thank you very much. Oh, you're not clapping for me.
Alors, Benjamin, normally there's a panelist who had to be with us. Mais malheureusement, mesdames et messieurs, il y a un des panélistes qui n'a pas pu être là, qui a été empêché. Et c'est monsieur
Kiru Muhoya.
Que l'on salue. Merci.
So we extend our gratitude to him as well. Finally, we also invite, and I hope they are seated in the right order. Yeah, we tried.
Yeah.
Samuel Tete Amano, and he is the CEO and founder of Blue Space. Thank you, Mr. Amano.
Thank you.
So what are they going to be discussing? Just a repetition. They're going to be discussing empowering futures, the role of technology in shaping Africa's growth and development. Mr. Amano and team, over to you.
Thank you very, very much. Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024. You guys have done amazing. You've outdone yourself. A round of applause to the organizers for the Ecobank Fintech Challenge. Fantastic. And, after such a powerful pitching session, you could tell that there was something they were using to build all these capabilities. And it's indeed the technology that we're about to talk about, how technology is fast-tracking growth in Africa. Obviously, use cases have been shared. Fintech propositions have been shown. But we need to talk about how the underlying supply chain of technology is shaping growth in Africa at large. With me, I'm joined by Huawei. I'll have each of my panelists talk about themselves. But before I do that, a short overview about who I am and what I do and what problems I solve. We're a fintech infrastructure company. We are supporting the DFIs, FSI space and insurance companies to aggregate all the raw materials and the supply chain they need to build their services. Ecobank happens to be one of our biggest customers. We were helping them transform their core banking technology to make sure they can serve their customers. We've also helped Ecobank in helping their transactional banking business unit headed by Isaac Kamuta to make sure cash management, FX, liquidity management could be managed all from the comfort of the homes of the corporate customers. So we're basically a B2B fintech infrastructure company. We also have an innovation hub called Blue Space Innovation Hub, which is based in Accra. And the goal for that is to be the supply chain for fintechs, providing capacity building for talent, providing the cloud credits they need, and validating their use cases, making sure when they come up with an idea, it's not a duplicate idea, it's not a redundant idea, to make sure that what they are building can last for a long time. So I'm joined by Sammy, if you can tell us a bit about yourself, and then the rest of my panelists can introduce themselves, and then we could go right into the questions.
Okay. It's okay? Yeah. So my name is Samuel. Actually, I'm from Huawei. So I'm right now the Senior Solution Manager. I have 10 years experience already in Huawei. So as a Huawei, the company, actually, we are the infrastructure solution provider, as I can say. So we are mainly focused on the IT infrastructure. As I introduced yesterday, actually, Huawei will provide the platform, including the infrastructure, and also the ICE and the platform. Actually, for the application layer, actually, we would like to cooperate with the partners. And actually, it's very interesting today. I heard a lot of the solutions, especially in the fintech area. It's very attractive for us. I also, to invite this kind of partners, can also contact with Huawei. Then we can to see if we can have any chance to cooperate together.
Awesome, awesome. And I'm also joined by Romaric. Romaric, if you can say a bit about yourself, what you do within the Togo side of things, working for a government agency, and share a bit about your past and what you do today, what problems you're solving for Togo.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'm Romaric Agbagala. I'm the CTO of Agence Togo Digital. Our mission is to drive a disruptive digital transformation in public sector through innovation and efficiency. And our vision is to bring the public services at the fingertip of the citizen.
Fantastic. So not only are we bringing infrastructure, but we're supporting the local government. And we're joined by one and only Foley from Ecobank, the Group Technology Officer, if he can introduce himself and tell us what problems he's solving as well.
Good day, everyone. My name is Foley, as you all know. And as the Chief Technology Officer of Ecobank Group, what my role involves is to ensure that the services you need as individual and businesses are provided to you from the technology angle. What does this mean? The APIs required by the fintechs that have projected their solutions to you here, my role is to ensure that those APIs are available to you, easy for you to use, and ensure that you can provide service to your own end users. At the same time, for those of you that are individual customers with Ecobank, we ensure that we provide those services for you to use across our channels, whether it's our physical channel, our online channel, or for you to work with our partners, whether it's via the express points or any of our touch points. My role in the organization is to ensure that our team is able to provide these services to you seamlessly and in an affordable manner. At the same time, we ensure that your service promises, the service promises we've made to you are kept. And that is what we are here to do, and we'll continue to support you. Thank you very much.
Awesome, awesome. So basically, we are ready to go. As you guys know, technology has really shaped Africa and is continuing to shape Africa. And we've seen this growth mostly in the mobile money adoption rate. If you look at what the rest of the world are doing compared to what we're doing when it comes to mobile, that growth has now created a ripple effect. Other fintechs, other innovators are putting use cases to work and creating a very, very deep financial inclusion agenda for a lot of governments, right? If you go to Davos, if you go to the World Economic Forum, you hear a lot about financial inclusion. If you go to the World Bank, you hear a lot about financial inclusion. If you talk to the central banks, you hear a lot about ESG and financial inclusion. But all these things are really great. But without power on the continent, without data centers, without a trained talent, youthful talent that has the wherewithal to try these things out and fail fast, we will not get anywhere. So whilst progress has been made, there's still a bit of challenges. And I want to see if Huawei, you've been all over the place with your telco solutions, your mobile money solutions. What are you seeing as some of the barriers to creating this deepened growth? And the reason is this: 39% of the continent are banked. The rest of the continent is not banked, right? We have 500 million people on mobile money. The others are not. So what can we do to create growth with technology providers like yourself?
Okay, I would say that Huawei, actually, most of people know Huawei as two major areas. The first area, I think, is the smartphone, right? And the second area, I think, is the telecom. So actually, Huawei, we are still continuing to do our investment in building the infrastructure network for all the peoples in Africa. Okay, so in most of the countries, Huawei, we have our office to cooperate with our customers, I would say, like the carrier companies there, to build the infrastructure network first, right? To have this foundation that everybody can connect to the network before you can use the application. And the second area, I think, is for the power, right? So actually, Huawei will also provide the power solutions right now, especially in the solar area. So we also cooperate with some electric company, especially in some countries right now. We start to do the green power, the solar power already, to power the area which the grid cannot be reached. So I think in these two main areas, we provide the infrastructure to help to enhance the infrastructure. Yeah, that's our...
You can't do anything without power, right?
Yes.
600 million people out of power on the continent, so we do need power solutions.
Yeah.
Romaric, you're working with local government. Obviously, your mandate is coming from the ministry under which you work, and you have mandates to do certain things. How are you seeing technology adoption shaping growth for the citizens of Togo?
First, I just want to say that we have a lot of challenges in Africa we need to address, and technology is going to be the solution because we need disruptive technology. For instance, we have one doctor for 8,000 people in Africa compared to one doctor for 300 citizens in Europe. That is why we need technology to address those challenges. And through digital public infrastructure, we can help, entrepreneurs or citizens to achieve their dreams and to solve their problem. So when I talk about digital public infrastructure, I want to talk about data transfer. I want to talk about payments. And I want to talk about identification.
So digital public infrastructure is a theme now, right? Trusted credentials, getting KYC, done in a heartbeat. We heard some of the startups talk about moving from South Africa to East Africa, or moving from Ghana to Nigeria, or Nigeria to other markets. Do you think the digital public infrastructure is ready in those markets as you're scaling your companies, as people are scaling their companies? What is Togo doing to make it, an attractive destination? Obviously, you have ETI, Ecobank Group here. Well done on that. But what else are you going to do to attract these startups who are innovating at scale?
First of all, Togo is doing or is planning to have a grid connectivity first. If you want to attract people in Togo, at least you have to give them a good connectivity. And the plan is to connect 117 municipalities in the next 4 and 5 years.
Excellent, excellent. So connectivity is key. Are there any other things you're working on that we can share with the community here?
About connectivity?
Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, the plan is to innovate through public and private partnership in order to fast-track the connectivity master plan of the country, and also to regulate the infrastructure sharing area so that other players can come and roll out their services on top of the core players.
Awesome, awesome. Now move to Romaric. Foley. Foley, you've been a champion in software development. You've been a champion in using technology to innovate on a lot of the fintech innovations that has come from the Ecobank Fintech Challenge. What has been the growth so far in your role as provisioning technology to these innovators? What sort of growth have you seen in the last few years on this?
Thank you very much. The biggest growth that I've seen and that we have seen as Ecobank is seeing the telcos, the telecom companies coming together, integrating to us, and ensuring that we can terminate services across board. Let me give you an example. I came to Ghana last week. When I got to Ghana, I didn't have a card. My card had expired and I didn't realize. What did I do? I just brought out my Ecobank app, and then I asked the guy, I needed to shave. Please, can I pay you with Momo? The guy said, yes, go ahead. He gave me his phone number, and from there, I was able to transfer 30 cedis to this guy to give me a haircut. And what did I do? I moved money from my Ecobank account to his MTN wallet account. More of that is happening across Africa. On a yearly basis, we do well over 120 integrations in Ecobank across Africa. Whether it's remittances, whether it's Momo, whether it's payments, whether it's collections. What that tells you is that Africa is becoming a global village. I can sit in Nigeria and move money to Ghana, and I get my funds within 2-3 minutes. And that is what we are beginning to see more. And with the advent of wallet and Momo infrastructure in Africa, what we've done very well that we've seen, and that is going fast, is the fact that the telcos across this country, imagine in Nigeria having 4 telcos or 5 telcos, Ghana having 3, Kenya having maybe 4 or 5, and you integrate all of them, you are beginning to make commerce possible within Africa. And that backbone is what Ecobank has got. And I see it here, 1,500 applied. 10 of you are seated there talking about payments, how to get those gaps that you see in the market, trying to bridge that gap together. That, for me, has been the story that we've seen. And more of it is coming on board. And the partnerships we have, what we have also done very well now as Ecobank, is to provision our sandbox to ensure that we can get this ecosystem in place and make sure we all thrive. What does it mean? From South Africa, he can build his infrastructure, plug into our gateway. I give him one single API. This single API allows him to be able to carry out debit instructions securely in 33 countries. That is the power that you give to the individual. And that is what we are preaching to everyone here. Every youth to innovate. Every person is an innovator. And that is what Ecobank is all about. And that is why we are the Pan-African Bank. So the greatest growth has been in the telco area. We are seeing so much push along the payment line, but we can still do a lot more. My grandmother in my village today cannot transfer money. Why? There's no infrastructure. But there's USSD available to my grandmother. Let's think of the rural area. Because internet penetration in Africa today is about 43%. 43%, if you look at the divide between the rural and the urban areas, it is even worse. So when we target solutions, strategies on the street, who is my end user? How do we make it happen? The challenge to all of us, not just Ecobank, we will provide the enablement for you to come in as an ecosystem. But we need to think out of the box. How do we resolve those challenges that are unique to Africa? And that is one of the reasons why Ecobank is preaching and pushing very hard for us as Africans to unite together and use our platform, our gateways, our bedrock to be able to grow and provide value for our citizens. Thank you.
Wow, let's give him a round of applause. I made a mistake and I asked a simple question, but Foley doesn't miss a bit, right? He needed to leverage that opportunity to sell Ecobank, and he did a very, very great job. Let's give him another round of applause on that. As with anything in Africa, there are waves, right? The internet brought the first wave where everybody now could connect. We tapped into social media. We were able to leverage that to connect with one another. That created the first single market, if you will, a virtual market. As long as you can connect to the social media platform, regardless of where you are in Africa, you can talk, you can chat, except those that don't have internet. And except those that don't have mobile phones or smartphones. So already there's a digital divide, right? Huawei tells us you're providing phones and power. What is Huawei doing in the remote areas that we as innovators can work with you to bring this benefit of connectedness to the remote areas?
Okay, actually in the remote area, Huawei recently, I would say this 5 years, or recently 5 years, actually we have a new solution. We call it the rural network solution, which one we can provide a lower price and by the same quality of the network for the remote area, especially in some rural village there. So we have done some successful projects in Ghana, in Nigeria, in the other countries to help to connect the low-income people or the remote area people to get the access to the network also.
So if we bring Ecobank together, Blue Space, Financial Cloud, Huawei, the government of Lomé, Togo, you believe we can create a turnkey solution for the villages and the rural areas?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, most of this project, we cooperate with the government together. Because as most of the carrier company, maybe they think the profit of the remote area is not that good. So we think that we can cooperate with the government more to see if we can provide this kind of solution and to provide them more connectivity in that remote area to help.
Because they also deserve growth, you know?
Yes.
The rural markets also deserve growth. What we saw was that there's a huge disparity. Agency banking as a model became a thing, but it was mostly a duplication of what the telcos were doing. The banks were copying that in order to spread, their reach. But we don't see that same infrastructure, the public digital infrastructure, in the remote areas. Maybe Romaric, you can help. Are there any policies that governments can work with the private sector in order to come together to sort of bring these turnkey initiatives so that we don't wait for them to miss the second wave, which is hopefully the mobile wave, and then the AI wave, and then the cloud wave? They're going to be all, left out. And it's going to be a very difficult situation for Africa to deal with, given the youth population.
Yes, but more than policy, the government also have initiative. Through the digital strategy, we aim to do the biometric identification, as a first layer of any digital transformation. Because if every citizen has a biometric identity, you don't even need them to have a smartphone before they can interact with the digital world, They just need, throughout an agent, to identify themselves, and they can consume services like open a bank account, receiving cash, and so on. The second project, or the second initiative from the strategy, is the social registry, how to better address our vulnerable citizens in the remote areas. So building this registry will help to better help them in case of emergencies.
Awesome, awesome. I'll shift to Foley. Foley, staying on the digital public infrastructure, you've become a platform bank, if you will, right? Not every bank has the vision to be running a fintech challenge, for example. And as you can see, banking as a service is also becoming a thing. How is Ecobank going to ensure, as you aggregate all these startups, all these fintechs who tie their destinies to Ecobank, you can assure them that this public digital infrastructure you're building for banking as a service could withstand the growth ahead of us, right? More youth are entering. I believe there's a company, Fingo, they were supposed to be on this panel. They're building banking solutions for the youth. Now, as they grow, you're onboarding 2-3 million customers per month across the continent in 33 countries. How is Ecobank going to ensure that we have resilience so that when there's a power cut, the internet goes out, Ecobank will still stand?
Thank you very much for that question. All right. It takes two to tango, and that's where I will start from. In Ecobank, what we've done to be able to tango very well with you, the public, and ensure we build resilient infrastructure. What did we do? People important, investments in people, investment in the right technology, and investments in our service offering. Let me unveil the three arms. I will start with the technology part. I'm going to give an example. If you recall, about 3 years ago, or 2 years ago to be precise, Nigeria did a change of currency. If you recall, Nigeria did a change of currency, and it affected the entire country, including banks, because that policy indicated that cash was not going to be accepted at any point. So it meant that there was cash shortage in Nigeria, and the banking infrastructure was overwhelmed. Only very few institutions, very few, I can say 3% of institutions were not impacted by the sheer volume of traffic we saw, and Ecobank was one of them. What did we do first, and what did we do ahead of others? We invested heavily in cloud. I'm going to be talking about something in technology, what you call horizontal scaling. While other banks were busy looking for infrastructure to be able to support their growth, the way we've architected, we are built in cloud with our cloud partners' ability to take load when the load expands. In fact, our load factor grew by over 500% within that period. And what we saw within what you call our cloud infrastructure is the fact that our replicas just continue to grow horizontally. That means Ecobank can continue to grow horizontally to take more load into our setup. And that strategy, while others were still thinking about it, we started this strategy about 5 years ago and said, where are we moving to? The entire mobile infrastructure for the whole of Africa for Ecobank is completely cloud native. The entire API stack of Ecobank runs from the cloud. What does this mean? It means that for me to scale, it's just a matter of my configuration, and I continue to scale. And that resilience is what we brought into play for you. What else did we invest in? Because if you are going to invest in infrastructure, you also need resources. One of the first things that Ecobank got right and did very well is to be able to ensure that we attract the best talents. I'm Nigerian. My colleague, the MD of eProcess, is Senegalese. And within our setup, we were talking this morning, we've attracted the best talents across Africa. Because for you to be able to give that resilience, you must have the best talents around. And we invested heavily in people. Then the other part, in order for us to scale, is to be able to ensure that we have common service across Africa. One of the things, if you notice, our rapid transfer, Express Point, the same brand, the same product, if you walk into Kenya is the same, walk into Ghana is the same, walk to Nigeria is the same. What have we built? We've built that infrastructure, one solid backbone, one integration across multiple countries, and you can scale. And that is why we're able to grow our transaction dynamics easily without having to further invest in infrastructure, because we run it as OPEX model. And that, for me, is the way to think ahead and be ahead of the curve. Thank you.
Interesting, interesting. One of the other infrastructure areas is the human capital infrastructure. If you watch what's happening in Africa, especially for fintechs and engineering capacities going to the West, the guy sits in Accra but works for PayPal in San Francisco. The guy sits in Lagos but he has office in Singapore, or sits in Senegal and reports to somebody in Dubai. So there's global opportunities beyond just the opportunities here in Africa. And for our startups, Blue Space Innovation Hub, one of the things we're seeing as a trend is that when you train the guy, he's now going to be changing his pay scale. And he's going to move to another company offshore. What are we going to do? And this is for Romaric, this is for you, Foley, and also for you, Sam. How are we going to have resilience in talent, both in the maturity of what they know within digital and fintech, and also compensation-wise, and what are we putting together to make sure there's talent retention on the continent? Sammy, if you want to go first.
Okay, I think, as you say, right now, there's a global world already, so actually everybody can work from anywhere, to know that. But for Huawei, actually, we, for the different engineers, actually Huawei, we can provide the dedicated trainings. So Huawei, we have our global training center in Dubai, in different cities. We have the global training center. And the other things is that Huawei also provide our free training online. So, and also in different countries, we cooperate with the local government to provide the ICT trainings to the academy or the university students to help them to get the necessary trainings of this IT or ICT infrastructure and all the solutions.
So you're collaborating with the governments to sort of put these programs together.
Yeah.
And Romaric, are you seeing a similar trend in terms of talent retention, talent issues within the government?
I can say that we need to emulate the innovation ecosystem. And for that, we need to, through policy, to give access to entrepreneurs to funding, market, data, and at the end, through data and at the end, infrastructure. And I think that if we did that, because it's not a bad thing for a developer in Togo to work from Togo for another company. It's something good because he is consuming locally, and we want them also to have a good training and a good experience.
Exposure.
Yes, because a study shows that in the learning path, you can learn 10% in classroom, 20% in a relationship with mentors, peers, and the 70% is by doing. And so we need to make them do more and interact more.
Yeah. Awesome, awesome. So it's giving them exposure, but they're not contributing to the technological development of the country, right? So how do we balance that? And I think, Foley, you'll be best at this. You've done a software development shop in Lagos. You're also trying to crowdsource more partners to different system integrators that you're working with, whether it's AWS, Oracle, Amazon. You're working with all these tech partners. How are you seeing the talent shift? And what should we do to sort of bring more retention and train more of these young people rather than hopefully importing talent into Africa?
I have a different view.
Please share.
If you noticed, after COVID, the world changed seriously, and financially or economically, that affected quite a number of countries, including Africa. In fact, I think we're badly affected in Africa. What that created is that we had talent that immigrated away from Africa. Today, it's difficult finding developers. Now, what I see, there are two angles to it. Within our sphere, we can do a lot, but also the policies from the government can help. Private partnerships is the most important area, and I'm going to use 3 examples. There's MEST that started out from Ghana. That is a Metwater entrepreneur, something social technology. MEST started in Ghana. There's Semicolon from Nigeria, and then you had Andela as well. These people are producing talents into the industry, because the digital economy itself is massive, and we have shortage of labor as we speak today. Yep. We don't even have enough developers around. But what are we doing differently? For example, in Ecobank, one of the things we've taken on board, which has worked very well for us. In fact, we're in the 5th edition or 4th edition of that cycle. We saw that coming ahead as we're growing. Our development shop was very small when we started out. Today, we have development shop out of Nigeria. We have development shop out of Togo here. We have development shop out of Ghana. And we have developmental shop out of Senegal. And we are expanding. What have we seen? We bring people on board for internship. And this is part of our contribution to the ecosystem. We can't absorb everybody. But the guys who have proved themselves over the period, we absorb them into our system. And some of the platforms we talk about today have been some of them have been contributed to by these people we've brought on board. And we can see that the African talent is as good as the Indian talent as well. And I can tell you boldly out here, 5 of my team members got directly picked from our team in Lagos straight into Netherlands. They work for different companies in Netherlands today. I have 5. And they picked these 5, and we replaced these 5. It was not easy. But what did we do differently? We said, okay, we know the stack. We know what we need to give. And we started training. And that evolution we do every year. This year alone, we've trained over 25 developers, minus other engineers, because what we've got in Ecobank is one of the very few banks as a conglomerate that has got an IT company. So eProcess is the IT arm of Ecobank. What we do, we bring young talents in across these geographies. In fact, we work a lot with young talents out of university, because we believe if we nurture them, they grow. Their gestation period, after a year of training, you start to see the things they put on board. And that, for us, has really helped. But what we need more, the enabling environment for this investment to go into talent. If we do not develop talent in Africa, we cannot solve all of our problems. We will keep chasing the same thing, and we will not solve.
So we need more investment.
We need more investment.
We need more investment. We need policies
to
and
help.
we need opportunity for them. Let's give the panelists a round of applause. Because of time, we may have to wrap up. But let's take the issue of the last trend. So we've talked about mobile. We've talked about the internet. We've talked about cloud being a resilient catalyst for you. Let's talk about data and AI. Right? All these fintechs, we saw the climate tech, we saw commerce, we saw all sorts. Where are we from your individual organizations in terms of its adoption? Is it a friend or a foe? And what should we do in building fintech companies powered by AI?
Okay. I think the AI, just like an area, you need to face on it, right? Like we from the if we say the network from 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, the same things. So right now, AI is growing very fast. So I think how to use AI is every individual or every company we need to think about. Right? So for Huawei, actually, we are also learning something, or also working on something for the AI. Right now, we have our big data mode, and also doing some AI for the FSI also, to help to improve the efficiency for the made a decision to do the operation, to have a more customer, like the digital
chatbots.
Yes, something like that.
Okay.
So I think as Huawei, we are working on the AI, and we can provide some.
So you're embracing it?
Yes.
All right, awesome.
Yes.
Romaric, is it a friend or a foe? Are you guys embracing all this policy? No AI.
It's a friend.
It's a friend, okay.
It's a friend, but obviously, from my point of view, we are lacking behind because we lack data. And I think we should focus on putting together our own data and starting training our own model. Because I heard one of the contenders saying that for their application, they are using fine-tuning or RAG for, delivering their services. And now, this is only now they are starting to build their own model. And we need to go there. That is why here in Togo, in the government, the ministry is putting in place a data lab in order to help the public sector grab the bus of the AI or the database governance.
Awesome. So it's a friend to your organization.
Yes.
Foley, I'm scared to ask you that question. You may go. Okay, you have 5 seconds, Foley.
5 seconds.
Is it a friend or a foe?
It's a major enabler, and Ecobank is applying it in 2 ways: to improve our operations internally and to serve customers and provide service. And one great example is the Rafiki chatbot. And as AI continues to evolve and the models are becoming much more matured, especially in the NLP side, that's natural language processing, you are going to see further improvement even from Ecobank in terms of our service offering from the bots. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Another round of applause. You guys have made my life very, very easy. So as you can see, technology is definitely an enabler. It's not an inhibitor. We believe as more youth embrace tech, as more infrastructure providers like Huawei, as policymakers like Romaric's entity and government agencies, and as the commercial banks begin to become friends with the youth, Africa will become unstoppable. I'm Sam Amano from Blue Space Financial Cloud, and we're an enabler and a supply chain for the fintech ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Merci, mesdames et messieurs. Africa will become unstoppable. Wow. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir encore, s'il vous plaît?
Please, if we may have you, just for a moment, a photo opportunity.
Pose photo pour immortaliser ce moment. Mesdames et messieurs, nous tendons tout doucement vers la fin de cette magnifique journée. Depuis ce matin, 8 heures, n'est-ce pas? Nous sommes... Benjamin. On peut encore les applaudir, mesdames et messieurs.
Thank you very much.
Extraordinaire panel, merci beaucoup.
Orimoloye Folorunso, Group Chief Technology Officer, Ecobank Transnational Incorporated. Romaric Agbagla, Technology Director of Agence Togo Digital, and Samuel Lee of Huawei. And finally, the moderator who just introduced himself, Samuel Tete Amano.
Absolument. Benjamin?
Are you wondering who is winning the Ecobank FinTech Challenge? None more than these ones here. None more than them. But before we go there, like we do every year. Let me just remind you that in a bit, we're going to, I told you, we're not conducting our vote like some African elections. No.
Benjamin.
This is very free, fair, transparent, credible. So in a bit, we will show you how the public voting went and who won based on the numbers. We'll not just come and say, oh, this person won. Then maybe some of you whisper,
Tout à l'heure, dans un instant, Benjamin, effectivement, nous allons baser sur les chiffres qui vont être projetés donc, sur cet écran. Nous allons tous découvrir, n'est-ce pas, nous avons dévoilé la nouveauté, vraiment le vote du public. Alors, nous allons découvrir donc comment ça s'est passé et bien sûr le grand gagnant de cet après-midi du vote du public et qui va rentrer à la maison, bien sûr, avec le ticket à Sky.
Ça, exactement. But, especially as we see our judges, if you've not seen them yet, those on whom your fate partly depends, hangs. Monsieur Sénégal, tu ris, hein?
Grâce, Benjamin, à leur expertise pointue, mesdames et messieurs, durant toute cette journée, ils ont eu à évaluer les idées les plus prometteuses qui dessineront l'avenir, n'est-ce pas, de la FinTech cette année. Oui, ils étaient 12. 12, ils sont finalistes de 10 pays africains. Mesdames et messieurs, dans quelques instants, nous allons expérimenter ensemble des battements de cœur.
Mais avant tout ça, comment dit-on en français? Induction? Certification?
Oui, certification, je dirais.
So we have a history. And every year, for a number of years, we induct into the Hall of Fame or the Fellowship for the Ecobank FinTech Challenge all the finalists.
C'est ça.
And this year is going to be none different. So I have the pleasure. Let me invite our judges.
On va
Please come
applaudir
forward.
pour
All our judges.
les membres du jury, mesdames et messieurs, qui vont monter sur scène. Ladies and gentlemen, on peut faire plus que ça. Voilà.
So, Mbalai, Dr. Sharif.
On peut les accompagner encore, hein? S'il vous plaît. Cinq membres du jury. Ils sont là.
If you look at the judges, they dress, you see, they're feeling very free with the clothing because they were not feeling the same pressure our finalists were feeling. So they had to air out to be able to do the job.
On sent vraiment que... Mais avancez, s'il vous plaît. Please come over here. Merci. On sent vraiment que là, ils ont les épaules beaucoup plus légères que tout à l'heure. Hein? Vous le voyez, mesdames et messieurs. Voilà.
Let me also invite Sandra Yao before I bring in the finalists. Sandra Yao, Group Head, FinTech and Remittance with Ecobank. Sandra
Madame Sandra Yao, que l'on invite sur le podium à venir rejoindre bien sûr les membres du jury en cette fin d'après-midi.
Et maintenant, Ama, les finalistes. Please, all finalists. Please
on invite tous les finalistes. On applaudit, on les encourage.
Let's put our hands together for them.
Ils ont fait un travail magnifique. Les 12 finalistes, merci. On peut les accompagner, on peut faire mieux que ça quand même, hein? Bravo à vous, messieurs,
all 12 finalists.
Voilà.
I think we can have 6 here.
And 6 over there. Voilà.
And then we shall induct all of them into the Ecobank FinTech Fellowship. I call it our own Hall of
Fame.
Yeah.
La certification en tant que finaliste par Madame Sandra Yao, mesdames et messieurs, des 12 finalistes ce soir. Ecobank FinTech Challenge 2024.
So as you bring the plaques or the certificates, then you direct me. So which was the first one? WIMO. Okay. WIMO Africa. Guinea. Barry has taken stock of it. And the next one is Easy Equities, South Africa. Easy Equities. And the next one is Bupas, Kenya. If I get it wrong, they will skin me alive. And then we have Paysika. That's Cameroon,
Cameroon,
right?
oui, Cameroon. Oui.
Okay, I was doing some thinking there. Then we have Daba Finance, Côte d'Ivoire.
Daba Finance de la Côte d'Ivoire, bien sûr.
Next up, Meapay, Togo.
Dans la place, mesdames et messieurs.
Then Pro Boutique. Amma, you have to help me.
Yes.
Senegal, yes.
Pro Boutique, c'est Sénégal. Sénégal.
Sproutly, Nigeria, right? Is it Nigeria? Yes,
yeah.
Nigeria. Then we have Exis
from
Rwanda.
Rwanda, yes.
Exis, Rwanda.
Le pays
Please, let's
de
clap for them. They've done really well to get here. Let's do better. Support Nigeria. And the final one, Melanin Capital Neobank
from Kenya. Et le dernier?
And there's Volt Pay. This one I am at a loss. We have to confirm from the books. DRC, yes, DRC. La République démocratique du Congo. Thank you all so much. Please, photographers, if you've not already done that, please let's come together. Sandra, please do us the favors. Stand in the middle where you were at first. Please smile. Because if you're standing here, you're a winner already.
Absolutely.
For the finalists. Thank you very, very much. You may take your seats.
Alors, on va bien sûr les raccompagner à leurs places respectives, mesdames et messieurs. On va redoubler généreusement. Tonnerre d'applaudissements. Voilà, les membres du jury restent sur le podium. Benjamin.
So now, we've got to that point where when our judges take their seats, we shall find out what you, the voting public, decided through our very transparent process. Foolproof, no errors. Judges, do you want to be here for the... If you want to accompany us, no wahala, we day. So for the public vote, technical team, are you ready? Are you ready with the figures? Electoral Commissioner. Certified vote count. Amalovo. Okay. So if the technical team is ready, I'm just waiting on you, and then we can project it. Okay. Wait. Don't go up. Go down. Okay. No. Why are you in a hurry? Why are you in a hurry? No. Go up. Let's start from. Go down. I want to see what happened down there. I want to see the votes. Seeing is believing. Neswa? Aha. Okay. Excess 23. Okay.
South Africa.
Senegal there, yes. Melanin Capital.
Kenya, Congo.
Okay,
Côte
Daba
d'Ivoire.
Finance. Wimo Africa. Okay, let's go. Support. Okay.
Guinea, Nigeria, Cameroon.
Paysika.
Mesdames et messieurs, ce qui est en train d'arriver est exceptionnel. Le gagnant du mois du public ce soir, c'est Neil Potobu. I'm calling le représentant. Ladies and gentlemen. J'appelle Benjamin.
Congratulations.
What is happening here this afternoon is just incredible. Félicitations.
It's a two-fan afternoon.
Oui, Benjamin.
Right? And for the prize, and at least to present, whom are we calling forward?
We are calling le représentant de Askai. J'ai nommé Monsieur Francis Adjekba, responsable de la communication et des relations publiques, qu'on l'on applaudit, qui va venir sur ce podium remettre le prix à Miel Pie du Togo.
All right, so we're going to find out from Monsieur Adjekba. C'est ça? Adjekbe? Okay, pardon us. We're murdering names this afternoon. This is our winner, the winner before the winner. And we don't know whether he'll be a winner and a winner.
Oh my God.
Do you see what the picture looks like?
Yeah.
But tell us, what has Miape won by being the winner of the public vote? Just tell us.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. It was a very tough competition. And I thank first of all the Ecobank ETI for this organization. The winner of today is going to win a free ticket on Askai Network.
Free ticket?
Free ticket on Askai Network.
Okay.
Free ticket on Askai Network, mesdames et messieurs.
So I think we'll get to find out what the value is of this ticket. Please let us do this. Thank you very much. So I see here.
So this is a free ticket in business class.
Business class. I don't know whether you've been flying economy most of the time, but this is an opportunity to travel business class. He says he's an entrepreneur, so he flies economy. So this time he's getting business class.
Benjamin, isn't this incredible?
It is. You know, I keep that word for special events. This is not just incredible. It is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Another round of applause. Mia Pay, 603 votes. But right now, apart from your public vote, and that will count in the final vote as well, the jury has spoken. And they are looking at us smiling, but they have finished somebody. And they have lifted someone else up. Mbalai, Dr. Sharif, Ethel Kofi, Uwem, and Sabrine. This is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Mesdames et messieurs, gang, gang, gang. Gang, gang. Le moment est arrivé. Le moment tant attendu est arrivé, mesdames et messieurs. Oui, la pression est à son comble. Les battements de cœur ne font que monter. Il y aura un gagnant ce soir.
I'd
Benjamin.
like to invite the Ecobank Group CEO, Mr. Jeremy Awori.
Sous vos
Please
applaudissements.
join us here. And of course, like we do every year, we're not going to start from the top. We're going to start from the second runner-up, then the first runner-up, and then we're going to keep you sitting on pins and needles for a while before we give you our winner.
Nous allons commencer par le deuxième dauphin. C'est bien ça?
So if we're ready, Evita, we're ready, right? Everything is ready. Please excuse me. Please hold on for me. I want to conduct a simple exercise. You know doctors have stethoscopes, right? Let me see what I can hear. The heartbeat. So, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. We were all rooting for our countries. Ghana no day inside, but I was still rooting for some other people. I will not mention. That's why I didn't vote. Nigeria, eh? Or Togo? Which one? For the second runner-up, and I'm going to invite one of the team, unless there's a different proposal to present the prize. Second runner-up, please. Let's have the scorecard, if you may. Please ensure that no one can see it until you get here. But I want to take a sneak peek. You will not show it to me, then I'll not allow you to cross the river. Please. I would like Mr. Mvalai Kuruma to do us the honors. Monsieur Kuruma, s'il vous plaît, qu'est-ce que vous voyez là-bas? Oh là là! It's hot in here. Do you want to know? Do you want to see what I've seen? Yes. How much should I tell them?
No, not yet.
We will leave Monsieur Kuruma to do this. Keep them in suspense as much as possible.
Okay, before announcing the names, I just wanted to congratulate all the 12 participants. Really, kudos to you guys. The preparation that you guys, the effort that you put in, the work that you've been doing to this point, it really, really shows up, and we can really see many areas of opportunities for partnership, and also opportunities for individual growth, because you guys in your own right are actually building very strong businesses. So kudos again to you guys, okay? It was a very tough process. My co-partners in the jury, we had to go many back and forth. But, at the end of the day, you need winners, right? You need to give names. So in no shape or form, the names that we are giving is a meaning that the names that are not being cited are not deserving the work that has been done. You all deserve it, okay? So I was saying that I should drag it. I was saying I should drag it.
You are a criminal.
Okay, number three.
I see the group CEO peeking.
Number 3 is actually coming from a country that I really, really love. It's one of my countries, and YMO.
YMO Africa.
YMO, mesdames et messieurs. La Guinée ce soir. La Guinée ce soir. La Guinée, mesdames et messieurs, était bien représentée. Aujourd'hui, voilà, le résultat est là. On peut encore l'applaudir, s'il vous plaît, vraiment. Extraordinaire. extraordinaire, Benjamin.
And for third place, Wimo Africa, $5,000.
Congratulations.
I know they were aiming for the top. I know they wanted the top prize. I see you. But half a loaf is better than nothing, right? And of course, they made the cut to the 12, and now they are third. Please, let's do it for them one last time.
Bravo! Bravo. C'est mérité.
This place is getting too hot for comfort. Too hot. Now,
yes.
Attention, hein?
Ah oui.
We have to be very careful with these goods.
Woo.
They are not contraband,
It's
but we have to be
upside
careful.
down.
For the second prize, I would like to invite Dr. Sharif to help us with the announcement. I think we can take a cue from Mbalai Kuruma in terms of the suspense. So we don't want you to go straight to it. We want you to just make them feel, this is the best moment of this for me. This is the best moment where I get to look at them in the face and just enjoy the
Benjamin,
moment.
can you give the mic?
Okay, we'll do a countdown from, how much is it? How much is it?
We're looking at...
From 10,000, we'll count down. No, this was a really tough one for the judges, and but actually it even wasn't so tough because the impact that this particular company really can make will touch each and every one of us. And so we really took the time to think through all the different criteria that we have in front of us. And we duked it out. We added, we subtracted, we added again. But for all case and purposes, I think that everyone here will agree that this company is definitely a true winner in the space. And while it is first place, and not the winner, first place is still very notable. And so with that, we would like to announce the first place winner is...
Second.
Not the winner, but the first place. Okay, so you guys, look, I'm using my American way. You have to forgive me now. You have to forgive me now.
You are creating fear and panic.
I can see it in their eyes.
All right, then we'll say second place winner is Melanin Capital. I wanna be famous. Dynamic duo. Kenya. Represent. I wanna be free. Like Nelson Mandela. Stand tall like a pyramid. So courageous. No place I'd rather be. Oh na na, there's no place I'd rather be. Oh na na, live and die in Africa.
On peut encore les féliciter, mesdames et messieurs. Hein? Soyons généreux. Ah là, s'il vous plaît, là c'est... Attention quand même. Deuxième place, c'est extraordinaire. Wow. Bravo. Benjamin, I don't know about you, but what is happening here today? Congratulations. Félicitations, chers amis.
Before I come to the CEO.
Ouh, il fait un peu chaud, non? Vous avez pas chaud? Moi j'ai très chaud. It's getting hot in here, Benjamin.
The heat in here can cook a meal.
Bravo!
So we have Guinea and we have Kenya. there's only one left. Only one will remain. But I would like at this juncture to call forward our sponsors to join us here, their representative. Huawei, please, Mr. Lee. Askai, and Propaco. Please join us here. I see Agnes Huang joining. Let me also let you know that in addition to 50,000, not Canadian dollars, not Liberian dollars, not dollars from any other country, not African dollars, American dollars, Askai is also giving the ultimate winner a business class ticket.
Wow.
As the Nigerians will say, waiting concern me. I will leave all the rest to the group CEO. Jeremy, I worry. I have no business in this.
The suspense is building. And I don't even know the answer myself. I don't know. I haven't even looked yet. As you say, we can hear the heartbeats. I won't drag it out, okay? I promise I won't drag it out. And the winner is... We'll say it again. And the winner is... Daba Finance!
You can call this Daba Finance winning and then Mama Finance joining.
Voilà.
Daba Finance, Mama Finance.
Mesdames et messieurs,
And she has joined.
voici la maman de Daba qui est là. C'est la Côte d'Ivoire aujourd'hui. Encore une fois.
Hope we are getting all the photos and all the videos.
Congratulations. Immortalisez ce moment, immortalisons ce moment extraordinaire. 7e édition, Ecobank Fintech Challenge.
Please, don't go away.
We need to take your impressions.
Just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I would from the bottom of my heart like to introduce to you my best friend. For those who are saying he's my best friend because he's won $50,000, it is not true. But I think we'd like to find out from him how he feels.
Absolutely. How do you feel? Please tell us.
I'm speechless, but I'd like to first thank Ecobank for the opportunity. It definitely pushes each and every one of us to really push the envelope and come and tell the best story about our businesses that we spend a lot of time, grueling hours building. And tonight feels even more special because it's actually the first time my mom gets to see me pitch. And it's, like we've been building Daba for close to 2.5 years. And she first asked the visa and she got denied. So it was kind of like a last minute kind of situation. So I'm really glad she was able to make it. Thank you all for the support. Thank you for voting for me. And I'll definitely got to make sure to make Africa proud. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024 winner, Daba Finance. You came dipped in white, and I guess the white worked. La Côte d'Ivoire.
Félicitations.
Thank you so much.
On l'accompagne, mesdames et messieurs, avec un tonnerre d'applaudissements, beaucoup d'amour et de générosité.
Okay, so please come back. Please come back. Looks like. It's actually not a bad idea. Please come. The other winners, please come as well. Please come. This place is going to get a little crowded, but let's do the same 6 here and 6 on the other end. The other finalists as well. Maybe we can do the winners, 2nd and 3rd, and then we can have the other finalists join them as well. So let's do 2nd place here, 3rd place there, and then afterwards the other finalists will join. It's taken a lot of pain, a lot of time, a lot of struggle, a lot of sweat and blood, but they made it here. Let them enjoy their moment. All right, now all the other finalists, please join them as well. Please join the finalists. Please let the other finalists join.
Tous les finalistes, mesdames et messieurs, viennent sur le podium pour une photo de famille. Les caméramans et photographes sont bien positionnés pour immortaliser ce moment. Et quel moment, mesdames et messieurs! En cette journée du 27 septembre 2024, 7e édition Ecobank Fintech Challenge, ici à Lomé.
Please, can some of you, the finalists, come this way? Some of you just come this way for us.
Voilà.
شرفت على بلد البيا.
Souriez, mesdames et messieurs. Quel jour merveilleux, Benjamin. Extraordinaire.
Thank you all so much. Now, this is not part of the script. As all of you sit down, Mr. Awori, this is not part of the script. You can choose to say something or not, but I just want you to share with all of those who have been here today in the Ecobank auditorium how you feel after yet another Ecobank Fintech Challenge. Any final words before we take the concluding remarks?
Looks like there's a lot of action. How do I feel? Firstly, every Ecobank Fintech Challenge, the standard gets higher and higher every year. So this 7th edition, the standard was even higher. And how I honestly feel is that we had some amazing winners, but all 12 finalists were amazing. And this time, probably more so than what I've seen, is that we have amazing opportunities where we can partner with the finalists to work with their businesses, to take their businesses across Africa. And that's what excites me more than even just the prize itself, because they've got amazing businesses, amazing ideas, and I always leave feeling the future of Africa is in good hands if we have people like these driving the business. Can we put our hands together for all 12 finalists? I also want to welcome them into the Ecobank Fintech Fellowship. I know you're all experienced, but you know, always working and improving with those who have done it before. With Daba Finance, he set a high stage for his mother. If this was his first pitch and he wins $50,000, I don't know what you will expect from the second and the third and the fourth pitches. But really, I also just want to take this opportunity while I'm on the stage to recognize and thank the judges, to recognize and thank our co-sponsors, to recognize and thank the audience. You guys were amazing, right? You brought a lot of energy. Can we put our hands together? And to recognize and thank all of those watching and supporting online. We see you, we value you, and please take away and preach the gospel about supporting our creative industry and our fintechs all around the continent and even in the diaspora. So for me, it's to say, thank you on behalf of Ecobank. We're proud to be partners. We really want to use our platform to help support companies like yourselves, individuals like yourselves. I'd be very proud in a few years' time to say, out of those finalists, one or more, or two or three have become unicorns and are wealthier beyond belief and are creating jobs for Africans, creating opportunities for Africans, and making their lives easier to do their business. So I encourage you, I salute you, keep on going. You're going to make a difference, and you are making a difference. So I just want to end by applauding all of you. Thank you to our hosts also. Yeah, you did an amazing job. We appreciate you. We applaud you. And thank you to the team within Ecobank that made this happen. There was a lot of work behind the scenes, getting everyone here, getting all of this done. We applaud you and we thank you for that. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Encore un applaudissement de tonnerre, s'il vous plaît, quand même, pour le directeur général du groupe Ecobank qui a vraiment remercié de loin, de près, qui vous a remercié, toute l'équipe Ecobank qui a travaillé sans relâche, les membres du jury, les finalistes, nous, vous, les gens en ligne qui ont voté, qui nous suivent depuis ce matin. Oh là là, j'en perds mon français, Benjamin, c'est extraordinaire. Ce qui est arrivé aujourd'hui, ça sera gravé dans les mémoires. En tous les cas, ça, c'est une certitude. Merci aux sponsors, aux partenaires, à toutes les personnes qui ont permis que cette journée extraordinaire soit. Bien sûr, merci aux caméramans, aux médias, à la presse. Et d'ailleurs, en parlant de médias, nous allons avoir un rendez-vous au niveau de la mezzanine. Donc, s'il vous plaît, nos hôtesses vont vous diriger là-bas. Benjamin, qu'est-ce que je peux encore dire d'autre? J'ai pris un plaisir, mais énorme, vous n'avez pas idée. Merci à vous. Pour moi, c'est un rêve qui se réalise. L'Afrique, mesdames et messieurs, notre merveilleux continent, Benjamin, c'est extraordinaire.
So this has been another opportunity to celebrate Africa and Africans, and I am so grateful to have been a part of this. 7th time coming here. It's been such a beautiful journey, and we can only say thank you to Ecobank for this opportunity, not just for us, but for these young men and women whom every year we have supported. We're going to have those press interactions at the mezzanine section of the building. So let's stay tuned for that, and we'll be interacting with some of our esteemed guests. And this is the note on which we close the Ecobank Fintech Challenge 2024. It's been a pleasure, Monsieur Dam. My name is Benjamin Akakpo, and I did this with
Alors, Ama Béatrice.
From us to you, we wish you a good evening.
Bonsoir.